Got the two captains alongside the ICC match referee. That's Matthew Cross of Scotland, joined by Monarch Patel of USA, and the General, David Dukes of the ICC. Matthew, you've got the coin. Give it a toss, please. Heads is the call. And it's gone a long way, David. It's a tail. Matthew, you've won the toss. You're going to bowl first. Why is that?
Look, it looks another good wicket here at Aberdeen. I think there's a bit more grass on this wicket, and I think we're going with an extra seamer today, so we're going to try and hit them hard early on.
It does look a little bit green. There's a certain tinge of it.
Yeah, I think there's something in this wicket for everyone. I think we've seen guys have scored some good runs at times. There's been a little bit of spin and there's been some sideways, so I think it's pretty good cricket wickets.
Okay, big changes for your team today, 3 I believe.
Yeah, Jonesy comes back from illness, and we have Adrian Neil and Gavin Main coming in as well.
Very best luck today, mate.
Thank you very much.
That's Matthew Cross, the captain of Scotland. We'll speak now to Monarch Patel, the captain of the USA. You've lost the toss. What would you have done?
We would have ball first, but we won't mind batting first. The wicket looks really hard. Underneath surface is hard compared to the other wicket. The ball will really come nice to the bat. So it's important that we get a good score and defend.
In a funny way, because you get to bat first, you won't have to chase, and those sort of panics, those troubles you've had chasing, they won't come to the fore?
Yeah, definitely. The batsmen will have a good chance to play freely and express themselves without pressure, and we need to just make sure that we score at least 250 plus and give a good chance to our bowlers to defend.
Monarch, give me a sense as to how important this game is. It's fourth against second today, but if you win, you go past the UAE into one of those automatic qualification places.
Yeah, definitely. It's important that we continue our form and keep the rhythm going, and all these 4 games is really important for us to look forward for the other 8 games remaining.
Very best luck today, Monarch.
Thanks.
That's Monarch Patel, captain of USA. He's lost the toss. He would have bowled first as well, but instead, the home side, they've won the toss of the coin. They're going to have a bowl. So that is the news from the toss, and with immaculate timing we get to see the 2 umpires walk out. Alan Hago joining our only English umpire coming up, Mike Burns, and then we've got the teams ready to go. And look at those little Scottish saltire, the flags flying. Here we go, here comes Scotland, led by their captain, standing in for Richie Berrington. That's Matthew Cross. You saw him at the toss. Lovely seeing this as they get that guard of honour from the youngsters. Loud applause, and look at that, a few fist bumps as well. Lovely to see. Oh, and high fives from Michael Jones. Yep, Kyle Coates there, make sure everyone gets a look. And here come the American openers, Sushant Madani and Stephen Taylor. Through they go, get a warm round of applause. Great hospitality here in Scotland. We have been so well looked after here at the Aberdeenshire Cricket Club. We're in Mannifield, about 5 minutes from the city centre, and we'll take a look at the 2 teams. We'll just bring those graphics up for you now. 3 changes remarkably for Scotland, and those 3 changes, will bring them to you now. First, introduce my co-commentator for the day. That is Peter Della Penna. Peter of ESPN Cricinfo, proud American. Big day for his country. Peter, 3 changes for Scotland. Certainly a huge surprise for me to see Chris Soule left out after he bowled at the speed of light the other day.
We saw this in the series in Glasgow when, regardless of the performances, Scotland was keen on a rotation policy. And we even saw this a bit in Texas as well. They just like to keep the fast bowlers fresh, so it's just a preordained plan. It doesn't really have anything to do with the performances, especially not with the way Chris Soule bowled the other day. But on the positive end for Scotland, Gavin Main was arguably their best pace bowler in that series in Glasgow at Titwood, and he's going to be charging in with a new ball for the first over. So there won't be much drop-off in that regard for Scotland.
We'll just run through those 3 changes. Hamza Tahir, Chris Soule and Chris McBride all left out, and in come Big Adrian Neil, Gavin Main and Michael Jones back into the top order. For USA, they are unchanged, something we've seen pretty regularly from their head coach Aaron Kumar Jagadish. And that means the 3 players missing out for them: Jesse Singh, Saiteja Mukamala, Yasir Mohammed, the 2 youngsters both left on the bench. And as you can see there, unchanged, and it's going to be Stephen Taylor to take the first ball alongside his opening partner Sushant Madani. He will face up to Gavin Main, who's coming down the hill. Just trying to get those graphics down for you. See if we can pull those down. And there they go. Time for action, and runs from the very first delivery. Looks like it's going to be given as leg byes. Taylor won't get off the mark just yet. Peter, how are you this morning, my friend?
I am being attacked by all sorts of spiders at this table, and I don't know if you've come across this here since we've been in Aberdeen, but there's a particular breed of very tiny spider here in and around Manofield and the Airbnb and I'm staying in the city. You can't escape them. They're innocuous. They're pretty harmless, but they're everywhere.
Peter, this won't be the first time or the last time I'll say this today. I have no idea what you're talking about. A good start to the morning.
You haven't seen them crawling over your microphone or your laptop or your phone?
I haven't. I don't think I've seen a spider since I've been in Scotland, Peter.
You might need to get that lens prescription checked.
Oh dear. We had a great tweet the other day, Peter. I want to read out one tweet we received, which I thought was a lovely description. We had an extraordinary game of cricket, didn't we, between USA and UAE the other day, as America snatched victory from the jaws of defeat, or could be either description. And I'm going to have to read this one to you because I hope you saw it. I thought it was the perfect description of our relationship whilst commentating. It's from Mike, who was watching on
from Wisconsin.
Driven through the offside. That's a glorious stroke to get things going for Sushant Madani. Picture perfect. Gets into position. Over pitch certainly by Main, but very well put away by Madani.
He's in the slot. And Madani, who was arguably the most consistent batter for USA in Texas in May and June, picking up he left off with shots like this. Scored his maiden ODI 100 in Texas.
So yeah, Mike Q watching on from Wisconsin, which is in the Midwest of the United States, wearing a fantastic cricket shirt in the photo. Said the following: that was a heck of a cricket match, skillfully narrated by the national treasure Peter Della Penna and a patron saint of patience, Andrew Leonard at Cricket Badge.
A different St. Andrew in Scotland.
Well, I thought they were two lovely descriptions. I think you are a national treasure, Peter. Certainly for American cricket, anyway.
You need to superimpose my face over Nicolas Cage in the National Treasure movies. Is that what Mike's going for there?
But I just enjoyed the description. I think it was referring to our relationship. How patient I am with you, Peter. Sometimes you need a bit of patience. I'm sure your wife tells you that sometimes, does she?
When you have to cater to my dietary habits, yes, it requires an awful lot of patience.
Just the dietary habits, none of the behavioural habits.
That's just the tip of the iceberg, yeah. I forgot some of my long sleeve shirts that I like to wear. I'm a big fan of the long sleeves, Lenny. I'm not... In the summertime, I like the long sleeves. I like the long sleeves on the cricket field. I like to have my arms protected for the sun.
Driven again, and it's going to be, I think, 4 more, despite half a hand at mid-off from Michael Jones. Madani has driven this one on the up. Certainly a more risky stroke. Flamboyantly played away, and Madani, 2 boundaries in the opening over.
Well, when this came off the bat on the angle where we're at deep mid-wicket, I thought this was going to be a catch at extra cover. It was in the air at a catchable height for some time, but got it in the gap. And Jones at mid-off only got partial contact to it. There was still plenty of steam on that ball to take it to the rope, despite of the deflection. So 9 for none after 1 over. Yeah, there's only 2 options for me, Lenny. The Hawaiian shirt or the long sleeve shirt.
You do love it's a long sleeve T-shirt as well.
Long sleeve tee. Yeah. Long sleeve tee. Not this fancy nightclub shirt that you've got on, the long sleeve button down there, Lenny. Are you coming back from a night out of club hopping here in Aberdeen?
I was not out last night in Aberdeen. I was in a place, and I'm going to have to watch my pronunciation here, because I did promise Mr. Fox, that's Michael Fox, the father of Ben Fox, that I would give the village cricket club a shout out. I took a trip up to Fockerbers, which is a place about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes northwest of Aberdeen. Gorgeous village, very close to Elgin, the cathedral city there, but it's right on the banks of the River Spey. And Ben Fox, the former media manager of Cricket Scotland, this one thuds into the pad, probably looks a little bit high, and immediately the umpire is on the walk. He has no interest whatsoever in that. Safian Sharif, big appeal. Let's take a look at this.
A little bit high, Lenny. Some of that humor, that dry humor, just a little bit high. It was way too high. Come on.
Yeah,
Never
definitely
hitting the stumps.
darting over the top. It was straight enough though, and a bit of movement back into the left-hander from Sharif will encourage Scotland and their captain Matthew Cross, who chose to bowl first. Through to the keeper, Taylor all at sea, some early movement. But just to finish up, got up to Fockerbers, where Ben Fox, who's very fond of his fishing these days, he lives in Paris now working for European Rugby. He had just caught his first ever Atlantic salmon from that gorgeous river, the River Spey. He went down to show me where he caught it, and he had the photographic evidence, so well done to Ben Fox.
The fantastic Mr. Fox. Lenny, as member of Cricket Scotland's set up for many, many years. And yeah, he's been involved in rugby now for a number of years. Not just with European rugby, but before that, who was he with?
He was with Scotland Rugby,
Scotland,
yeah. Head of digital there, and doing a great job by all accounts. Wish him well, and his dad Mike, who is appropriately named Michael J. Fox. It's his actual name. Got some movie references always on air here, don't we? The great Hollywood actors.
That's heavy. That's heavy, Lenny. That's very heavy. Tell you what, Ben Fox. Speaking of long sleeve t-shirts, Lenny, I thought he was wearing a red long sleeve t-shirt the other day out on the boundary when I went out to say hello to him, taking photos, and then he was itching his arms and I thought what were his long sleeve red t-shirt rolled up, and it was just the finest of pasty white man sunburns.
Yeah, he's definitely a fair man, Ben Fox, isn't he? Wish him well. Lovely to see him as well. Did quite a bit of work. He seconded into the ICC a couple of times with me as part of the digital team there at the World Cups in 15 and the T20 World Cup in 2016. Man who loves his cricket. He even brought me to the gorgeous Fockerbers Cricket Club. There's the crowd coming in, and certainly we're expecting a bumper crowd. It's a Saturday, the weather is set fair, probably something like 100 people through the gates already, and that'll only grow and grow throughout the day. It's a special ground, this one. Get to the end of the second, 10 for none. Founded all the way back in 1857, Peter. There's such history and heritage at this very venue.
You go inside and you see all this stuff going back hundreds of years. It's one of the things I love about cricket in the UK, Scotland, England, Wales, Northern Ireland, is the preservation of history. You don't get an awful lot of that in America. If you go down to Staten Island Cricket Club in New York, they just celebrated their 150th anniversary a few weeks ago, and you go to their pavilion and you do see stuff with Bradman and Ranjit Singh and Geoffrey Boycott. They've got a lot of stuff in their history, even though their pavilion actually burned down in the 1920s. They lost a lot of that history. As you see, Maine picking up where you left off in Glasgow last month, threatening here to Taylor at least. And Hollywood Cricket Club, you go out to Hollywood out in California, they've got an awful lot of history. You go down to Philadelphia, whether it's at Marion Cricket Club or at British Officers Club, Philadelphia Cricket Club, the C.C. Morris Library on the campus of Haverford College, on the Haverford, PA, just outside of Philadelphia. You've got so many artifacts and gems of American cricket history and some stuff sent over throughout the world.
Chipped and chipped wide of the mid-off fielder. Definitely some risk in that stroke, but Stephen Taylor does get his first boundary. The extra pace of Maine being flayed to the boundary of plenty at the moment.
Yeah, this is catchable height, and Taylor gets away with it. But yeah, the CC Morris Library, people might be shocked to learn it's the largest collection of cricket artifacts and memorabilia anywhere in the Western Hemisphere. So west of Lords, in the MCC Museum, there's no bigger collection than anywhere in the world in the Western Hemisphere than there exists in Philadelphia. And great appreciation for history. They've got some of Don Bradman's bats. You wouldn't believe how light they are if you pick them up. It's one of the great things I've got to witness when visiting touring teams have come through Philadelphia and they get to go to the C.C. Morris Library. Charlotte Edwards, I think her jaw dropped to the floor when she got to pick up Don Bradman's bat. And some of the other players who have had that opportunity when they rolled through Philadelphia. And some of those artifacts were actually brought to Lord's a few years ago as part of an exhibit called Swinging Away. That was it.
An appeal from behind the stumps, but not even the slightest interest from the bowler. And the interesting thing is going to be, what was he appealing for? Was this an LBW appeal or was it caught behind? Might have just flicked the pad. Yes, it did. Probably going to miss the off stump. Height certainly a concern again, but a brave leave. Very brave one from Stephen Taylor. Interesting, no interest from the bowler there, but plenty of interest from the keeper and the slip cordon.
Yeah, it was way too high. I was trying to figure out why they were appealing. Where it passed him was way over his pads. And if it did just flick him, height was always going to be an issue there.
Nicely driven, but Maine does really well. He's probably saved 4 runs off his own bowling here.
But yeah, the C.C. Morris Library, as you see this one, just moving a touch. Driven back at Maine. Good stop.
Struck him on the boot, Peter, isn't it? It's all that has saved that one from flying away for 4. Aren't too many people in associate cricket, certainly, who strike the ball as cleanly as Stephen Taylor.
Or as hard. He's always been a big man out in the field. You don't come across this kind of power, whether it's in America or anywhere else at associate level, really. Yeah, C.C. Morris Library had this Swinging Away exhibit that was a joint venture between the C.C. Morris Library, the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York, and the MCC Museum at Lord's. So some stuff came over from Lord's, was sitting in Cooperstown at the Baseball Hall of Fame in New York. This is back around 2010, 2011. And have we not counted to 6 properly, Ronnie? I've only got 5 legal deliveries. Our graphics team only has 5 legal deliveries.
Yeah, and that first ball was certainly signalled as a wide because the scoreboard has 15 on it. We suspect that's a 5-ball over from Alan Hago there. Try and get that checked back. We'll see if somebody can watch back on the footage to see was there only the 5 legal deliveries in that over. Was the first ball given as a wide? But either way, we're into the 4th over now. Safian Sharif bowling to Sushant Madani, 15 for none. Watchful in defence from Madani. Tell us about Sushant Madani, Peter. He's maybe someone who flies a little bit under the radar, not the big star like a Stephen Taylor or a Monank Patel, but he works incredibly hard at his game.
When you talk about guys who are people who maximize their talent, him and Nostish Kinjigay are 2 that come to mind immediately. They're not people I would say were the most naturally gifted. They're the hardest working guys in the team, both at fitness levels and just through attrition in terms of improving their games and getting the most out of their talent. And he certainly showed that in Texas, both in November at the national championships, where he scored a couple of centuries to reinforce his spot in the team after what was really a underwhelming debut tour in Oman in September. He had to really fight to justify keeping his place in the team. He did that, and then he comes back in May and June and has a fabulous series in Texas in the ODIs at home.
Yeah, confirmation from multiple sources was a 5-ball over that third over. Over is called, that's all that matters. Umpires in control of that. USA missed out on a legal delivery there.
Pen and paper. Pencil and paper. Never let anyone down since the Egyptians, Lenny. Hundreds of years. And yet we've got all this fancy technology helping the umpires, and counting to 6 is a struggle.
16 for none. Taylor works this into the leg side. Going to be runs, and it should be a couple of them. Madani, he's come to international cricket late in terms of his age, but certainly would have plenty of good years in front of him.
Yeah, it's like a lot of guys that have come onto the U.S. scene and make their debuts late. He's another one of these guys historically in the last 2 decades.
Clipped into the leg side, going to be runs again. Maybe a chance of a third. Madani wants 3, but Taylor very slow on the turn of the second, and they won't risk it, probably just as well, as the 2 Scottish fielders hunt in a pack to keep it to 2.
Seen a number of these drives from Taylor early on that have been very, very loose. And he's gotten away with them for now. Another one just goes fractionally wide of the mid-on fielder. So it's the end of a 5-run over. 20 for none after 4.
Left alone outside the off stump. Madani, one of several players in this squad from Texas.
Now he's basically training buddies with Ash Kenjige, both based in Dallas. Kenjige started off his career in New York, New Jersey, where he was working as a medical device technician in hospitals back when he first broke into the team in 2017, before they had central contracts. And Modani also still working a full-time job. He's not quite to the stage where he's a quote-quote contracted cricketer, and that's partially due to his visa status. He's on an H-1B visa, which a lot of the guys, when they first come to the U.S., that's how they get here. So he came to the U.S. through his work, and Saurabh Netravalkar is in a similar situation. Saurabh Netravalkar still works for Oracle. He's been a computer engineer, programming engineer for some time. So you see Madani beat an outside off stump, and that, to me, makes their on-field success all the more remarkable. And you see this in various places in the associate world. It's again Madani beat an outside off stump, but Netravalkar, USA's all-time leading wicket taker, has achieved that through the last 4+ years, while doing a balancing act between working for Oracle out in the San Francisco Bay Area, and the fact that he's able to maintain such a demanding job while also meeting the demands of being USA captain when he was the captain before Manan Patel took over, and now still doing so just as a bowler.
Again, a stifled appeal. Two noises. Definitely suspect there's some bat involved. Height, again, an issue. There's very good carry out of this new wicket. We're on a fresh wicket. It's been prepared specifically for both these games this weekend. I think Scotland have felt that the best tactic for them as it just nips back in off the seam. Height, definitely the issue as well. They felt, particularly with the spinner coming out of the side, Hamza Tahir, although they still have at least 2 if not 3 spin options with Watt, Leask and Graves as well. Scotland indicating that they feel that they can out-bowl USA with their seam attack.
Yeah, definitely different approach stylistically when you look at the 11s. And I don't think USA will actually mind too much because of all the spin options that they have available in terms of bowling second, even though they lost the toss here. Yeah, Scotland has plenty of pace bowling depth for sure. And not just the depth of variety. We've got Adrian Neal, it's a tall right armer. As Gavin Main completes a maiden. 20 for none after 5. You've got Sharif. Chris Soule is not in the attack today, but can these guys all bring something different to the table?
Well, Peter, I want to reflect on Chris Soule's omission again, because for me it's a real shock. I actually said it to him out in the middle as a joke. I was saying, God, it's a little harsh leaving you out today. And he goes, oh, I think, maybe we'll be back in tomorrow. But I was genuinely joking. I hadn't seen the 11s yet. It was after the toss. I presumed, given he wasn't just the best bowler, in my opinion, he should have been the player of the match. That spell from the Sports Buzz end of the ground, where Sharif is bowling from currently, was as quick as I've ever seen in associate cricket. Umpire Hago told me this morning that he stood in the New Zealand matches and he felt it was quicker than Lockie Ferguson bowled here in Scotland. That's the quality that Soule brought. Probably his best ever spell in Scottish colours. 2 days later, he's not playing. Should be at least a single into the leg side as Wallace does the field and keeps it to just 1.
Well, they've got a very determined strategy, Scotland does, with this rotation policy. And I'd be curious to ask them if there's some analytics involved in some of that decision making. Seen that more and more creeping into cricket. We talked a little bit about that on the broadcast the other day, and in some other sports in the U.S., basketball in particular, there's a much more of a
square drive. Should get good reward here, Madani. He's not out of the middle. Pick up a couple more runs. Outfield very quick still. Leask picks up where he left off from the other day by fumbling the ball everywhere. What should have been a simple stop.
See this one punched well wide of the cover fielder. Wallace and Leask chasing from backward point. But yeah, basketball, some of the elite players nowadays, very rarely do you see them play 82 games in a season in the NBA. And in baseball, you rarely see pitchers throw a complete game now. They get yanked after 90 pitches, 100 pitches, 6-7 innings, even if they're in a really good rhythm. It was so controversial a couple years ago in the World Series when the Tampa Bay Rays were playing the Dodgers.
Edged and edge wide of the vacant gully region, and a misfield. Really poor from Gavin Main down at third man. It was very casual, wasn't it? Didn't try to get any of his body behind it, and it's just bobbled probably between his legs, and Madani will get 4. Could well have been a wicket-taking opportunity for Scotland.
And this is what I love to call the Matador Red Cape effort. He just gave it the old Ole, Lenny. There's no excuse for this one.
Oh dear.
The Red Cape, Ole, the ball just goes straight through the legs onto the boundary. 4 runs.
That would have been at a very catchable height, probably straight to gully, Peter.
Yeah, it was definitely in that gap. What you would expect, yeah, third slip or a gully in that region. But, yeah, infamously, Blake Snell of the Tampa Bay Rays was cruising. And I believe it was either Game 5 or Game 6 of the World Series against the Dodgers. They could not touch him. And then Tampa Bay Rays manager Kevin Cash yanked him out of the game just because of analytics. He said he's already gone through the batting lineup twice, and according to their analytics, you're much more likely to get hit when you're facing the same batting lineup the third time through the order because they've had a chance to adjust to you. And Blake Snell was pitching incredible, got yanked from the game, and he was fuming. He was absolutely furious. Tampa Bay goes on to lose the game, and the Dodgers win the World Series in 6 games. To see the end of the over, 27-0 after 6-7 over there. And that basically was the end of Blake Snell's time in Tampa. That relationship with Kevin Cash was never repaired, left to go off to the San Diego Padres. And you see it with players being rested, position players being rested. You see it in the NBA. Players rarely play back-to-backs. They're always rested. It's turned a little bit controversial in terms of TV contracts. And if you pay to go see a team in person $200 for a ticket, or there's a national TV game and you've got Kevin Durant sitting because of a rotation policy and the TV partners get upset about that. And I wonder if some of that analytics is creeping into the decision-making of Scotland, resting Chris Soule after such an incredible performance.
The oracle of all sports, not just cricket, Peter Della Penna, giving you all the background on the American strategies, various franchise sports there. Let's take a look at the points table, give you a sense as to just how important this game is. For USA, the dream start to the trip, even though they very nearly messed it up completely, losing 6 wickets for 40 runs in what looked like the simplest end to the chase. As soon as Manik Patel got out, everyone hit the panic button, the big red button. Edged and edged wide of the second slip, who tumbles into the sky but can't get anything on it. Cannons into the laser book sign. 4 more to Taylor, but not convincing again. The second one through that sort of gully, maybe 4th slip region. No chance for the second slip fielder.
Well, at some point, one of these has to go to hand, Lenny. This is getting comical. All these balls flying through the air at catchable height, but they're just finding the gaps at the moment. And again, that one would have gone through, yeah, 3rd slip, wide gully position maybe. Maybe head height. Definitely if Adrian Neal was sitting there, would not have cleared Adrian Neal.
Big swing and a miss. Taylor's timing just looks a little off, not as fluent as he looked in game 1, through to the keeper, bit of movement too. That's why this game is so important. USA would move into the 3rd automatic qualification spot, even though they'll have played 2 more games in UAE after today. And that battle for 3rd looks an intriguing one.
Part of the reason why USA's net run rate is so poor, if you look at this chart, is that 35 all-out match against Nepal. Heavy defeat, and that's one of the other key things to look at in terms of the tiebreaker.
I suppose the only funny thing is they'll have wanted to beat Nepal in Texas, no doubt. They ended up only tying with them as Taylor asks for a new bat. That bat is completely broken. Look at that. You see the handle gone. And it is gone completely. It's nearly snapped off, in fact. See if we can get a look at the replay of that delivery. How is that damage being caused to that bat? Just a bit of extra bounce, wasn't it, from Maine? He's got good pace. We have a slight hold up in play here, as Taylor certainly is going to need a new bat. It'll be Yasir Mohammed that'll run it out alongside a drink. And there's a reason this is a concern for Taylor. Stephen Taylor, look at that, the handle's completely gone. Keep your eyes on Yasir Mohammed here. That bat is in pieces. That won't be used again. Let's take a look, Peter. Here it is. Extra bounce, wasn't it? Right up towards the shoulder of the bat. And got a very floppy curve to it. I'm not sure that one's going to ever be used again.
Certainly there's some bat repair specialists that do that kind of thing, Lenny.
Well, I'll tell you why that will be a real concern, as they will get through for the single despite the mix-up. Lees continues to not be able to pick a ball up cleanly at the moment. Before the American team went down to Bulawayo, Peter, you might not know this, both Aaron Jones and Stephen Taylor were returning from a tournament in Florida. It may well have actually been a minor league game in Florida, and they had to get to New York City to fly out to Bulawayo for that T20 World Cup qualifier. Both of their cricket bags were lost, all of their cricket kit, and it's still lost. It still hasn't turned up. Both Aaron Jones and Stephen Taylor, probably two of the best American batters, being left completely without their kit as Taylor gets this into the leg side, and diving stop on the rope will stop it from getting to four. Both Jones and Taylor's bat suppliers managed to get them 2 new bats, but for much of that tour in Zimbabwe, Peter, they were borrowing gear. They were using different people's gloves, different people's helmets, different people's pads. And for those who are batters, particularly top order batters, that's a huge disadvantage. You love using their own kit. Get to the end of the 7th, 35 for none.
Well, and especially those two guys in particular, contrasting body types compared to the rest of the team. Not sure there's an awful lot of players who have similar size pads, helmets that would be easy to replicate. Do we want to name and shame the airline that has lost the bags? I know coming back, Sushan Madani was without his stuff for at least 8 or 9 days.
If I knew the airline, I'd probably be happy to. I actually don't. But certainly, the one thing I do know from talking to the American team last night, they're actually in the middle of a claim process. And that claim can range from, I think it's $500 to $15,000. And they're wondering how much should they put in for their lost equipment. Might depend on the quality of the bat maker as to how many $1,000s they'll be submitting for. How many bats they were carrying. Most of these players carry at least 3 bats now.
Can you put in any, is there an indefinite slot on the form for pain and suffering, emotional damages?
Non-qualification for World Cup damages. I'm not sure whether that's in there. Joking aside, though, it certainly will have had an impact on the team in Zimbabwe. Kirk Higgins, one of the great servants of American cricket, he's the men's national team manager. He's apparently done the most Trojan work trying to find, firstly, replacement kit, but also find a solution as to where these bags are. They've just gone missing somewhere into a Bermuda Triangle between Florida and New York.
Well, coming in and out of Texas, my last couple of trips, both for the ODIs in May and June, and then also the Women's Nationals this past month, as again you see Sharif shoveling Madani. My bags were lost on both occasions for a good 4 or 5 days. I was able to recover them eventually. There's been an awful lot of chaos. There's been pictures I've seen at Heathrow Airport that have gone viral where there's thousands and thousands of bags that are just sitting in the terminal.
Just stacked up.
Literally. Unclaimed. There's a mountain of bags because there's been a shortage of baggage handling staff. And the thing that baffles me most about this, Lenny, is in the modern era, everything is tracked digitally, electronically. How do you lose these things in that scheme of things? I used to work for this. May shock some people. When I was in college, one of my part-time jobs, I worked as a package loader, a freight package loader for FedEx in Omaha, Nebraska. Technically, it was in Council Bluffs, so their freight facility was in Council Bluffs across the river from Omaha on the Iowa side of the border, across the Missouri River. I worked as a package loader, and you had a finger scanner, a ring scanner. You scanned every package. You just tapped your thumb on your ring finger to tap and scan it. And anything less than a 99% accuracy rate in terms of where you loaded the packages onto the different freight trucks. You had about 11 or 12 freight trucks in the loading facility, and you scan the package and then you load it. Every loading dock had a number that was sorted by zip code. It was all very, very well organized. So anything less than a 99% accuracy rate in terms of loading the packages was unacceptable. I don't know how you lose that many bags in an airport, because it's all the same kind of software and systems.
Back-to-back maidens for Scotland, starting to apply a bit of a squeeze here. Sharif and Main finding some very good areas. USA 35 for none after 8. They'll be pleased to have lost no wickets, but the run's not coming easily as we see a change in bowling. Big Adrian Neal's going to come in from the laser book end of the ground.
I can understand if this was the 1950s or 60s or 70s before all this computer technology came into play, but this is 2022, Lenny. Greatest era in the history of civilization in terms of technological resources at your fingertips, and still these bags are getting lost in this manner?
Well, yeah, things are more shambolic than ever, aren't they, in many ways? Funny old world right now, it really is. But one thing is for certain, we can enjoy cricketing action on a day like today. It's not too warm today. It's about 17, 18 degrees centigrade. It feels a bit chillier than that underneath our cover that we have. In comes the big man, who immediately goes far too full, and Stephen Taylor punishes him with the perfect straight bat. It's a new bat in his hands, but he gets that away. You won't see too many better off drives than that one.
Too full, too easy for Stephen Taylor to just punch that back down the ground. It's his best shot of the day, one of the few shots he's been able to keep along the ground. Everything's been flying in the air, and he's gotten away with it until that shot right there. And the spectators are being tested once again, Lenny. There's an awful lot of places in this facility at Aberdeenshire where the ball can get lost. Surprisingly, it doesn't look like it at first glance, but we've had a number of these delays where the ball just kind of disappears into some of the most peculiar nooks and crannies. Healthy crowd here today, as you see the physio just run out along with Saimo Kamal, one of the subfielders for USA, bringing some water out during this slight break in play. Do you have any lost baggage stories, Lenny? Infamously, there was one that Sachin Tendulkar went on a Twitter tirade a couple years ago, calling out a particular European airline for losing his daughter's bags. I believe it wasn't even his own; it was his daughter's or his family's bags. Do you have any stories like that, Lenny?
Just the one from the pandemic. I've been on the road for approaching a year, just a couple of weeks short of a year now, and going out to Oman for the return of associate cricket. It was really the kind of, I know there was a tri-series in April earlier in the year in Kathmandu, but from September on, finally associate cricket came back after what was in essence an 18-month gap around the world. You see an elongated break in play. Arrived safely into beautiful Muscat, which I adore, as you know. Constantly give me stick for how much I go on about how brilliant the place is. And I landed with my trusty backpack, but no bag. And they said it was stuck back in Frankfurt, where I'd flown through, which will give you an indication as to which airline I was with, which I won't name. And I then had a 72-hour period with no bag, but also no clothes. And as you know, when you're commentating, Peter, you need to have fresh clothes. They're long days, they really are. And I was told by the airline, oh well, don't worry, you can buy some clothes and you can apply for up to $200, I think it was, of relief. So I nipped around to the local shop, picked up a few bits, and then this was the kicker. This was the thing. You'll love this, Peter. This would have driven you insane. This would have sent you onto a Twitter tirade. They then found the bag, which is great. 3 days later, and they told me. I said, okay, that's great. Just bring it to the hotel, please. That'd be great. In the Sheraton, in Oman, in Muscat. They then told me, oh, we can't bring your bag to you, sir. I said, why not? Oh, well, COVID, sir. I said, sorry, I won't actually physically see you. You can just leave the bag, even leave it outside the hotel, I don't mind. Oh, no, sir, we can't do that. We don't offer that service anymore. I was like, well, how do I get the bag then? You've got to come to the airport, sir. I said, well, then I'll have to go into the airport to collect the bag, correct? So that's surely more dangerous from a COVID perspective. Sorry, sir, we don't we can't deliver your bag. So what ended up happening, rather ludicrously, is this one's edged down to third man for a single. Although Taylor does run hard, he'll only get one down to Sharif. I then spoke to the hotel desk and said, oh, well, yeah, this has happened quite a lot of late. And what we do is we offer a service, sir. I said, okay, that's great. Yeah, we can pay for a taxi both ways, and the taxi man knows where to get the bag for you. Just give us the reference number. So I think it was something like about 40 reals, which is about $80, or quite a lot of money.
At least 100, I think.
Yeah, it might have been
two and
maybe it was
a half to
30.
one.
Yeah, it was nearly $80 or $90. I had to pay for a taxi driver to drive return to the airport to go get the bag that the airline had lost in me. Very good take from cross down the leg side, saves 5 wides. We'll keep it to 1 wide. And of course, I never got around to putting in the claim for the clothing that I bought. I never got around to putting in the claim. So that airline has a nice $200 or so profit off myself. That's the one tale.
Well, this lovely long sleeve New York Mets t-shirt that I've got on was a consequence of the fact that when I arrived on my last trip from going into Texas out of Manchester, my bags were lost, and I went and spent a day in New Jersey while we're waiting for my connecting flight to get onto Texas. And instead of just hanging out in New Jersey all day, I drove across the George Washington Bridge, went to see a Mets game at Citi Field, Mets Padres. I didn't have any clothes, so rather than just going into a Target or Walmart and just buying random clothes, I thought I can increase my New York Mets collection. Bought a couple more Mets shirts, and this is one of them.
It's only very occasionally travel delays work out, and it seems that they're getting more and more frequent. I think great credit's got to be paid to the ICC for this Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 and the 2 Challenge Leagues. We see the Challenge League B coming to its conclusion over the coming days down in the Channel Islands. Jersey are looking set fair to take that qualification spot. They easily could have just cancelled everything, couldn't they? They easily could have said, right, for this cycle we're never going to get all the games in, it's not going to be possible. Inside edge this time, and well stopped by Cross. Will close out a 7-run opening over for Neil. USA 42 for none. But the way in which the associate sides, the leading associate teams in the world, and the ICC have joined together to get all of Cricket World Cup League 2 completed, 36 one-day internationals each, the 2 challenge leagues beneath it, the T20 World Cup qualification structure, even though it was an abridged format for 2022. Kudos to all of the administrators involved. Great effort from them.
Yeah, they could have treated the lost games like the lost bags. Never to be seen again. But they've gone the alternate route. They haven't treated the lost games like Stephen Taylor's lost bags and Aaron Jones. They've treated it like our luggage, Lenny. Lengthy delay. But at some point, they got the bags back. They've got their games rescheduled. And they're going to get them all completed.
Again in the air, again at a catchable height, and again wide of any fielders. This probably would have gone to a wide gully. Taylor, he's been throwing the kitchen sink at a lot of these shots. Has to be a little bit careful.
I'm going to use a term that you love, Lenny. Just for the crack. Why doesn't Matthew Cross put in 5 slips, 3 gullies, and a backward point? So at some point, he doesn't need anybody in front of square. One of these edges is going to go to a fielder. Just leave everything open in front of square.
Quick single is going to be scampered and well run by Sushant Madani. I think he would have been home even with a direct hit, despite the reaction from Gavin Main, who's at mid-off.
And Mark Watt is in a very unusual position. You can see him there creeping into the screen as Main. This was awfully tight. If it was a direct hit, I'd be curious to see that decision. Mike Burns, the standing umpire at that end, the Sports Buzz end.
Another big swing and a miss from Taylor. Yeah, let's talk about that position. We see a slip in place. We see a backward point who's very close. Who's then a somewhat conventional cover, and what you describe it as a catching extra cover.
catching extra cover Mark Watt, but when Madani was on strike, he was almost at a short point.
He's actually now moving, and he's going to come out of that catching extra cover. And let's get our eyes on him if we can. He's going to come into gully. There he is. So I've been asking for a gully for almost the entire first power play, these first 10 overs. Watt finally goes in there.
You want one, I want 3. And another 5 slips. So many balls have been flying in that direction. When you've seen the ball move a little bit, there's been some movement on offer for these Scotland bowlers. And it's somewhat miraculous that USA is going to get through this power play from the looks of it unscathed. 2 balls left to see off.
Beautifully played. We saw the perfect off drive from Taylor off Neil. Look at this. This is the on drive. Too much shape back in. Full face of the blade shown. And he loves holding that pose, doesn't he, Stephen Taylor?
That's why he's USA's all-time leading scorer in limited overs cricket. In all cricket in general, he's far and away their leading scorer in T20 cricket. Started his career as a 16-year-old back in 2010 at the senior level. And if you can believe it, he's got all these records. He still hasn't hit the age of 30 yet, Lenny. Still got a long way to go. We talked to him in Texas. He said he felt he's got at least 8 good years left in the tank. My, oh my, how many more runs could he score?
Boggles the mind, doesn't it, Stephen Taylor? He's just 28. Makes me feel very old indeed. 10 overs gone, end of the first power play. Solid start for USA. I think they're going to be really happy with this. They've been chancy at points, but Taylor's got 27 off 28, Madani 17 off 32. And as we see the power play signalled by the umpire, Alan Hago, Scotland now allowed 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. USA, you'd have to say, creeping on top in this clash.
Well, under what were pretty decent conditions with the ball moving around, they've managed to hang in there.
Inside edge, that extra bounce of Neil is causing problems. Madani will hustle for the second, but he won't get there.
Pretty good crowd in here coming in today on this Saturday morning here at Aberdeenshire Cricket Club. Lenny, there's got to be at least 300 or 400 just from the looks of it. You've got some fans obscured behind our commentary tent to the right. There's about 60 or 70 there, and then scattered all around the boundary. There's another couple hundred, and then in the members section in the pavilion itself, there's another 100 or so. And then the VVVIPs, the Scotland parents and the Scotland families. As the half-century stand comes up, Stephen Taylor with a single to deep backward square here in the 11th over.
Yeah, good, pleasing start, particularly when you lose the toss. When you look down at a wicket that definitely looked very green, and I wonder, has that deceived Matthew Cross a touch? It was interesting to hear that Manan Patel, he was adamant that he would have also bowled first. That thuds into the pad, probably angling down the leg side from the shape of the shot. Big appeal though. Be interesting to take a second look at this. Hago unmoved.
Yeah, you called it, Lenny, that one angling down the leg side. He's got to get it very, very full use. Hit on the front foot, stretching forward. And that one was always going to miss leg stump.
I can assure you that will have hurt as well. Neil bowls a pretty heavy ball from a very high trajectory, and that got him right on the full. And this time it is too full, and that is too easy for Madani. Potentially looking for the block hole. Seen some elegant strokes this morning from Taylor and Madani. And another picture perfect straight drive.
Well, the only times they've really made mistakes, Scotland have been going too full. I haven't really seen any short balls yanked away. They've been trying to keep it on that good to fullish length, but when they've been really punished, it's been going way too full. I've seen a number of straight drives go into the side screen from both batters for USA.
Peter, I want to talk to you a little bit about Scottish cricket on the whole, particularly their men's side, who we're covering here. Certainly reached new heights, didn't it? The T20 World Cup last year, winning that group in the initial stages in Muscat, 3 from 3, beating Bangladesh, Papua New Guinea and Oman to win the group. Probably didn't perform as they might have hoped going through to the Super 12s, but since then, what are your reflections on their 2022 campaign? Plenty of ODIs in there in this Cricket World Cup League 2. As Madani wants the quick single, and Main again can't pick up cleanly. They started perfectly in Dubai in April, 4 wins from 4 against Papua New Guinea and Oman. Then they went on to Texas, where they did a bit of a mixed tour, losing heavily to USA before gaining revenge over them, beating them first by 104 runs before losing by a similar margin, or before beating them by a similar margin a couple of days later, and then sharing games against the UAE. Then to Glasgow, 3 wins and 1 defeat, losing to Nepal by 5 wickets, just showing Madani tripping over Neil there on the follow through. Madani not too happy with Neil. And a very chastening tour in New Zealand for the Scots, or a tour of Scotland by New Zealand, where they lost all 3 games very heavily, 68 runs and 102 runs in the T20s, and by 7 wickets in the ODI before starting well here in Aberdeen, beating UAE by 64 runs. On the whole, will they be happy with the progression of the side, the trajectory of the team?
Well, the one thing that those matches against New Zealand in particular allowed was some experimentation, if you will, or some rotation, trying guys out, because they don't have to go through the qualifier. They didn't have to go to Oman, they didn't have to go to Zimbabwe. So that's their preparation. They're trying to find the best 11 with Kyle Kutzer now retiring from T20s, allowing them to try and see some new blood.
Mark Watt's going to come into the attack from the Sports Buzz end of the ground. 16 matches, played 110, lost 6, albeit 3 of those losses to New Zealand.
I think the depth has been tested. They've done a lot of rotation. It's been interesting to see how they've approached even these League 2 games, where most teams are trying to pick their best 11 at all times because of what's at stake. As you see Watt beat Taylor here, and yet Scotland have not hesitated to rotate their players in and out. You see Oman, you take a look at Oman and the likes of Bilal Khan playing all 36 matches. And Scotland, there have been a number of guys who've rotated in and out. They've tried to keep everybody fresh, give everybody opportunities, get a sense of how good their depth is.
What a sensational shot, and that's the reason you do not park your car here in the car park at the Mannifield Cricket Ground. Could be carnage for someone, might have even gone out of the ground. A slog sweep, it was darted in by Watt, and Stephen Taylor said, "I'm going to smash you out of the ground." Biggest 6 of the series so far.
Well, they've got an ambulance in here for general safety protocol and precautions in case anyone gets hurt, but I think the ambulance was in the firing line, Lenny.
Yo, that is a big hit. It's a larger boundary on the leg side for Taylor today because we've come a couple of pitches further east on the square, so that must be approaching a 100-metre hit, I suspect. And what's more, Peter, it went so flat, didn't it? And hope there hasn't been any damage caused to a car out there.
The Andrew Leonard hybrid, we'll check on it later.
It is safely out of the ground. I hope he hasn't got it over the wall. It's kind of on the correct angle is my concern. But I parked in very tight to that wall. Really a miracle shot for him to get it there. He's that kind of player though, Stephen Taylor. He's so dynamic, so good to watch. The first maximum of what's building up to be a Super Saturday, 62 for none after 12. As we look at the points table, Peter, is the reason for that Scottish experimentation as you've described it because of their position in this table? They're not assured of qualification yet in the top 3 spot, but they're very much in a good place.
Well, I think the orthodox thinking along that lines would be you would want them to wait until they surpassed Oman at the very least to guarantee that they'd have a top 3 finish or top of the table finish before they start toying with their lineup maybe in the last 3 or 4 matches that they have to play. But they've done this throughout the entire tournament. It's been really remarkable to see, and yet they've had great success doing it. And again, it highlights the depth that they have, and it may cause some of the other teams in the competition to reconsider their own philosophies going forward and whether or not it's worthwhile to employ a similar strategy.
Into the attack, not as an off spinner. Predominantly seen him bowl off spin in recent times. He's going to come on and do the Colin Funky Miller. Last time you saw him bowl seam, I thought we'd be more likely to see Kyle Coates bowl a few seamers than Callum McLeod.
Well, he was bowling seam up in the nets a couple days ago.
Starts with a wide outside the off stump before finding some shape back into Madani. Has taken 11 one-day international wickets. I think all of those one-day international wickets will have come with his off spin, not with his, what I'm going to describe as right arm slow medium.
Well, the other thing you have to say about this, you got to address the elephant in the room. Part of the reason why he hasn't bowled medium pace or pace in such a long time is because his bowling action was called for being illegal. This is going back more than a decade, and that kind of ended his pace career. And that was what he was meant to be when he first came up into cricket, Lenny. It's only because of the fact that he was called for an illegal action, bowling fast pace, that he had to rededicate himself to becoming a batter, one of the best in the associate world.
Yeah, just getting confirmation. First time in, I'm going to say, a decade plus that Callum McLeod is bowling seam, certainly internationally. He started reasonably effectively, just a couple of wides so far. Madani just finding it out. I don't think USA's analytical team behind the scenes will have expected this.
Yeah, no, it was back in 2009 in an I-Cup match when the I-Cup still existed, and that's when he was reported. And he was also with Warwickshire at the time in their contract list, and the inability to correct that action led to him being released. So it's 12, 13 years since I think anybody would have seen him bowl pace in a live match, Lenny.
Well, you get it all in associate cricket, don't you? You never quite know what's going to come up. There's only guy there, Peter Della Penna, nor I expected McLeod to bowl seam today. Doubt America did either. We have seen him bowl more and more off spin recently, and pretty effectively as well. Has got those 11 ODI wickets, 5 T20I wickets. And 5 runs come from his return to international cricket as a medium pacer. That's what we'll call him. He's going to give out to me later when he finds out I said he's slow medium. 13 overs gone, 67 for none. What will continue. 7 runs from his first over, thanks to that big 6 from Stephen Taylor. Very clever cricketer, Mark Watt, isn't he? Had a good campaign so far this year for Derbyshire.
He doesn't turn the ball a lot. He changes up his pace. That's how he gets his wickets. To say the pace that he's bowling at here and in the games in Glasgow is much, much quicker than he was at the start of his career. He's never been somebody who turns the ball an awful lot. But being exposed to county cricket, it seems like he's just rolled quicker and quicker. That one's a bit flighted. But you get guys coming to attack you in the T20 Blast or in the 100, some of these other competitions, in these limited overs events outside of associate cricket. They're a lot more aggressive at times, and it forces you to quicken up your pace.
I actually felt he varied his pace beautifully against the UAE, and he was often with those slightly more flighted deliveries that he was causing the most problems. 4 wickets he took. Was probably unlucky not to be in the mix for the player of the match. Callum McLeod got the nod for his innings of 75. And that one is darted in, isn't it? That's really Rohan Mustafa speed as opposed to a true conventional left-arm spinner.
I'm trying to think. I can't recall any left-arm spinners who bowl this quick. This is a Freedy pace. Freedy, Rashid Khan kind of pace.
He's a very, very clever cricketer. He's a thinking cricketer. Just 1 run comes from his second over. 14 gone. 68 for none. Down the leg side. The call is 2-2-2 from Taylor, but Sharif is pretty quick off the mark at fine leg. Pulled away, poor delivery from McLeod, but Taylor can't get it wide of the fine leg fielder. We were just talking off air, Peter, to a couple of the Scottish subs going by, and we're describing McLeod as a jack of all trades.
Oh, you've got the off spin now, back to the pace bowling, the batting, and I think maybe the most underrated aspect of all is his fielding. Such a magnificent slips catcher. And on the boundary as well, he's arguably Scotland's best catching fielder at long on, long off, and the slog overs.
Yeah, it was an outstanding catch he took at second slip. Really enjoyed it. He almost got parallel to the ground, didn't he? To dive swiftly to his right. Fantastic anticipation to take that catch off Sol. I know I've said it a few times now, and it's easy to say it when USA are 72 for none in the 15th over. Why oh why is Chris Sol not playing today?
Can I go for the Shiv Chanderpaul answer, Lenny? The airplane answer? He's not playing because on the team sheet he's not listed in the.
That's not the answer I'm looking for, Peter. Now let's take a look at this action from McLeod. There it is. We're going to come back and have a replay of that. We haven't seen him bowl medium pace or slow medium in a long time in international cricket. Let's get the replay of this action. Talk us through it. A reasonably modest approach to the crease.
I have to say, he looks clean. I haven't seen anything that would be catching the eye in terms of anything that would be problematic. Actually, on the flip side, I would say some of his off-spin deliveries I've seen in recent times are actually more problematic in that regard.
Let's take a look, see if we can see it from side on. Fairly measured approach to the crease. Off probably what, something like a 12, maybe a 15-yard run up. And here he comes, McLeod. Peter, let's take a look. Through his action. Yeah, looks pretty clean. Maybe comes a little bit sort of from behind his head a touch, doesn't he? So his natural movement he'll get will be into the right-handers or away from the left-handers. And that's what beat Stephen Taylor there. What will continue? USA very comfortable with their start. 73 for none after 15. We've got about 5 minutes to the first drinks break. And they'd be delighted if these two openers can still be there at that first drinks break. Perfect platform they have to set up what should be a really good contest between these two sides in second and fourth in the table. Cutaway should be at least a couple. Fielder in the deep will have to run around at Wallace. Does it well, keeps it to 2. One of the interesting things, Peter, after the game, not sure if you saw that USA Cricket interview with Aaron Jones and Manik Patel. The question was asked of them about the difficulties in the chase and that kind of panic button that was pressed. This one's hit down the ground, wide of Sharif. Doesn't take the greatest angle. Might be harsh to describe it as a drop chance, but a half chance at least. And Madani was not in control of that shot. He gets 4 to his total. Could this have been taken?
Well, I'm in the process of writing on my yellow notepad. Lenny, misread, long off, Sharif. He came in initially. He had to go to his left, and his first step was coming in. If he'd gone to his left, from the moment it came off the bat, he wouldn't have even needed to dive. He just misread it really badly and never got a hand to it in the end. So not a drop, but definitely a missed chance.
Yeah, the first step was in, wasn't it? Sharif came maybe 1 or 2 strides in towards the ball, and then he realised it was actually away to his left. The question I was going to ask you, Peter, that Aaron Jones answered was, the vice-captain said there's never been a problem with talent in USA. We've all the ability in the world. As Watt strikes, it's the 24-yarder. It's bowled from right next to the umpire, darted in. Taylor takes on the slog sweep, and the finger goes up the second time he's been trapped LBW. These two won't get to the drinks break. And was this going on to hit the stumps?
Well, I don't know what's more remarkable about this. You called it, Lenny. The fact that it was a 24-yarder, he pulled it way behind the stumps. And that, I don't even know what to call it, surprise ball. I can't really call it a surprise ball anymore because he does it so often. But it was enough of a disruption to Taylor to bring about the wicket. And it was the length more than anything, bowling it from a deeper distance. Was this going to go on a hit like some? Umpire Mike Burns says yes. You could see he's way behind the stumps when he delivers that ball. That's the angle we were looking at. It was full enough.
Well, the finger went up in a flash. Look at this. From the point of impact to the finger going up. The appeal is just started. It's already up. There it is. No concern at all. Let's see the point of impact. Slow this down here. The point of impact is probably hitting Stephen Taylor. Might actually even be around the off stump. You can see both. The only concern for me would be height. He's a long way down. He's playing that slog sweep.
But he skids this on, and bowling it from 24 yards, because he bowls it so flat and so fast, he's actually bowling it at a flatter trajectory. So if he's bowling it from 22 yards or 21 yards at the point of delivery, he's bowling it from a much higher angle, high to low. If he's bowling it from 24, 25 yards back behind the stumps, almost by the umpire, he's bowling it at a much flatter trajectory, and it's very, very unlikely that it's going to clear the top of the stumps bowling it that flat from that deep.
I'd counter that by saying because he's bowling it further, it's got to bounce more, but we'll differ our views on that one. 16th over, we're going to have a drinks break. We'll have a break in the commentary box. It's 80 for 1. Scotland have struck. Drinks break that flew by. Mark Watt, just the one ball remaining, half an appeal for a stumping, but just beats Patel through to the keeper. Such an impact player, isn't he? A left arm spinner. What a brilliant year. And just that bit of turn away, Patel possibly playing the wrong line. Gets us to the end of the 16th. The score remains the same. It's 80 for 1. Callum McLeod's part-time slow medium is going to continue into his third over. What's behind this decision to look to a part-time bowler, Peter, so early in the day on what is a fresh wicket?
Again, in the conditions, the ball's been moving. It's been troubling them, USA players. And no Richie Barrington in the lineup. Going to Cal McLeod to plug that part-time option.
They've so many other bowling options in the lineup. It's not just...
Are you just upset that Kyle Kutzer was not preferred?
Well, I'm disgusted, I'm going to be frank. Yeah, absolutely disgusted. Kyle Coates, look at how well he bowled in Texas. And just because he's the captain, not the captain anymore, Matthew Cross is refusing to give the great man maybe a bit of a bowl.
There's a bit of Aberdonian rivalry coming to the fore. We've got Matthew Cross, an Aberdeenshire player. Kyle Kutzer, Stonywood Dice. Is the local rivalry coming into play there?
Well, I think there's a definite bias, and it's an anti Kyle Coates bias. Give him the ball. What's Callum McLeod doing with it? Callum McLeod is bowling some off breaks, fair enough, but not these medium pacers, these dibbly dobblers. He's getting a bit of movement, in fairness. Manik Patel just looks a little tentative, a little nervy to start with.
Yeah, Kyle Kutzer, the ex-captain, he's hanging out at deep third man at the moment. Maybe saying hello to some of the locals here.
Patel, player of the match, 85, a couple of days ago. Batted really beautifully, didn't he? It was completely chanceless until he somewhat gave it away by just chipping that delivery to mid-on.
And he got carried away. The previous ball he'd hit what you called the shot of the day, driving a 6 back over the bowler's head. As he gets off the mark here, finding Kutzer at deep third man. And he tried to repeat the shot, but the ball was not nearly the same length. The first one was plenty drivable, and then Zohar Khan dragged the length back, and it was basically a good length ball. He tried to smash it on the up, and it went straight up in the air to mid-on.
I think he felt a little bit of guilt at the end of the innings, didn't he? As he watched his teammates implode and try to somehow throw the game away. It was what looked like the simplest of chases. 43 runs needed, 7 wickets in hand, best part of 12 overs left, and somehow UAE dragged it out all the way to the final over. And if Gajanan Singh wasn't dropped not once but twice, surely UAE would have taken the win.
And a missed run out, maybe even 2 missed run out chances depending on your vantage point.
Keeper is up to the stumps now, and plenty of oohs and ahs. McLeod goes for 4 in that over, and at the end of 17 it's 84 for 1. Plenty of noise from the crowd on the far side, Peter, but one voice is a very distinct voice. He might be in the minority, but there's an American superfan, and I think it's fair to say more than holding his own against the home fans.
Ahmad is the gentleman out there from New York, Spring Valley, New York. Got a chance to talk to him the other day. For people not familiar with their New York geography, Spring Valley is just over the state border of New Jersey, the upstate border, you would call it. So if you think about the New York City borders and the George Washington Bridge and the Lincoln Tunnel and the Holland Tunnel, out of the bridge and tunnel connections to get from New Jersey over into the 5 boroughs of New York City. If you go up the other border with New Jersey, upstate New York.
Beautifully bowled, perfect length from what, just a hint of turn. Not a lot off the pitch, but Patel, he looks to me at the moment, Peter, just getting himself in a tangle, playing the wrong line again here.
He's looked not nearly as short as he did the other day. He's been kind of groping the ball. I thought he was a good chance of being given out stumped that first ball. I thought his foot was in the air on that very first ball he faced. And the previous over from Watt, he's given that out.
Driven just short of the cover fielder. Very tight in there, Gavin Main.
So where I grew up, Kinnelon, New Jersey, it's just at the northern tip of Morris County and Passaic County. It's in Morris County, but just on the fringe, going up towards upstate New York, going towards the Tappan Zee Bridge across the Hudson River, which takes you to New England. So the bridge and tunnel crossings, so you see Adrian Neal at backward point, the big man, the 6'9".
Well, I think that's a poor call from Madank Patel. Madani wanted the single, and with due respect to Adrian Neal, he's not going to pick it up cleanly and gun you down in a flash like Jonty Rhodes. He's a big, tall, fast bowler. The definite single there was 3 or 4 yards right of the backward point fielder. I'm not too sure why Patel looks so ill at ease at the crease to start with.
Well, if Kim Neal is watching today, I don't know if she's going to be umpiring a game somewhere else in Scotland today. If Kim Neal is watching the broadcast, Lenny, you might be getting an Instagram DM from Kim Neal out of Nairn on the north coast of Scotland, where the Neal family is from. McLeod continues his fourth over beginning now. Yeah, Spring Valley, New York. If you go up towards that part of New York State, when you cross the Tappan Zee Bridge to go up towards Connecticut and New England, that's where Spring Valley is. Rockland County. You got Westchester County, Rockland County are to the northwest of the Bronx, which is the northernmost of the 5 boroughs of New York City. That's where this superfan Hamad is from. Flew out here from New York. Came out from Spring Valley. So Kinnelon, New Jersey, where I grew up, it's about 25 minutes to the New York State border going in that direction.
Peter, speaking of your American geography, which you're obviously so passionate and knowledgeable about, you give viewers a sense as to the kind of real hubs of the American cricket world these days. It feels like it's not just New York and New Jersey and the West Coast as it might have been in years gone by in the likes of Philadelphia, but big hubs now in North Carolina, in Atlanta, in Florida, in the Midwest, in Chicago. Texas seems to be a real ever-growing hub, and then on the West Coast, more and more cricket played all the way up to Seattle.
Well, by the latest membership data, if people watching around the world can believe it, North Carolina actually has the largest league in America. Forever, it used to be the Commonwealth League in New York, which had 80 to 90 teams playing throughout the 5 boroughs in New York City. And I used to play in the Commonwealth League with Columbia Cricket Club. So you see all sorts of teams and all sorts of venues. You'd be playing in Staten Island. You'd be playing all across Queens, different grounds in Queens and Brooklyn and Marine Park. And you'd play underneath the Whitestone Bridge. You'd get some very interesting venues. You'd play on Randall's Island.
Slashed away, and going to be a boundary to Sushant Madani. Short and wide from McLeod. Was hit in the air. Cannot be bowling there at his pace, surely.
One of the few mistakes we've seen going short. All the mistakes up until this point have been punished full. This time, hardy slash from Madani. It's very fine. Kutzer had no chance at deep third man. Cut it off. He played at Van Cortlandt Park in the Bronx. His cricket been played at Van Cortlandt Park for more than 100 years. You play all across the 5 boroughs. Staten Island Cricket Club, mentioned before. Walker Park, it's been there for 150 years. I've gotten a chance to play at the same ground, Lenny, as Bradman and Ranjit Singh. It's the same ground, the same club has been there for 150 years in Staten Island.
Into the 19th, USA 90 for 1. I think Scotland will be happy with the last 5 or 6 overs. Even if Callum McLeod, the part-timer, hasn't picked up a wicket, they've just sort of reined things back in, and you get a sense, Peter, much like the first wicket which you're seeing on the right of your screen currently, where the first 2 ODIs were played, I'm sensing this is a wicket you want to take the pace off the ball again, isn't it? And that's going to be the most difficult type of bowling to score off, whether that be spin bowling or that kind of medium pace, as we take a look at McLeod being slashed away for a boundary. And just as I say that, they're going to bring the big fast bowler back on. Might be run scoring opportunities off Neil.
Well, you just wonder if Scotland have been duped a little bit by all this movement. There's been a lot of balls flying off, not the middle of the bat. There's been a lot of runs scored not in control. And with Neil coming back, they've got a slip in place. McLeod is in its slip. And Luis Gazette backward point.
This, to me, Peter, feels like the more natural end for Neil to bowl from the Sports Buzz end. As he was coming down the hill, he was constantly too full, wasn't he? And he was punished for that. His natural length will be back of a length, and he'll get good assistance, he'll get good bounce from this Sports Buzz end instead.
And you've got a little bit of a slope going left to right as well. He can angle the ball into the right-hander. Already causing problems. But yeah, just to wrap up the previous point, got all this is history in New York City with the Commonwealth League, the Metropolitan League. There's more than a dozen leagues in New York City now. You've got the historic leagues in California, the NCCA, Northern California Cricket Association, the Southern California Cricket Association, which has got Hollywood Cricket Club and so many other cricket clubs with such rich history, 90 plus years of history there. But Madani takes a single to third man. North Carolina, the Triangle Cricket League, is now the largest cricket league in America, with close to 150 teams. And Triangle Cricket League, the reason why they've got that name, it refers to the Research Triangle area of North Carolina, where you've got the 3 universities, Duke in Durham, North Carolina State, which is in Raleigh, the state capital, and then North Carolina at Chapel Hill, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. And that's where that triangle, the Research Triangle, that's what it's referred to.
66 for 46.
There's Monak. It's a much more confident shot from Monak Patel. Getting on his toes to take a single to the cover sweeper Wallace. They've got the most teams in the country now in the Triangle Cricket League, but then also another big growing hub in recent years up in Seattle, the Northwest Cricket League. With the boom of the tech industry up there, Microsoft Cricket Club, I think, has 5 sides that go out every Saturday and Sunday. And you've got a lot of players. It's Expedia is another company that has brought in a lot of club cricketers.
What's the name of the Seattle minor league franchise? There's some great names, isn't there? The San Diego Surf Riders is the one that I probably like the most. I know some of the East Coast names as well. The Empire State Titans, isn't it? But there's some great names in that minor league that's into its 2nd season.
The Thunderbolts, the Seattle Thunderbolts.
It's a gorgeous looking ground up there as well, isn't it? Beautiful backdrop. Seen those photos on social media. And that's probably going to be too short. Signal as a wide. Extra bounce from Neil.
And they've got plans for a turf wicket venue. At the moment, they're playing on artificial, but they've got plans for a 10,000-seat turf wicket venue at Marymore Park, which they hope will be home to a franchise in Major League Cricket, I believe.
Slashed away. And that's going to be 50 for Sushant Madani. He's battled really hard throughout this innings. It's come from 68 deliveries. Played some very good strokes during it as well. Neil was always going to have to go fuller, having gone with the short ball. The previous delivery signalled wide, and Madani knew that. Gets onto the front foot, gets it over the head of the fielder at backward point. Very well batted to Sushant Madani.
A couple of those now. Slashes behind point have been productive for him. And his good form from Texas, at least in the ODIs, continues to carry over here now into Scotland. And after such a poor start to his career in Oman, he's really finding his touch now. 4 ODI 50s and a century, his maiden century in Texas, as he continues to be very, very productive for USA.
Yeah, we're trying to get his numbers up on screen for you. There they are. 68 deliveries, 7 fours in that half century. Did make the breakthrough innings in Texas with that first century. But before that, it had been lots of 50s. So that's his 4th ODI 50. 33 years of age. Madani. But he's in a good vein of form. A man born in Maharashtra in India. Very pleasing player to watch as well. Take you apart with a strike rate of 120, 140, but he's just good to watch. Very solid technique.
And that's the kind of player that USA has been missing over the years. They've had so many bashers. You go back to Tim Roy Allen or Lennox Cush or Rashard Marshall, who's the coveted son of Xavier Marshall, and Xavier Marshall himself as well.
Thuds into the pad, given not out, and look at Callum McLeod. He is furious. He's certain this was out. He's pacing away over towards the cover fielder. Big appeal. Patel has looked all at sea in this short stay at the innings, and look at Callum McLeod. He is ticking.
I thought I heard a faint inside edge. I thought I heard a second noise.
I think height again is going to be the issue here. We've seen a lot of balls bouncing over the top. Might have got him on the back leg. But that inward movement from McLeod, who's hooping it like a banana back into the right-hander, causing Patel all sorts of problems.
But if I look through the records of USA, Carl Wright, another one. There's been a lot of heavy hitters for USA, very few stylists. Very few guys who've got the temperament to stick around and stay at the crease and just grind out runs. Fahad Babar is one of those, I would say. Alex Amsterdam was another, as the 100 comes up for USA with that tip and run single. Guys who are willing to grind out runs. Hard to find. Aditya Tyagarajan was another one in the middle order. Orlando Baker.
That's why he's been such a great find, isn't he, for USA, Sushat Madani, because the way in which he complements Stephen Taylor's flamboyant style make a really good opening pairing. 21 overs gone, 101 for 1. USA going around 5 and over. When are they going to want to start thinking about accelerating, or will they be happy with the way they're progressing?
I think the mistake that some teams have made is almost at times going too slowly, but this run rate is fine. UAE, we were very critical of them going too slowly in the middle overs, with Virtue Aravan in particular the other day. And that might have cost them the match, not getting past 260 to 270 when conditions were not that difficult.
And that is the second wicket. Sushat Madani got a bit of a habit of this, getting to 50 and then giving it away. It's the extra bounce of Neil that's caused the problem. Straight down the throat of Mark Watt at third man, and that is the second wicket to fall.
Well, he's had 2 boundaries in a row that were slashed to third man, and it was increasingly looking like a possible catching position. And this time, it was probably the cleanest struck shot of the bunch, Glenny, and because he hit it so cleanly, it carried to the fielder. The other ones he mistimed. This time he more or less middled, and it flew to Mark Watt, who only had to come in about 3 or 4 yards off the rope. And the only way that was going down is if Watt charged too hard and his hands became hard with the pace coming onto the ball in the opposite direction, but he settled himself very nicely and got his body into a crouching position as we see this shot again.
I think the reason he's played the shot is the width, isn't it? Probably looking to cut it away over backward point, but instead the extra bounce make it fly off the outside edge. Third man, more and more a wicket taking position these days. Madani's dismissed a long tortured walk off the crease. He's not too happy with himself. Feels like he's given that one away.
We've seen a number of balls fly off the bat at catchable height that USA's gotten away with, and finally their luck runs out in that regard. But a good start from Madani. He's set a good platform, and now this is the concern. We were just talking about this. Does the run rate slow down? Jones has had issues with this coming in at this stage of the match in recent times. He was well suited to the target that USA was chasing the other day, 254, where you only need to go at 3-4 runs and over at the stage that he was batting, so he can afford to soak up 2-3 dots and over. With this kind of platform, you don't want USA from their perspective to have momentum stunted and slow down. And Jones is somebody who's had issues with that in recent times, where totals that look like they're going to be 300, 320 totals all of a sudden become 240, 250, 260 totals when Jones comes into the middle, because he's just not very efficient at rotating the strike.
He's going to start very pleasingly thanks to the hard bounce to the ground. He should pick up a couple. He won't get a third. Bounced over the head of Michael Leask. Mark Watt does really well going to his weaker side. Thought it might have had the pace to get to the boundary, but just slowing up, coming up the hill towards the clubhouse a bit. And a couple for Jones to get off the mark.
Good fielding by Watt. We've been critical of a lot of fielders taking poor angles, but Watt very well circling and hugging the diagonal boundary dimensions. And it was right in front of the USA bench where he knocked it back in. They had no complaints. It was very well done, cleanly done.
Edged and edged straight through the gully region. When are we going to see a gully come into place? 5, 6, maybe 7 balls have gone through there. And Jones survives down to third man.
And it's that extra bounce that he generates. And this one flies off the shoulder of the bat.
Definitely the better end for Neil. There's no doubt about it. I'm not sure why he came on at first from the pavilion end of the ground, the laser book end. On from the sports buzz end, he's causing all sorts of problems, the big man. Manan Patel, for a man who was so impressive and so fluent the other day, has looked all out of sorts. Inside edge. Patel is nowhere right now. Peter De La Pena, and what a difference 2 days makes.
Well, this is going to be a real test to see if he can fight through this testing period. He's not looked comfortable at all since he's gotten to the crease.
It's a bit more like it, but straight to the mid-off fielder. Trying to battle through this difficult period. USA lose their second, 22 gone, 104 for 2.
Saw one of the Seagulls, Lenny, leave a surprise just near the USA bench. Now, where I come from, if a bird does that to you and it lands on you, that's good luck.
Well, I'll tell you, I must be the luckiest man in history because my car is covered. I mean, absolutely saturated. And as soon as I got up to Ben Fox yesterday, up in that lovely village of Fockabers, he looked at the car and he said, "Oh, you've been in Aberdeen, haven't you?" Notorious, apparently, Aberdeen for the sea. We'll be getting that through a very heavy wash when I get back to the Emerald Isle of Ireland next week.
We have a house that my wife never parks the car under. She doesn't want the shade of the tree because in the tree the birds have a field day, leaving gifts on top of the car. She does not believe in the good luck. She just knows it makes the car look quite ugly and it has to be taken to the car wash. Lenny, not a fan of the birds.
Well, Callum McLeod's going to continue, and I might need to whisper this next point because they're so close to us, I don't want them hearing. We're in a privileged position here with our commentary slot at the Aberdeenshire Cricket Club. We are right next to the two team benches, and there is what I would describe as this is edged and edged just inches short. It's Mark Watt at first slip. I don't think this is carried. Might have just got there on the bounce. USA continue to edge the ball everywhere.
Yeah, my first reaction was that it was short. I did not think this carried. If he's at second slip and he's standing further forward, this would be a chance, but it short hops him.
Yeah, it would have been a sensational catch. Callum McLeod, the point I was making, there was a rather heated discussion going on between Craig Wright. He doesn't look too happy with something that the team are doing. Can't ascertain what it is. Shane Berger, the head coach, is just calming him down. Is it the fact that McLeod is staying on? What are they not happy with right now, Peter?
Maybe it's that lack of a goalie that you've been calling for, Lenny.
Could well be. We've had 6, if not 7 deliveries go through there. USA can't lay a bat in it at the moment, and it's all Scotland the last 5 to 7 overs.
Jones his second scoring shot. Not very convincing, and now being given a working over from, of all people, Cal McLeod.
And Jones sends Patel back, and probably the right decision. He had to turn swiftly. Would have got back even with the direct hit. 5 consecutive dots, and Callum McLeod is walking like a man on a mission, like a man who's bowling every single week.
You can see the pressure building, though. I think Monarch Patel was trying to do Aaron Jones a favor there just to get him off strike. He thought there was a slight opening where he could get his partner off strike by taking a single, and Jones wasn't interested and nearly led to a run out.
Maiden over. And Scotland are turning the screw here. And for USA, they're going to need to change something because nothing's really gone right in the last 5 or 6 overs. And remarkably, it's a part-time medium pacer who hasn't bowled medium pace in international cricket for over a decade who's causing them issues. He's got none for 23. 23 gone, 104 for 2.
Well, if you had to nominate a player who would be most likely to bat out a maiden for USA, you would say Aaron Jones. And this is the problem. At this stage of the match, you need somebody who's going to be rotating the strike. When you have a slip fielder in place, that means there's even more gaps in the field because they still have 4 men on the boundary, but they've taken a traditional ring fielder out, put him in at slip, so there's more gaps around the circle, and yet Jones is struggling to find them.
Cover drive, but straight to the fielder, and Patel, you just sense, is trying to get something going now. These two combined very impressively for a 3rd wicket partnership. And Scotland certainly the louder of the two sides at the moment. Lots of noise being made. That 3rd wicket partnership, Peter, we thought it had closed the game out. They put on 126. They do enjoy batting together, these two, the captain and the vice captain.
At the moment, they're out of rhythm. They batted well together the other day, as you said, but here they're struggling to find the gaps, get into sync. Had a couple of shaky calls in the last over. The pressure building on Jones. Now the cover sweeper is being brought in, so they're bringing more fielders into the ring to try and heap the pressure on. Jones not able to pierce the ring. There's no reason to keep everybody back on the boundary, so they've got, now are they gonna bring in that gully fielder, Lenny? I see Craig Wallace having a trot. That is Chris Greaves, actually. Chris Greaves in a gully.
Well, Craig Wright's smiling now as well, so maybe it was that lack of a gully that was infuriating him. Looks a happier man right now as Jones continues to be watchful to start with.
I'm getting attacked by more and more spiders. Are you telling me you haven't seen one of these tiny spiders? They're everywhere.
Don't know what you're talking about, Peter.
I feel like I'm back in Charlotte's Web.
Inside edge will allow Jones to scamper through for a single. Strange piece of fielding from Gavin Main, who gets the boot out to stop it. Big smile from Adrian Neal. Good bowler to watch, isn't he, the big man? Certainly reminds me a little bit of someone like Boyd Rankin of Ireland.
Yeah, he's somebody who used to play basketball. He was a centre at under 18 level for Scotland in their national basketball team. And now he's given up basketball, committed himself full-time to cricket.
More like it from Madank Patel. Battled through a very difficult phase, and he's going to get 4 here. Over-pitched by Neil. And Patel loves hitting the ball through the covers, whether it be off the front foot or the back foot. A couple of bounces, races away for 4.
Well, that's one way to push the field back. It all the space on the boundary, the pressure that's been building up, a lack of boundary shots from USA ever since Madani and Taylor left.
Inside edge this time. Fortune went full again, Neil. Just wonder, was Patel hanging back, expecting the short ball? End of the 24th. USA moved to a Nelson. 1-1-1 for 2. Just want to give you a quick update from the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup Challenge League B down in Jersey. The reason for that is that the winners of Challenge League B and Challenge League A will come in and join the bottom 4 in this ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 table. So that 6-team event, which I think is tentatively scheduled for next April, Peter, if the standings ended the way they are right now, would see the USA, Namibia, Nepal and Papua New Guinea join what's looking very likely to be Canada from Challenge League A, who are in a brilliant position, having won 9 from 10 of their 15 matches that they will complete. And just one series to go in Kuala Lumpur in December, as Gavin Main comes back into the attack. And then the winners of Challenge League B, which you'd have to think, Peter, is looking pretty likely to be Jersey. And the reason for that, they are 1 point clear of Hong Kong, 2 points clear of Uganda, with a game in hand. And that game in hand today is against Italy. So they're batting first against Italy, 120 for 3 in the 24th over. And Uganda are continuing to flay Bermuda around the place. Bermuda, they played 14 matches, their 15th and final game today in the Challenge League, Peter. They're yet to win a match, and that's an almighty fall from grace for a side that were at the 2007 World Cup.
And everything came together in 2007 leading into that tournament. You had Gennaro Tucker, Lionel Can. I'm blending Lionel Can and Gennaro Tucker. George O'Brien, I believe, is another player from that era, and of course David Hemp. Dwayne Leverock. And everything came together at just the right time for them. But in an island of maybe 60 or 70,000 people, even though they've got good facilities and a good club cricket structure, which kind of negated the issues they have with just playing numbers. They've got tremendous facilities, and it's the same way in Jersey. Jersey's got tremendous facilities, turf wicket facilities, great training structures.
Floods into the pad, not for the first time today. Alan Hago unmoved. Jones, a little bit like Patel was at the start of his innings, he's also all at sea.
Just a bit touch high and maybe going down leg as well. It was a marginal call.
It's some strong appeals for LBWs that, in my book, haven't really been very close, Peter. That one's not going anywhere near the stump. It's going to bounce well over, probably going to miss leg as well. But Alan Hago, he's been around long enough to know he's not going to be kidded by any of the Scottish players.
But yeah, having turf wickets and having good facilities can help minimize the gap that you would experience having a lack of playing numbers, which is why Jersey has been able to rise up recently. Again, an island of maybe 80,000, 90,000 people, similar to Bermuda, but Bermuda, just the talent pool has not been there. They've not been able to maintain the athletes to keep them competitive. And when you're relying so heavily on a guy like Kamal Leverock or Delray Rollins to do almost everything for you, it becomes very, very difficult.
Cutaway should be at least a couple. Still a long boundary out there, even though we've come across a couple of pitches. And the width from Maine is punished. We're approaching the halfway stage of the first innings. In fact, that is the halfway stage. As USA now 114 for 2 after 25. Peter, surely they want north of 250.
Well, we saw on day one that .262 was more than enough to be a winning score. 254 took the match down to the wire a couple days ago, so they really got to be pushing for at least 260, 270. Make it challenging for Scotland. They've got the firepower to do it. If Jaskaran Malhotra gets going, Gajanan Singh, if he gets into a rhythm, it was very, very scratchy the other day. Atypical.
Oh, that's a lovely shot. It's really his trademark stroke, isn't it? Whether off the spinners or the seamers. The back foot punch. He gets into a wonderful position, often high up on his tippy toes. And look at the flourish. Look at the follow through of the bat. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat.
Likes to play in straight lines. Manak Patel, the technique that he has, very, very elegant. Shots like that.
Surprised to see Neil take it out of the attack. He was causing problems.
It might be partially because Aaron Jones is at the crease and he does struggle to rotate the strike, particularly with spinners. I wonder if that factored into the decision at all. Maybe hold some overs back for Neil if they can get Jones out to spin.
Going to be more runs here and a real test for Wallace in the outfield. How quick is this outfield? It's not going to get all the way to the boundary. 2 more to the total. And hands on hips from Callum MacLeod in slip. Still not happy he's been taken off. End of the 26th over. 6 runs come from Watts' comeback spell. Callum MacLeod doesn't look too happy out there right now, Peter. Where's that?
Because he's a Glaswegian in Aberdeen, maybe? I know him and Mark Watt have a great FIFA video game rivalry going on, and maybe the fact that Mark Watt couldn't dive forward for that near chance. I think that Mark Watt might be hearing about it later the next time they play FIFA on the PS4.
Yeah, they're a tight-knit bunch, aren't they, the Scots? Spend a lot of time together, travelling the world, representing their country. Short ball from Maine, bit of extra pace, but Jones rides the bounce very nicely, and they're going to take on the second. And that was a pretty sloppy piece of fielding, really, from, I think Wallace and Sharif got a bit mixed up as to who was going to do the fielding, and good recognition of that from Aaron Jones. He'll get back for the second.
The wind has started to pick up here at the ground as well. It's about 20-21 degrees Celsius here, 68-70 degrees Fahrenheit. But with the wind picking up, it's a bit chilly now.
Cut away. Going to be runs, and going to be 4 of them. Width on offer, and having successfully applied the break, Scotland, we're just letting things go a touch. Too much width from Maine and punished by Jones.
somebody who does like to cut the ball. That's one of his go-to shots. Unsurprising for a man of his height.
And again, width on offer. There's been a change in the field after that. The slip has come out and he's gone into gully. There's also a backward point who's probably 4 or 5 yards behind point. So, been a lot of action through that part of the ground. And Matthew Cross, the Scottish captain, who's going up to his bowler to have a word, is recognising it.
I wonder if they want to keep bowling it short and wide just because they think they can tease out another wicket in that zone. Just let him keep playing that cut shot. See if you can pierce that gap again. I think that's what Scotland's approach is at the moment. No. Change of plan. Callum McLeod coming out now. Into mid-wicket. From gully.
Might be asked to bowl a bit straighter now, mate. More stump to stump. Instead, he bowls short and wide. And look at the reaction from the captain behind the stumps and the bowler. That was not what was discussed. And Jones gets his second boundary in the over. Starts to catch up. His strike rate approaches up towards parity.
Again, they're tempting him to keep playing that cut shot. And Aaron Jones doesn't seem to mind. He says, thank you very much. I think I will keep playing that cut shot.
That can't have been the discussion between Cross and Main with Gully coming out. It must have been to bowl fuller and straighter, and he's done the opposite.
Well, I don't think Aaron Jones is complaining.
Does go fuller and straighter, and Jones gets the on drive out. He's going to test out Big Neil up the hill. Oh, I'm not sure about that. He's going to get back for 3. I reckon if we had the boundary check in operation, that could well have been 4. Contact made with the rope just at the point. It was dragged back in, but he'll get away with it. We don't have that boundary check in operation.
Well,
nice on drive.
Clearly in contact with the rope. And you got to take the fielder's word, but if he slowed down here, he's well in contact with the rope. That is 4 runs, but it'll be 3 in the scorebook, Lenny.
Yeah, funny old game, isn't it? Don't have the technology to check that, but we could probably have told you. And this Gavin Main over has been a really poor one. 14 runs have come from it, and Matthew Cross's reaction, it says it all there behind the stumps.
He's pacing like a caged lion at the moment, Lenny. It's about ready to pounce on one of these bowlers for not bowling the proper line and length.
Most expensive over the innings, and pretty comfortably really for USA. 15 runs have come from it. That's going to help their cause no end. End of the 27th, 1-3-4 for 2. Let's take a look at the Manhattan, and you'll see here I think Maine's going to be unceremoniously whipped out of the attack, nearly double the amount of runs that have come from any previous over. And America in a good position now, 1-3-5 for 2.
Well, looks more like a Burj Khalifa has sprung out in this most recent over.
And just as Scotland seem to be applying some pressure and some kind of control with the ball, Gavin Main has splayed it all away. Most interesting thing for me, Peter, we haven't seen anything of a second spinner yet. Nothing from Michael Leask, nothing from the wrist spinner either. I know he hasn't bowled much in ODI cricket, he's more been used in the T20s, Chris Greaves, but is this a misread of the wicket from Matthew Cross in Scotland?
Okay, I think they just may have been suckered a little bit by the early movement, and there were an awful lot of chances flying off the bat that just didn't go to hand. But the persistence, just being a bit stubborn, perhaps now at this stage.
Five bowlers used so far, only half a stop at backward point. Callum MacLeod has got the double teapot out, as it's called, the two hands on hips. Alarming regularity since he's been whipped out of the attack. He's an experienced man, he knows this game. Maybe just slipping away from his side a touch.
As he said, they've got Leask. I would not expect to see Graves bowling, to be honest.
From nowhere, a wicket has come. Didn't look likely, but Michael Jones has juggled and held on at backward point. It was short, it was wide, it was there to be hit. Mayank Patel, I don't think is going to be happy with the replay of this. Maybe just a bit of extra bounce surprising him. Do tend to get that bit of extra bounce from that Sports Buzz end of the ground. And the third wicket has gone down. And no surprise to see it's gone to their star left arm spinner, Mark Watt.
Well, finally one of these chances goes to hand. And went to hand and went off the hands. I thought for a moment, my goodness, he can't be dropping this one, because it was right to him. He didn't have to really go anywhere, Michael Jones. Perfect catching height, at about rib height. And he juggled it initially, but he did not get flustered. Going to get a perfect angle from this camera shot. This is right on our eye line as well, and this one is cut straight to Jones. Easy catching height. He just had to shuffle one step to his left, and he bobbled it quite dramatically before holding his nerve to clutch on at the second attempt.
Patel gone for 19 from 31 deliveries. Just the 2 fours in there. Wasn't really his day. Never looked like his day from the off. Let's take a look at the American batting lineup. I was just about to ask you off camera. We will get Saiteja Mukamala removed from that 11. He's not in the team today. Ian Holland, they've stuck with him at 5. Would there have been a temptation to go Gajanan Singh, get the left-hand, right-hand combination moving?
I think the only counter-argument is the fact that Holland was so fluent the other day, and in county cricket, in one-day format anyway, he does come in the middle order. When he opens, it's in 4-day cricket for Hampshire, but in the other formats, he comes in lower down the order, and historically, this is where he's had his success for USA, playing spin. And he showed that reasonably well the other day on Thursday. And he just might get the run rate flowing again after it's kind of stuttered a bit here. I know we had that 15 run over just now against Gavin Main that we just saw, but against the spinners, it's been a different story, particularly for Jones. And I just wonder if they've got Holland there ahead of Gajanan as a method of trying to get somebody in there who they feel will keep the run rate flowing and prioritizing that over the left hand, right hand.
Well, this is a surprise for me. Gavin Main, they're going to continue with him. 15 runs from his previous over. No sign of the second spinner of the day. Matthew Cross showing great faith in his young quick that he can battle back after what was the most expensive over of the innings.
Michael East is coming to life, making some noise in the field. That wicket just getting the fielders a little bit more animated for Scotland.
Maybe just the fact there's a new man to the crease, and Aaron Jones, who isn't necessarily the most attacking, is allowing Cross to sneak one more in from Gavin Main.
And the Scottish bench looks like they're celebrating that wicket even more so than the players on the field, Lenny.
Pull shot in front to square. Going to be work for Wallace to do. And he's not going to be able to get there. Gets the dive out with the reverse hands, and Main continues to prove very costly. Too short again. Pulled away, punished by Aaron Jones.
Well, everything that Jones has succeeded on has been square of the wicket. Again, for a guy of his height, you expect him to be good at cutting and good at pulling. He's showcasing it here. Just bad length. Again from Gavin Main. Yeah, that last wicket. After that last wicket, I see a plate of pineapple and strawberries and watermelon come out in the Scotland team tent.
And it's going to be back-to-back boundaries. This has not been Gavin Main's best. And it's going to allow me to bring up the point yet again, Peter. Why is Chris Soule not playing today? Basically the player of the match in my book the other day. Blew away the UAE top order. Could have been a 5-wicket haul. Instead, he's sitting there carrying drinks.
Well, that's some juicy fruit being served up by Gavin Main, and Aaron Jones is chopping into it. Another one square of the wicket.
He's now above a run of ball, thanks primarily to the width that's been served up by Gavin Main. Huge pressure on the youngster. Coming down the hill. Spraying the ball everywhere right now. Goes Fuller down the ground, and a good diving stop from Safian Sharif will keep it to a single. And that mid-off. Jones be really pleased with this start to his innings.
Well, he's had an awful lot of dot balls, but that dot ball pressure has now been released through a series of 4 boundaries, all coming off of Gavin Main in the last 2 overs bowled by Main. He was struggling to score off of McLeod. Batted Adam Maiden, in fact, to Cal McLeod. Hasn't had an easy time against Mark Watt either, but against Gavin Main, he's enjoyed the width on offer. Ian Holland comes on to strike for the first time.
Square drive, lovely fluent start from Ian Holland. Won't come back for the second as Jones picks up cleanly, gets it into the air. I know Ian Holland didn't set the world alight back into the ODI side the other day, but it's a big boost, isn't it, getting the Hampshire all-rounder back into American colours. 29 gone, 147 for 3.
Yeah, he played some big shots. He had that slog sweep over mid-wicket for 6. He attacked the spinners. Got a good start, didn't finish off the game from where he was. Arguably should have been there to the end. There was no reason for him to get out in the way that he did playing that reverse sweep, because again, USA needed less than 4 and over at that stage. They didn't need unorthodox or wild shots. It was simply a matter of just tapping singles would have gotten the job done. So he got out in kind of foolish fashion. He has a chance to atone for it today.
Watt bowls that one from probably 25 and a half yards, miles shy of the popping crease. What's the thinking behind that delivery, Peter? Why does he bowl it?
Well, I've been on the receiving end of it in club cricket a few times, and it just catches you by surprise. If you're in a batting rhythm and you're timing your trigger movements for the bowler to land with his front foot at the edge of the crease, and you're waiting another second and a half for the bowler to get to the front of the crease, and all of a sudden the ball comes out of his hand in line with the umpire, and you hold on a second, wait a second, I wasn't ready for that one. All of a sudden it can catch you off guard if you're not kind of paying attention and ready for something unusual like that. And I think that's the thinking behind it, is that you're releasing the ball a full second earlier than expected, and if you're not with your wits about you, it can catch you off guard. It's literally nothing to do with getting an improved angle or an improved flight or trying to get more turn or more skid off the pitch. I think it's simply to just catch the batsman off guard.
He's certainly been the pick of the attack today, Mark Watts. And again, it makes it all the more surprising. We've seen just 7 overs of spin in 30 overs bowled. Has to surely be a change with Maine being whipped out of the attack after this over. That one's quicker through the air. Will get us to the 30 over mark. USA going just shy of 5 runs per over, score 148 for 3. 5 bowlers used so far, Peter. Where will Scotland turn now?
Well, with the trouble that Mark Watt has caused, taking 2 wickets again, it's mystifying why you have not seen Michael Leask come into the attack yet as another finger spin option. And speak of the devil, here is number 29, the hometown product. Michael Leask is going to come on. Got it to keep some overs back for Safyan Sharif at the death. Adrian Neal, not exactly a great death bowler, so if they're going to bowl him out, it's going to be sooner than later. But Michael Leask is somebody who typically you would expect to bowl 6, 8, maybe 10 overs depending on conditions, and it's a bit surprising why he's been held back this long.
Yeah, I know you're saying you don't think we'll see Chris Greaves today, and you'll probably be right. I'm not sure that's the right decision. You've got a wrist spinner in the side, let him bowl. I know his batting has improved significantly, so he's in there as an all-round option, but the man fielding there, Chris Greaves, he's had a very good start to his T20I international career. Mainly bowls googlies, but he's difficult to get away.
I think it's for that reason, if we do see him, it would be when Gajnan Singh comes to the crease. I know on paper he's listed as a leg spinner. Because his stock ball is a googly, he'd be posing more of a problem to Gajnan Singh if Gajnan Singh comes out to the middle a little bit later on for USA. The 150 comes up.
He's also got a good record as well. He's already taken 4 ODI wickets, economy of 5.33. That's good for a wrist spinner. And in T20I cricket, turn and bounce, and another indicator. It's spin to win here in Aberdeen. I think the Scots have completely misread this pitch over the first 30 overs. I know their seamers caused problems. They've only picked up 1 wicket, and it's spin to win.
That one missed everything, given as a bye by the umpire.
Too short, helped around the corner. There is protection out a deep backward square leg. Leask is a brilliant cricketer to watch, isn't he? But his batting is a little bit like his bowling. He'll tend to have one absolutely brilliant ball each over, and also maybe one howler each over, like that last one. He's very, very good to watch, usually an excellent fielder. And he'll be looking to make an impact here, find the 4th and 5th wickets somehow for Scotland. Six runs coming from that over. 5 off the bat to go with the bye. 31 gone. 154 for 3. So double change in bowling. Mark Watt is taken out of the attack. And Safyan Sharif will come back in. He's halfway through his 10 over allocation. Start short and wide and under edge, and Jones, who's been so profitable with that cut shot, is fortunate to survive this time.
Oh, it was a clear edge. Just did not carry to cross. Sharif pulled really well in his opening spell. Unlucky not to get a wicket. Caused a lot of problems to Stephen Taylor in particular.
I'm not convinced that Scotland have got their tactics right today. A pretty frustrated looking coaching duo of Shane Berger and Craig Wright might emphasise that. It can be difficult, can't it, when you look down at a wicket and it looks so green. You think that, well, it's got to seam, doesn't it? It's got to do all sorts with for the pace bowlers. We saw in the first two games it tended to be the spinners that dominated. The only exception, this one's edge through the vacant slip region, was that spell from Chris Soule. There's still movement, but there hasn't been penetration for the seamers.
Yeah, this is a ground that goes against type. There's some messages coming through from the previous groundsman at this facility going back a couple years ago. It says the wind that blows through here dries the pitch out. So even though it might look green, you kind of have to avoid getting suckered into what your eyes are showing you, because as the day gets moving along, the wind that blows through here, we got a great lesson on what kind of wind and how strong that wind is, Lenny, at the sight screen being destroyed at the laser book end.
Yeah, great credit to the ground staff for the way they got play restarted. Nicely played by Holland into the leg side. 4 singles from Sharif's comeback. 32 gone, 1-5, 8 for 3 now.
But that wind, as it blows across the ground, constantly dries the pitch out. Dries it out and makes spin come into play far more than I think the orthodox approach would be to Scottish conditions or British conditions in general, where you expect seam to play a bigger role on a green wicket, when in reality what happens is that spinners take a much more prominent role.
Yeah, one thing I certainly noticed from my trip up to Fockabars and just driving through the Scottish countryside, it's so yellow. Could not believe you're in the north of the British Isles with your expectations being of lush green grass. There isn't any lush green grass at the moment. It's generally very parched. I think there's officially going to be a drought declared down south of the border in England, and disconcerting the lack of rain that is being experienced this summer as Holland gets the reverse sweep out. That's the shot he was dismissed by the other day. Talking to him after the game, he said he plays it the same way he plays a forward defence, so he sees no problem with getting out to it.
Yeah, that's what Aaron Jones says. This one looked like it came off the top of the helmet too, top edge, and it clipped the helmet too. Just grazed the helmet. Yeah, that's what Aaron Jones' philosophy is. That's what George Munsey's philosophy is. They treat it no differently than a cover drive or the other textbook cricket shots. If they're confident with it, they don't care how many fielders are behind square and the offside. They'll go to that shot. If they feel it's one they've been practicing and it's one that they're comfortable with.
I disagree. It's just simply not true. It's a higher risk shot. You see more runs and more dismissals from that stroke than a forward defence. It's a fact. And the fact of the matter was they needed 4 and over at the time. Absolutely cruising in the chase, and he just gave it away to the man Well, he's trapped LBW. There's two men there for that shot. So, don't think it was a good option for Holland. But you and I will probably continue to disagree on the reverse
Well,
sweep,
it's not so
Peter.
much what you or I think. He said it straight from the horse's mouth. He feels, in his personal training, that it's an orthodox cricket shot.
And I'm telling you, he's wrong. That's what I'm telling you, Peter. And the reason why, there's evidence to show that he's wrong. He gets good reward with it, don't get me wrong, he can score boundaries with it. But it's not as safe a stroke. When you need 4 and over, just knock the ball around, get the job done. 33 gone, we're going to have the second drinks break. We'll come back with more discussions of reverse sweeps and plenty more. USA, strong position. I'll be thinking up north of probably 260, 270 from here. 17 to go, 161 for 3. So very warm welcome back after the drinks break, where USA will be looking to advance in the last 17 here. Good platform they have. Aaron Jones, a vice captain at the crease with Ian Holland. Plenty of time to battle up to maybe 270, 280, and oh, Aaron Jones. Oh no. Oh no. You never want to see this. This is a howler. I thought that came off the bat, but it wasn't out of the middle of the bat. It was out of the middle of the box. Oh, welcome back, Peter Della Penna. And Peter, this is as painful as it gets for any man. This was squared up. Joe Root has a few issues with this. Oh dear.
And the Scotland players were enjoying it. I tell you what, I think he's getting the most stick from the USA bench there, Lenny.
No one's even run a drink on for him. He's just back on his feet somehow. Guides this one away to third man. Being chastised for hammering the omission of Chris Soule, Peter, and just to give a bit of context and clarity, I was mainly going at it purely because I enjoyed watching him bowl so much the other day as Jones takes some heavy breaths to non-striker's end. And he's been managed with his injury history. He's probably never going to play back-to-back ODIs, so we should see him back into the team tomorrow, and that's all part of the Cricket Scotland management of one of their star fast bowlers.
Yeah, you see Ali Khan managed in the same way with USA. The only argument against that is that it wasn't a true back-to-back. They've had 2 off days. So if you're playing on the back-to-back, the true back-to-back, where you're playing on consecutive match days in this competition, which every team has to do at some point in these 6-match tri-series, I can understand it. But Scotland played the opening day, and then it was USA and UAE, and then an off day.
But I think what they're saying is he wouldn't have been able to play today and tomorrow. And maybe they feel he's a better matchup against the Emirati batters.
Right.
So he'll play tomorrow. And Scotland back in action on Sunday.
But yeah, from that standpoint, it's part of the rotation policy we saw in Texas, we saw in Glasgow, where you never really see any of the fast bowlers. Adrian Neal is always rotated in or out. Soule's rotated in or out. Main rotated in and out. You never really saw them play all 4 matches in a series. So it's not just Soule, it's the entire fast bowling unit that is given rest and rotation to make sure everybody's fresh and avoid the injury risk.
End of the 34th, 165 for 3. Beautiful day. Perfect for cricket. It's just not particularly warm. About 16 degrees centigrade right now. Not as hot as we've experienced and the rest of the United Kingdom is experiencing right now. As we get a good look at the crowd, Peter. It's really healthy crowd. Probably up over 250, maybe approaching 300 people. There's a packed clubhouse too, isn't there? As we pan across to the left here, there's the media tent. And look at all those people on the balcony. There's more than a few beverages being enjoyed there, isn't there? Two more runs into the offside for Jones. He's recovered from that blow. Nice little atmosphere building up as well.
In spite of the winds picking up, we've both got our wool hats on now, Lenny. Traded in the cowboy hat. Thankfully, my wife brought up my fingerless gloves and the wool hat for me to enjoy today. As Jones continues to milk runs square of the wicket. That's where he scored the bulk of his runs today, through point and through square leg and mid wicket. And he collects 2 more through mid wicket to square leg region on this occasion.
Who's ahead in the game here, Peter? USA maybe just inching their noses in front?
Well, as long as they keep the scoring rate going that they have at the moment, I think they are in front.
There's some big hitting to come. We refer to that big hitting in the chase, which didn't really come to the fore. Jaskaran Malhotra and Gajanan Singh will be in next at 6 and 7. Which way they'll come in, we're not certain. And certainly Nosh Kenjige and Nisarg Patel, no slouches with the bat either. So it's a deep American batting lineup. Are they going to want to start to get moving here in the second power play, or will they leave it till the last 10?
Well, this is why I have an issue with Aaron Jones's approach here. You can't be affording to soak up dot balls. You could soak up dot balls when you're chasing 254. And you need to set a bigger target against a competitive batting unit like Scotland is. You can't be soaking up dot balls against finger spin, especially when you have the depth that USA has in their lineup. You know, you start off and over with 4 runs off the first 2 balls, and then only get 1 run from it the rest of the way. You got to do better than that.
Yeah, we look at the run worm, you'll see that one big spike in the middle, the 15 run over off the fast bowling of Maine. May well see Michael Lease go bowl quite a chunk of his allocation of 10 overs, but still means the maximum that Scotland will end up bowling spin wise will be 20 overs out of 50 on a surface that certainly seems to be helping the spinners.
And you wonder, could we see Cal McLeod come back with a spell of off spin?
Well, that's completing the Colin Miller or the Garfield Sobers, isn't it?
Until one, and we see Chris Graves, who will bowl today.
Here we go. And I think this is a very good move. And I think what's more, I don't think America have seen a huge amount of him. They might have seen a little bit of him in Texas, but he can surprise you if you've never seen him bowl before, because he is a wrist spinner, which would make you feel that he's going to bowl leg breaks, which will turn away from the right-handers. But keep your eyes on the ball after it pitches. The vast majority of his deliveries, we go as far as to say 80% plus, come out as googlies. You won't be able to tell which way it turns if he doesn't pitch it. It starts with a full toss. But he does bowl a lot out of the back of the hand, and that can be a bit of a surprise to the batters facing him for the first time. And exactly, you see that surprise element there. Ian Holland indicating, oh, it's coming in. I thought he was a leg spinner.
Now, if that's the case, Lenny, I have to ask. This is not a case of somebody who you wouldn't have seen video footage on, because not a lot of associate games have a lot of advanced video footage. You got a great opportunity to see him at the T20 World Cup. The whole world did. All the video footage you could ever want was in those Bangladesh games and throughout the rest of the tournament. So I find it a bit odd that Ian Holland or anybody else in the U.S. team, for that matter, would be coming in going, oh, this guy bowls more googlies? Where's the video scouting?
Well, you could see it indicated, couldn't you? From Ian Holland, saying, yep, turned into me. And what Holland's going to do is try and sweep him with the spin into submission. Back-to-back twos will be picked up. Jones needs to get going. Oh, he was slow on the turn. He should have been ahead of Holland in the sprinting for the 2. But I'm not sure why Jones was just a bit lackadaisical, wasn't he, on the turn there. Always 2 on, but he had to get going. Direct hit certainly would have been gone, and if Greaves could have flicked this onto the stumps, could have been very close.
Well, Jones still looks a little bit uncomfortable after taking that blow.
Six runs come from the introduction of the wrist spinner. 36 gone, 176 for 3. USA continuing to assert, and yeah, you're spot on, Peter. You could just see Aaron Jones going through some groin stretches again. For those who haven't played cricket and you're wondering what we're talking about, almost all batters, male or female, will wear abdominal protection in the form of a box, it's called in the UK and Ireland, a cup in the United States of America. We'll also have thigh pads on. You can see there Ian Holland with the a USA badge on his trousers. That will be a front thigh pad, and most of them now wear what is kind of known as a pad man, which is a front thigh pad and a back thigh pad, which is underneath the trousers of the batter. But the delivery from Sharif, it struck Jones in one place only, and Peter, to use the American parlance, that was in the cup.
Well, I've had a long chat about this with Nate Hayes, who covers American cricket, and we always get a big kick out of the fact that it's referred to as a, quote, abdominal guard in the cricket world. And we wonder what kind of anatomy they're teaching.
Lower abdominal guard.
In the science books and the science classes in all the parts of the Commonwealth, because that's not the abdomen the way it's taught in America.
It's the groin protector in America, Peter.
Yes, it is the cubby. Yeah, exactly.
You'd obviously you'd need a cup, wouldn't you, in ice hockey?
Yes.
Baseball as well?
Both sports, you never get on the ice, you never set foot on the field without a cup from the moment you start Little League or Pee Wee ice hockey. And this is something else me and Nate talk about. When we play club cricket, we're probably the only two club cricketers anywhere in the world who wear a cup on the field, no matter where we're fielding or whether we're batting or not.
Oh, some extra bounce again from Leask, and I don't know if this has come off a feather of an outside edge. We'll wait for the signal, or has... Yeah, it has. It's on outside edge for Holland. That bounce looks to surprise the right-hander.
We saw this once with a bye that was signaled earlier. And now again, just climbing a little bit.
Dragged down. And that's the classic Leask. You always get one and over from him, don't you? And not punished properly.
And again, he gets away with it, full toss. Yeah, even though in baseball you've got a glove, so you've got something that you can assist with your catching and fielding. Everybody in the baseball field wears a cup. Whereas in cricket, you don't have a glove. You got to field with your hands, and yet nobody wants to wear a cup in the field.
Down the track and taken. That's a lovely catch. Really nicely held. And no surprise to see it's Callum McLeod, isn't it? No big celebrations from him. His second spectacular grab of the week. The first one was at first slip. This time he's at mid-off. I think he's probably the only fielder on the park who's going to hang on to that. Leask strikes, but this is all about the catch from Callum McLeod.
Well, they've been putting him everywhere in the field where they think the ball is going to go. We've seen him fielding it short, fine leg, and they've had certain spinners on who they feel are going to produce a top edge on a sweep. We see him in the slips, in the power play. We see him on the boundary, in the slogovers, and here having him at mid-off in the ring because they felt they could tease out a drive from Ian Holland, and that plan works, and McLeod did well to judge this when it came flying off the bat. Knew he had to cover the ground quickly, shuffling to his left, and then dove laterally, pulled it off in superb fashion. This is by no means an easy catch, but he made it look so straightforward because his technique is near impeccable.
Yeah, sensational catch. He's made that look so easy, and no big celebration at all. You can see what Holland was trying to do. I think he's probably tried to go over the head of mid-off, but Callum McLeod, what a grab. I think that's even better than the slip catch. Cross and Leask both delighted. Spin continues to work, the Oracle, and USA lose their fourth wicket. It's 182 for 4 now. Holland dismissed for 20.
And it's almost reminiscent of the Monang Patel dismissal to Ahmed Raz a couple days ago. Slightly different match situation, but similar mindset of keeping that mid-off or mid-on fielder up in the ring to try and tempt a shot going over the top, and it results in a wicket. And we're going to get Gajanan Singh, who will come in at number 6 for USA. So Jaskaran Malhotra kept back to number 7. Gajanan now introducing a left-hand, right-hand combo with his arrival to the middle.
I think the interesting thing will be as well, in some ways it's the perfect platform for these two big hitters to come in, isn't it? Gajanan Singh and Jaskar Malhotra will enjoy this role. 13 overs left. The final power play just 3 overs away. Greaves going to continue. But like you said, Peter, perhaps Greaves will enjoy bowling to Singh, taking the ball away from the left-hander predominantly with that googly. If I was Greaves, I'd be very tempted to come around the wicket, but it looks like he's going to come over the wicket for the moment.
In a long chat now between Greaves, the former captain Kutzer, and Matthew Cross in regards to the strategy here that they want to employ versus the field setting. Is they're going to bring in that short fine leg fielder at Mark Watt, and again, rather than having a weak fielder there, they're bringing in one of their best catching fielders in Watt into a position that could potentially produce a top edge and a chance. If Gajanan Singh tries to go for the sweep, which is one of his favorite shots.
Singh on the sweep shot immediately. Leask has to run around it, and Singh falls over, turning for the second. So they won't get back for 2. Luckily Jones had gone nowhere. Leask is very quick indeed in the field, keeps it to just 1.
And I don't think Scotland will mind that, because again, you've got the short fine leg fielder in place for the top edge, and because he bowls the googly so much, if he's trying to sweep against the turn, it could produce that top edge.
Tossed up, and Jones can't beat the mid-wicket fielder. Dot's very important at this stage as Coates rifles one in to Cross right over the head of Jones, who has to duck under it. Been very full so far, Greaves. Hasn't quite found his length just yet. Big grunt from Greaves as he delivers that one. And get through for the single.
Now, where on the scale of grunts would you classify that? If we're talking about tennis player comparisons, would that be a Maria Sharapova grunt, a Monica Seles grunt?
A bit of McEnroe there, maybe. Definitely audible. Singh tries to squirt that away. Very full again. Always better being full rather than short as a leg spinner or a wrist spinner.
A Nadal grunt, a Thomas Muster grunt. The left-handers love to grunt on the tennis court. No one know why.
Full toss again, not punished. Really just a single. Bit of everything in that over, but only 4 singles coming from it. 12 to go, 186 for 4. Gajanan Singh may, by looking at the scorecard, have been the hero for USA the other day. But I think it's fair to say might have been his least impressive innings in many ways. 26 not out, dropped a couple of times, not able to get anything going at all. But critically, he was there at the end to get the job done.
Well, when he was first walking off the field, there were no smiles. There was no celebration really after the winning runs. It was more relief than anything. And it took until he finally got to Kirk Higgins and leading the rest of the USA squad doing the handshakes before he finally was forced into a smile. But he did not look like the most thrilled player on a winning team walking off the field when the match first ended, that's for sure.
I think that was a collective thing as well, wasn't it? There was relief across the American camp. Would have been the most remarkable game of cricket to lose from the position that they were in. And in a funny way, I said this to Manak Patel at the toss, maybe batting first they'll actually prefer today. They won't be able to hit that panic button, certainly with the bat. And with 12 to go, they can just focus on trying to score some runs. And Singh wanted the single because of the misfield, but Adrian Neil was very swift there from third man to back up Gavin Main. Good length from Leask, and spin really is proving more difficult to get away. Singh goes over mid-on. It's a very clever shot. It's going to go all the way for 6. The reason it's such a good stroke, mid-on, up in the circle, and it's only deep backward square leg and mid-wicket who's in the circle that pose any threat. So get it over the heads of the two men in the 30-yard circle. You're always going to get 4, and in fact he gets it well enough to get it away for a maximum.
Well, it's that full ball that was the one that tempted Ian Holland into driving to get out. And on this occasion, rather than driving it flat, Gajnan Singh got well under it to clear Cal McLeod, and then some. There were cries of catch. I'm not sure who was going to catch that one, Lenny. We've got some more assistance from the Aberdeen fans here trying to help Cal McLeod find this ball.
Glamorous place, associate cricket, isn't it? Callum McLeod's just taking the most brilliant catch you could ever imagine, and he's having to get on his hands and knees to get under the trees over there to look for that ball. I think the third umpire may need to come on with some fresh ones, because that went a long way. He's a good player to watch, isn't he, Gajnan Singh? When he hits the ball, it always seems to go 10 to 20% further than you'd think. And we saw that for Zower Fareed out at deep extra cover as he put down the catch. The ball just came to him so much quicker. He's a really pure striker of the ball.
He's definitely got some extra muscle in that frame. As you can see the umpires having a third umpire bring out the replacement ball. Ryan Milne, who's the reserve umpire today. They've chosen their replacement ball. As Kyle Kutzer now goes out to help, or maybe just to let Cal McLeod know, guys, they've got a replacement ball out. I can worry about this one later. Come on back. I guess Cal McLeod is quite stubborn. He's not giving up plenty.
Nope, determined to find it, and look at what he's come out with. Hopefully it's the right one. Callum McLeod is the strut of a man. He's just found the ball. As we took one more look at the 6, it's rolled in, and the umpires will have to check whether or not this is the right one.
Now, you said you hope he's got the right one. It's just like all those golf courses, these links courses in this part of the world where you could be finding dozens and dozens and dozens of lost balls, and you just try and could have found another one out there. Ooh, I think this one might bring a wicket. I'll just say this is the match ball. Is that what you're going for, Lenny?
Who knows? I have to trust Callum McLeod. He's going to go out to long on. So protection in the deep, long on and long off out. Deep backward square leg and deep cover in place 2. Singh looks to get it down the ground for 1, but can't get it past Leask. Can't pierce the infield, just a few too many dots at the moment for USA. Seven runs going to come from that Leask over. 193 for 4, 39 gone. Peter, let's look at the bowling card. 11 to go. What are you doing as the Scottish captain here? Surely you want Mark Watt to bowl 3 of them. Where are the other remaining 8 overs coming from?
Well, again, I said before, Adrian Neal not exactly known as a great death bowler, so Sharif's going to bowl out. Watt's going to bowl out. Where do the other 4 overs come from? Greaves is going to continue here, so that's going to be 1 of the remaining 4. You bring back Gavin Main after what happened in his last 2 overs, which were far from glamorous.
I wonder will Cross maybe consider not going back to Main, leaving Main with those 3 overs unbowled. And that's why he's trying to squirt in a few here from the combination of Greaves and Leask. But Greaves starts down the leg side. Don't like this angle. If he's bowling googlies and googlies only, you want to come around the wicket to the left-hander. The reason why, you angle the ball in and then you bring it away. You can get a left-hander into all sorts of bother. over the wicket. You've got a very small margin for error where to land the ball. He's bowled a lot of very full deliveries, and USA haven't been able to punish those full tosses.
Well, and they're keeping mid-off up in the ring. They've kept Safyan Sharif up in the ring. Again, I think it's a function of to try and tease them to go over the top. Try and hit us for 6 if you dare.
Another full toss slashed away. Greaves has been all over the place, to be frank. Hasn't landed them with any regularity. And Singh loves that area of the ground, doesn't he? Backward point. It's a freebie. 4 runs to the total.
Well, again, it looks sunny on the field. The sun's shining. He's in short sleeves, but I wonder how easy it is to grip the ball, because it is starting to get very cold with the wind blowing across the ground.
Oh, big mix-up, and it's going to be a run-out, surely. Gajanan Singh thought it had gone squarer of the cover fielder. I think it's Kyle Coates there. And I think Aaron Jones did the right thing. There was no way there was a run there, and he's ended up just running himself out, Gajanan Singh. The 200's just come up, and somehow USA have found a way to lose their 5th.
I disagree, Lenny. I thought there was plenty of room for a run there. And Aaron Jones, he's been doing this all innings. He's the biggest ball watcher in the USA squad. For somebody who's so quick between the wickets, it's hard to believe he's so reluctant to run some of these singles, because that's Gajanan Singh's call. He wanted to run, and Aaron Jones leaned on his bat, never took his eyes off the ball. Instead of trusting the call, he just ball watched the entire time.
I think we're not going to agree on this one, Peter. This was hit straight to the cover fielder. It was a full toss. Singh said yes immediately.
But again, he's ball watching. That's Gajanan Singh's call. Aaron Jones follows the ball the entire time. He's never interested in a run.
Look at this angle here. This is going to be the key one. If we can leave it on this one, it's hit straight to the man at cover, who's only gone a yard.
That's a big yard, Lenny. Right. That's more like 4 or 5 yards. There's a run there in my eyes. And Gajanan Singh wanted the run. Aaron Jones, he doesn't take a start from the non-strikers end, and worse than that, not only does he not take a start, he just ball watches the entire time. He's got to move, and he's done this time and time again. There's been so many near runouts because he just doesn't want to trust his partner's call. All he does is ball watch, and that's what happens. He's the fastest runner between the wickets, but he's the most reluctant runner between the wickets.
Yeah, I don't disagree with the ball watching, but I don't think there was a single there. It was struck far too firmly to Coates, who, despite the throw being 2 or 3 yards wide of cross, Singh was still run out by 4 or 5 yards. He's gone for 13. Big moment in the match. It hasn't come due to pressure building up. It's come from nowhere. As Jaskar Malhotra comes to the wicket down at number 7. 10 overs remain after this one. The 200's up. What can USA get to? And the new man to the crease has just brought about a few dots with that boundary. He felt that Singh was just getting into his rhythm, wasn't he? Instead, he's been run out. And they're going to need some big hitting at the death from Malhotra. Much better length from Greaves, and Malhotra hasn't laid a bat on one. He's bowled 3 overs, done for 17. It's 200 for 5. And the Googlies continue to surprise. It's turned quite sharply, gone down the leg side. Poor communication either way between Singh and Jones, and it's Singh that's paid the price.
Yeah, and he hits this ball into the covers. Kyle Coates has to track a good 3, 4, 5 yards to his right, and Kyle Coates is not exactly the quickest fielder by any stretch. So he felt it was a single he could take on. He recognized the fielders. He decided, I can take him on. He sets off, and he basically runs 24, 25 yards there, going back and forth, whereas Jones never moves more than 2 feet. A, because he's not taking a start, and B, because he's ball watching.
We're into the final power play, and it's going to be a change of bowling. Leask taken out of the attack. Watt has a change of ends. This is where he had a lot of his success against the UAE in the first game of the series. This Laserbook ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11 as always. And you're watching us live from Aberdeen with me, Andrew Leonard, alongside Peter Della Penna. He's a none too happy American man right now, as they've lost their 5th wicket, going exactly 5 and over. So nearly another wicket, but Jones has got it just over the head of the backward point fielder. He's very tight in, and he's going to get to 50. He's just been involved in a run out with Gajanan Singh. Not that much width, but he enjoys that cut shot. The cover fielder, he's just far, or the backward point fielder, he's far too close, isn't he? And he jumps over it, and it's another ODI 50 for Aaron Jones. The 7th of his career. He's never made 100, but an important innings nonetheless.
And every single one of those 5 boundaries has been square of the wicket. He's been peppering the wagon wheel through backward point and through square leg.
Surprised to see what change ends, having bowled so nicely from the sports buzz end. Very different trajectory you'll bowl with here at Manafield, because you're coming quite sharply down the hill from the end Watt is now bowling from, which is the laser book end, whereas where he's bowled the majority of his overs from the other end of the ground, it would be a much different rhythm he'll have needed to be in. Malhotra, big hitting reputation, can clear any boundary. This is kind of a tailor-made situation for him, isn't it, Peter? 10 overs to go, just what he'll want.
Well, he's got to expand his footwork and his stroke play if he's going to get off the mark here. He's been bogged down.
Chips it early, yeah, nearly half a chance, but wide of Kyle Coates to recover.
He's somebody who plays with very hard hands, and you always feel like a return chance or that short extra cover position could be coming into play.
Yeah, I suppose the problem for USA at this stage is they're wanting 8, 9, 10 and over every over. But there's still plenty of dots being bowled, even though we're into the 3rd power play and there's 5 fielders on the rope. Should be singles everywhere. Just a few too many dots. They scamper through for a quick single. We saw Jones's quick running in operation there. Even if Greaves had hit the stumps, he wouldn't have caught Jones short. So he'll keep the strike. 8 runs come from that over. 208 for 5. What will USA finish with here, Peter Della Penna?
Well, anything less than 260 from here is a fail, especially with the way Graves is bowling. I'm surprised he hasn't been taken off. He's going to be given a 4th over here, which is a bit remarkable considering the way he's bowled. Figures might only show none for 17, less than a run of ball.
Big swing across the line. He was looking for the slog sweep, but it's come off the top edge, and Mark Watt's going to battle up the hill. He's just going to get there. But good running from Jaskar Malhotra will get them back for 3. It was an ambitious stroke, wasn't it, from Jones, hoiking across the line. Fortunate to survive.
He was spinning into the legs. He was playing for the googly, so it was a safe shot in terms of it being on the line where he's not going to be LBW. At a top edge, just backspins away from Watt. Gets away with it.
Malhotra down towards long on, holes out. Thought he might take on Graves, and the risk of bowling the wrist spinner has paid off. A simple catch held, running across to his right. He's made it look very easy, actually, in fairness. This was right into the hitting arc of Malhotra. Didn't get out of the screws, and he falls down to a good catch held at long on.
Well, he was sent in there to hit, so he's trying to play for the team there. They've got more batting to come down the order, but he picks out the man at long on, Maine, who was fielding quite straight, and he covered that ground so well. I thought when it came off the bat it was going to land, but he coasted to that in the end. He covered the ground. He had about 20-25 yards to cover it, and he got there comfortably.
Yeah, really good catch. Made it look very, very easy. So Malhotra's gone. Short stay at the crease for him. Gone for just one. And Scotland are finding wickets. They found their sixth. Yelp of frustration from Malhotra as he gets into the dressing room. I think he'll be really disappointed with that. Kind of all set up for him, wasn't it, to come in and show some positive intent, but as he tried to do that, he's holed out, bring Nisarg Patel to the crease, who's on strike. The batters did not cross. Again, a bit of ball watching. Another grunt from Greaves, and USA, they've been a little surprised. It hasn't been Greaves' best spell, but now he's into his rhythm. He's starting to land them. USA can't get him away.
Well, you'd never know it from his figures. Not bowled nearly as well as it would look on paper, but he's managed to get a wicket.
So only 3 runs are going to come from that over. 4 consecutive dots close it out. Greaves doing a great job for his captain. 42 gone. USA 2-1-1 for 6.
So what that does is means he's probably going to bowl one more. He's taking the wicket there. You've got 6 overs to fill, 2 left from Watt. Sharif's got 3. You just need 1 over left to fill. Check that I'm getting ahead of myself. 8 left to fill, not 6. But yeah, he's probably going to bowl at least 2 more.
Run hard is the call from the bench, and they should get back for 2 comfortably here. Yeah, Aaron Jones is very quick when he does get going. Good running that time. It's the problem for USA here. This continued loss of wickets has just stunted their freedom to really go at it here in the last 8. They have to be a bit cautious to make sure that they do get up over that 250 mark at least.
Well, and Jones naturally is going to be soaking up top balls, like I said, so the longer he stays out there, to be perfectly honest, I don't think Scotland would mind if the wickets falling from each end. Even though he's the set player, he's also the one more likely to soak up dots.
Yeah, and it's been noticeable. There has been plenty of dots. That should have been one, but it's a misfield from Adrian Neal. Just bobbled on him maybe a touch, and Jones will get through for the single. Nisarg Patel certainly capable with the bat, and he does occasionally produce these sort of big hitting, high strike rate innings. Likes to target down the ground in particular.
Well, before Stephen Taylor broke the record in Texas, Nisarg had USA's fastest ODI half century that was done in Nepal in February 2020. That was off 32 balls. And that one is a chance off the glove. Put down like cross down the leg side. It was a definite noise.
It's thudded into his stomach, isn't it? There's definitely some contact with something, and I think you're right, it is glove. Straight through into the stomach, and he can't juggle and hold on. Patel is alive. Too many dots building up for USA here in the final power play.
And again, Jones ball watching. He's already been part of one run out, and Nisarg that was way wide of the fielder. You can make a case if you want to that the Gagnon run out, it was a bit close to Kyle Kutzer. That was so far wide of the fielder. There's a run there. At this stage of the match, you're in the 43rd over. It's a run. And he's ball watching.
Well, I think you're spot on there. There was a cast iron single. It's gone 5, 6, 7 yards wide of the mid-wicket fielder. Also, the difference with the Gagnon Singh was it was off an inside edge, so it's going at a slow pace to the fielder. The problem with the one to Kyle Coates, Singh hit it so well, was that it got to Coates so quickly. I don't think they would have got through for the single. Either way, the issue is Aaron Jones. He's just leaning on his bat, isn't he, at the non-striker's end. Not backing up the way you'd see any coach encourage you to do so. And Greaves will continue all the way into the 44th over here. And Jones may well have put him away. I thought for a moment he'd hold out, and it's going to be a boundary for where is Michael Jones placed. Not deep enough, not on the rope. If he's on the rope, this is out. It's straight down the mid-wicket fielder's throat, but he's 15 yards in, and it bounces well in front of the advertising hoardings and runs away for 4.
Well, all week we've seen that boundary is so deep, nobody's been able to clear it. So some of the fielders have been cheating in, and this time Michael Jones pays the price for it. The fact that it signaled 4 just kind of rubbed salt into the wound. It should never have landed. He misjudged it. He came in initially, and then it went over his head.
As soon as he hit it, I thought it was out, Peter. Jones, that's much more like it. That's an almighty strike. You felt this was an over too many for Greaves. You really did. He's got away with things so far. He's 4 overs, 1 for 20 coming into this. But he's served up a bit of everything. This right into the hitting arc. It's a slog sweep. A massive 6 from Aaron Jones.
Well, and you're just going to have to put an asterisk next to the previous ball. It should have been caught for 59. And a very costly miscalculation by Michael Jones. Not only results in a 4, but then a massive 6 the next ball down the ground. Seen it happen a couple times today. Safian Sharif misjudging a chance at mid-off early in the innings as well.
Now dragged down and into that wheelhouse of Aaron Jones. Very well fielded by Michael Leask. Goes on the slide and he gets up quickly to keep it to just a single. Good work from the all-rounder.
You see it again, that width that he's been pouncing on all innings long.
Cut and cut for 4. This is a big over. 15 runs coming from the first 4 balls. Greaves just unable to find any consistency, any lines and lengths, and a hug from Jones for Patel. Patel gets off the mark with a boundary.
And hitting to our side towards us in the commentary booth, it's the shorter boundary. It has been all week, so if you get it past the ring, it's going to fly to the rope, especially on this diagonal angle. At backward point, deep third man. Ball hustles very, very quickly. It's hard to cut off that angle.
And a kick of the turf in frustration from Greaves. He knows this is a costly over. It's also changed the context of the game, Peter. 215 for 6 coming into this over with 7 to go. And USA might have been thinking of, if they'd lost a wicket or two, they might do well to get up to 250, 260 from here. With 6 to go after this, where they may be thinking of 275 plus now.
And based on the scores earlier this week, that might be a winning total. Very hard to chase.
Worked into the leg side. It'll only be a single, I think. What will Jones do here? He knows it will be the last ball of Greaves today. Does he take him on? Does he look for another big hit?
You don't need to at this stage. You're foolish to give away your wicket here when you've won the over. You already scored 16 off the over. You'd be content to take a single here.
End up with a dot ball, beats him outside the off stump. That'll be the end, surely, of the wrist spinner for today. The most expensive over of the innings, 16 coming off it. Jones wanted a boundary, didn't he? Holds his head to the heavens. Just those 2 big overs, Peter. One coming off the bowling of Gavin Main, this one off Greaves, and they've been very costly in the context of the match. You think 275 could be a winning score for USA?
Well, again, based on how things have gone here in this tour so far, I would say yes. I'm just trying to pull up the historic totals here at the Grange, excuse me, at Aberdeenshire, at Manor Field.
Mark Watt into his final over. He's bowled beautifully again. 2 for 37 he has. 5 balls left of him. They're going to have to go back to the seamers, aren't they, for the last 5, unless they'll risk Michael Leask. Could be run scoring opportunities in the last 10% of the innings.
Scotland's highest ever total here has been 286. And the only score above that came in 2008 when New Zealand scored 402.
There's that 25-yarder again from Watt. He's so incredibly consistent with it. Right on the money again.
402. You should remember that game, Lenny. 402 against Ireland here in Aberdeen.
I think that was the New Zealand-Ireland game, was it?
Yes, New Zealand, yes. I did say New Zealand.
This one's pulled away by Patel, but only going to be a single. 3 dots, the perfect start for Watt to the over.
Brendan McCullum, 166 off 135, and James Marshall, 161 off 141, a 274-run opening partnership.
Can we just have an asterisk, please? There's a reason why, Peter. That was an Irish A team playing against a full-strength New Zealand side. We were missing 8 players playing county cricket. Look at some of the names in that Irish lineup.
Irish A, Paul Sterling, Gary Wilson, Andrew Wright, Andre Botha. Those are your A.
Look at some of the names, Peter.
Those are your A guys.
Look
there.
at the bowling attack. Who's it there? Peter Connell.
Kyle McCallan. If Kyle's watching, he might have a word with you.
Peter Connell in there?
Peter Connell is in there, yes.
I think he nearly went for 100 that day, if memory serves correctly.
9 overs, none for 95. Phil Eaglestone.
Phil Eagleson. Stoop, great guy. It's an Irish A team, mate.
Reinhard Stridham.
We were missing at least 7, if not 8 players with counties who weren't released for those matches.
Yeah.
Worked into the leg side. So Jones is going to keep the strike. Give great credit to Mark Watt again. He's become the most dependable performer with the ball for Scotland. Takes his cap back. Might have wanted a 3rd wicket, but very good figures nonetheless. 10 overs. No maidens in there. 2 for 39.
I tell you what, James Marshall and Brendan McCullum, they're not saying it was an Ireland A side.
Pretty sure it was Marshall's only century for New Zealand. Didn't play an awful lot for them. One of the 2 brothers with the wonderful haircuts. One of them able to get a real fro going as Watt trots back to the 3rd man position. I think we're going to see Seam close out the innings, Peter, but which Seamers will it be? Would you be going to Gavin Main? Or is it Safian Sharif and Adrian Neil you'd be looking at?
Well, Sharif, I think, just based on stylistically, very hard for Adrian Neal to get Yorkers in. I would be shocked if he came back. I think they're going to have to go to Gavin Main. I hope he can find his rhythm again at the death. Sharif is going to bowl on. Sharif's going to bowl 46, 48, and 50. It's just a matter of who bowls 47 and 49. My money would be on Gavin Main just because Adrian Neal is not somebody who's really known for bowling Yorkers.
Is there a real opportunity, though, for USA to go big in these last 5? Pace on the ball. Sharif will most likely bowl overs 46, 48 and 50, and then there'll be 2 overs of Main in particular that USA can just go after.
Gavin Main bowled fairly well in his first bowl. It's that second spell that things went haywire for him.
Jones on strike. He's on 71. He's got his runs at a good clip as well, Peter. I know he's been served up some poor deliveries, but going at a strike rate over 100.
As he's been able to recover with the boundaries. Somebody who chews up a lot of dot balls, but it's a rare innings where he has been able to find the boundary. He had 1 innings in Texas. This one is deemed legal, even at Jones's height. I think it was in that 300 match that started off the tour where he scored 40-odd off of 70, 80 balls. Didn't have a single boundary in his innings. And he has been prone to that. Comes in the middle overs when the field is back. He's just content to milk singles, but you got to offset that by finding the boundary. He's been able to do that today.
Yeah, 27 years of age now, the vice captain, born in Queens and New York City. Certainly talented player. He just battled a bit, didn't he, in the conditions there at the Moosa Stadium in Texas. Never really found his fluency, though he did pick up some scores in the 40s, like you referred to. Never made an ODI 100. Probably his time to get there. 4 overs left after this one if he can pick up some boundaries late. Good start though from Sharif to the 46th. And that's going to be 4. These are the bonus overs. These are the slog overs now. And Nisarg Patel, it's not gone where he intended, but it flies away off an outside edge, and he's going to get 4.
Well, he's somebody who takes generally 10 to 15 balls to get going. But then all of a sudden, it's like a switch gets flipped and he can start firing away, and that drop chance down the leg side might be all the help he needs here. And he still had yet to score off his first 8 balls, get the boundary off his 9th ball, and he's starting to find his rhythm here.
All 4 fielders in the deep on the leg side. No contact made, a change of pace from Sharif. Really good work with the gloves from Cross. Yeah, fine leg, deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket and long on. They're all out. So you nudge it anywhere into the leg side, you've got a pretty good chance of 2. You definitely get a single. And then it's just deep cover up out on the offside, so mid-off up in the circle. I think that's where Patel is targeting.
He's somebody who favors that mid-off extra cover region. That's one of his bread and butter shots. With no protection out there, that's where he's going to be aiming for sure.
Right into the block hole, and well watched by Patel to get something on it. He'll keep the strike, only 6 runs from that over. Good start to his final spell from Sharif. 4 to go. 2-3-9 for 6. Take another look at this points table. The ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Top 3 qualify automatically for that Cricket World Cup qualifier next year, which will be a 10-team event. The bottom 5 from the ICC Men's Cricket World Cup Super League, which right now, if we look at that table, is going to include some pretty big names, because we'd have, if the standings finish as they do now, as they are currently, you'd have Ireland, Sri Lanka, South Africa, Zimbabwe and the Netherlands all down into the Cricket World Cup qualifier. 4 test nations there no matter what. And in the top 3 from this table on your screen, Oman, Scotland, and a real tussle, isn't there, between UAE, USA and Namibia and Nepal will want to have their say in that battle for third place. That'll make up 8 of the 10 teams, and the bottom 4 in this league will play off in a repechage with the winners of the 2 challenge leagues, which looks like it's going to be Canada, and if Jersey win today, it'll make it Jersey, and they are on track to post a huge total against Italy. They're in action down in their home soil in the Channel Islands. As Gavin Main comes into the attack, he's been very costly so far, 7 overs for 49. These are the 2 overs, aren't they, Peter, for USA to target?
Yeah, based on the way things have gone today, pulled a poor spell in his second spell. He was very good in his first spell, but poor spell in his second spell. It really set Scotland back in the middle phase of the game.
Slower ball bouncer. Really good running from Nisarg Patel. He was very quick off the mark. He was almost halfway down by the time the ball had come off the under edge, and a loud call gets the vice captain through for a single. Lots of changes of pace being used by the 2 seamers at the death. I think the pennies finally dropped for Scotland. Pace off the way to go on this wicket. Same field being employed for Patel. All 4 men on the leg side in the deep. Mid-off up, deep cover out. Goes with a full pace one, and Patel takes it on, but he picks out the man. That's why the men are in the deep. And it's Michael Leask who takes a really good low catch. Bit of a compulsive hooker, Nisarg Patel. Full pace bouncer. Works the trick.
Oh, it was banged in short, but the protection there, deep backward square, and again, putting one of your best fielders there. Why? They were bowling that ball. The trap was set. You bowl that ball. If you're confident you've got a man out there who's going to catch it. Michael Leask out of deep backward square. Traditionally Scotland's best catching fielder, along with Cal McLeod. And so that was a plan. They wanted him to play that shot. Nisarg complied, and now he's walking back to the pavilion.
So that's the end of Nisarg Patel. Really good catch this. Michael Leask again, he made this look easy. We've seen some good catches in this innings, probably the best of them from Callum McLeod, but Michael Leask has done really well to hang on here. And again, some poor running from USA. You've got to cross there as batters, don't you? Get Jones back onto strike. Instead, the 2 of them have just sat there watching the ball, and that means Nosh Kenjige is going to be on strike.
Well, again, I blame Jones for this. It's not just the runouts. This is twice now. The ball has been in the air, and he hasn't crossed. And he's supposed to be the fastest runner between the wickets. What's he doing at the non-striker's end? He's got to take some of the blame for that.
Yeah, seen a few foolish pieces of cricket today. I know USA might be looking okay on the scoreboard, 241 for 7, but given the fortune they had early, I think they'll feel like they're shy of where they could be at. Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Kenjige, known for his scoops, his paddles, his manipulating of the ball around the wicket. What will he do to the quicker pace of Gavin Main?
Well, looking at the fielding options here, he's somebody who he's got a high IQ in terms of picking out the gaps. So if no Nosh Kenjige right here, what's he going to be looking for? He's going to be looking for a tap and run behind square in the ring just to scamper a tight 2. Like this. If he could get it by the bowler there, he was trying to just flick it gently enough to try and pick off 2 inside the ring, because there's nobody in the ring in front of square with the exception of mid-on on the leg side. That was the objective there.
Jones on 73. 3 overs after this one to work with. Might be eyeing a maiden ODI 100. When he just hasn't been able to get that slower ball bouncer away. Bowled into the wicket. And Jones is an ugly hike to get a single.
I've been looking through the records, Lenny, and the highest total successfully chased in ODI cricket at this ground, target of 287 Canada, winning by 6 wickets back in 2009, winning with 8 balls to spare. Sandeep Jyoti, 117 off 122 balls in the chase, and the captain Ashish Bagai, 92 off 111 balls, 92 not out. Get Canada over the line. That was in Canada's heyday in ODI cricket. In that stretch when they went to 3 consecutive World Cups between 2003 and 2011.
Good length from Maine, and it beats Kenjige through to the keeper. Scotland have fought hard, they really have. I don't think USA have ever quite found third or fourth gear. With 3 to go, 2 for 4 for 7. No real late bonus runs coming.
But outside of that, the next best target chased, if you can believe it, was USA on Thursday.
Here's that catch again, Peter. Really good effort, wasn't it, from Michael Leask in the deep. The way he judged that, ran around it and took it low in front of him. Patel might argue it was there to be hit, but look at Jones and Patel just ball watching, never crossing. 18 deliveries left. Sharif will bowl the 48th and the 50th over. Generally his Yorkers are very good indeed. Kenjige won't be able to get back for the second.
Scotland's best chase at this ground they chased down a target of 251 against Canada in 2009, winning with 14 or 16 balls to spare, excuse me.
Kenjige rushed for pace by Sharif, but gets it away for the single.
So both those matches in 2009, Canada chasing a target of 287 and Scotland chasing a target of 251. And Scotland's heroes on that day: Gavin Hamilton, the captain, 59 off 86. Ryan Watson, 74 off 98.
Thuds off an inside edge and looking for the block hole. Sharif misses it, but Jones can't punish him.
And Neil McCallum, 79 not out off 67 balls, 3 half centuries in the win for Scotland on that day. So it's been more than a decade since Scotland has chased anything bigger than 250 at this ground in Aberdeen.
Need to get something going here, USA. Haven't been able to find the boundary at all in the last 10. Finally, Jones gets one out of the screws. Short ball hasn't really worked today, and that's cleared the retaining wall. That's an almighty blow from Aaron Jones. It's gone literally out of the ground.
Oh, I've been saying how nobody's cleared that boundary this week. Not only has he cleared the boundary, he's cleared the trees, he's cleared everything, Lenny. What an extraordinary shot from Aaron Jones. And again, who's going to be feeling that one worst of all? Not Safian Sharif. It's going to be Michael Jones. Should have had him out for 59. Instead, now he's moved to 81.
I'm hoping we can show you something here. This is a great shot. Over next. Oh, here he goes. Get the camera on him. Here he goes. Who's that? Number 13. Chris Greaves. He's ready to go over the gate, and he's pointing out to some homeowner or someone on the street. Look at that. You can see associate cricketers do things that international cricketers at other levels, up at the very top levels, might never have to do. And Chris Greaves, he's pointing out where that ball has gone. And look, I think that's a builder there, isn't it? Out in the side road. That was an almighty blow. Gigantic hit from Aaron Jones. And when he can hit a ball like that, you just wonder, why doesn't he do it a little bit more often, Peter?
I think you're not the only one, Lenny. My goodness, that is by far the biggest hit of this week. And I don't think we're going to see anything over the next 3 days that it's going to exceed it. That was an extraordinary shot.
It's funny, just little late moments like this can change games. If USA can find a final flourish, find a way up to 280, a big final 14 deliveries, that could well be enough. If they continue to struggle to find the rope and things peter out and they end up with 265.
They got the ball. The third umpire, Ryan Milne, had brought out a replacement ball, but he's just flung it back to Michael East into the umpire's tent. So Graves, his navigational skills to the locals here in Aberdeen, pretty good. Helped them find the ball. They got it back. We're ready to continue.
Yeah, solid effort from Greaves. Going to be 6 more. Misses the block hole. And Jones is starting to unleash. That one goes into the gardens. Back-to-back sixes. Much more like it from USA.
Well, these are the overs that USA was going to have to pick out to target. At the end here, once the spinners came off, and first, I thought the weak link was going to be Gavin Main, and instead, shockingly, it's turned into Safian Sharif. They've waited their time until the spinners came off, and now they're cashing in.
The interesting thing for the 2 sixes, Peter, both full pace deliveries. One of them dug into the wicket, hammered away into the leg side. This time, looked for the block hole, missed it by probably 9 inches too full, and Jones punishes him down the ground. It's been the cutters and the slower balls that have been almost impossible to get away for all of the batters. We're going to see a change in the field. A deep backward point is coming into place, and fine leg comes up. I think he's probably going to go for the wide Yorker here, potentially.
Well, wide something. He's not going to feed him on the body, I know that much.
Square leg also comes up into the circle, long off goes back, so big change in the field. Jones might be tempted to walk across. And it's going to be 4 more. Did go for the wide Yorker, but again, the issue is it's a full pace delivery. Full pace, not the way to go. It's the 3rd big over of the innings. This one's gone for 16. Jones, a definite chance of a maiden ODI 100 now.
Well, he bowled for width. They had the field set for width. He gave it to him, and he just didn't middle it, almost to Jones's advantage. If he middles that, it's going to go to the deep backward point. Fielder for 1. Instead, it goes very fine to the rope. And he moves into the 90s yet again. Got out for 97 in Texas. And he's had a 90 back in the UAE in Sharjah, where he was caught at deep square leg, trying to bring up his century with a 6. Can he get to 3 figures this time around?
And the runs have come at a good clip as well, mainly thanks to those boundaries. 91 from 78 deliveries. 12 balls here for USA to really cash in. Never quite got into something approaching 4th or 5th gear. Just that flourish from Jones will give them some hope. And Kenjige is one job only now. Get a single, get Jones on to strike. And he'll do exactly that. Plays his role to perfection, the number 9. Jones needs 9, and USA will want 280 plus.
His previous best at 97 in Texas against Oman, when he gave it away, chipping back a return catch to Zishan Maksud, the captain, the left arm spinner.
Full pace delivery. It's going to loop over the head of the third man fielder. Surely going to skip away across the turf for 4 more. Not sure why Scotland are persisting with full pace deliveries. We had a strike rate for those. They'd be well north of a run of ball anytime the pace has come off. Jones hasn't been able to get anything on it. He's 1 blow away. 95 not out now.
Well, you'd say he's playing for 100 by not playing for 100. He's been going for everything. He's not been trying to milk singles to get there. He's still attacking every single shot. So uncharacteristic. Can he get to 3 figures?
That is the cutter. And again, immediately Jones can't get the same timing on it. He wants a second, but he's not going to get there. Just had a great piece of information sent through to me there. Appreciate this coming from Drub Burrow, the USA team analyst, who's working remotely, unable to get here to Scotland. And Peter, look at the number of runs square of the wicket for Jones. There's almost nothing from point through to mid-off. Everything has come with the square cut, and then a little bit down over long on, and a few through mid-wicket and square leg. They really have fed his strong zone, Scotland.
Yeah, with the exception of 1 straight 6, and then a couple other straight drives, he's been absolutely hammering that zone between point and third man. That's where the overwhelming majority of his runs have come today. And then he had that almighty heave over the rope at square leg, the biggest hit by any team this week. Everything square of the wicket, that's where he's been punishing.
Hit into the sky. This should be a chance at mid-on. He comes in. Callum McLeod's never going to drop that. And loud cheers from what I think must be a main fan club, or maybe a Callum McLeod fan club there in the family and friends section. Hasn't really been his day, Gavin Main, but he does get his first wicket. Nosh Kenjigay tries to pull a ball and can only get it into the sky, where Callum McLeod takes the simplest of catches. Scotland have the 8th wicket.
And this time, Aaron Jones is able to cross with the ball in the air. It was in the air forever. I sure hope so. And Kenjigay, another low score. Came in and played that wild heave out to deep square leg 2 days ago. This time, again, trying a big swipe. It goes straight up into the air, and McLeod takes yet another good catch.
Yeah, the issue I think here is he's trying to take it from well outside off stump, and with the cow corner in place, a deep square leg and mid-on there, probably not the highest percentage option. Might have been better place looking to ramp it or uppercut it with third man and backward point in the circle. And for Jones here, with 1 ball left in the 49th, you'd have to suspect he'll probably look at taking the single. He'll want the strike in that final over from Sharif. And Stevenson will be well served just to get down and get Jones through for the single, which is exactly what he'll do. They won't even consider a second. So 1 over remains, 6 deliveries. Aaron Jones is 97 not out. USA 269 for 8. He's equalled his career best. Can he get his maiden ODI century?
Again, we've seen this throughout this tournament here in Aberdeen. A lot of starts. So few players have been able to convert them, but Aaron Jones has got a great chance. We didn't see a single century over the 6-match series that was in Glasgow and Ayr in July. Could we see a century here in Aberdeen, as Adrian Neil is going to replace Safian Sharif for the final over, it looks like, Lenny.
I think this is thinking cricket. The reason why Neil gets all that extra bounce, and Jones, so short in stature, he's not going to find it easy to smash Neil away. Will it be the right call? We'll only find out over the course of these next 6 deliveries. needs 3. Big moment individually for Jones. He's been a mainstay in this American batting lineup for quite a while now. And he's never got to 3 figures. Stands on the brink of it. What a way to get your maiden ODI century. Look at this reaction. An extraordinary stroke over extra cover. It was full in length from Neil. And Aaron Jones has a maiden ODI ton to his name. The dream way to go there. Emphatic celebrations. He looks to the heavens. He gets a massive hug from Cameron Stevenson. He acknowledges his teammates. A moment he will never forget.
Well, finally. What a way to do it. He's been so close on a number of times. And Jones, he had a century for USA against Namibia and an epic victory at World Cricket League Division 2. And after falling short a couple of times since USA has gotten to ODI status, what a shot to do it. It's 4th 6.
Sensational strike. 82 deliveries, 8 4s, 4 6s. And he's going to go 6 more. Maybe this move to Neil is going to be a very costly one. Bang, bang to start the final over. Who says Jones doesn't have power? He's got power aplenty. Maximums to start the final over.
And again, you got to circle that missed opportunity in the 44th over. Michael Jones should have had him caught on 59. Ran in, only for the ball to go over his head at mid-wicket. Bounced inside the rope for 4. And that could have been the end of Jones. And instead, he's compounded that error for an additional 50 runs in the last 6+ overs. And that could be the difference between winning and losing today for the USA and Scotland.
Neil going to come around the wicket now. It was a strange kind of attempted leg cutter, wasn't it? Maybe even out of the back of the hand, and Jones read it a mile away. 6-6 to start the final over. All of a sudden, USA, we were wondering, would they get past 270? 4 deliveries left. They've got 280. This one's heaved into the sky. Now, there is a fielder out there at deep mid-wicket. This isn't going to be easy. It's going to go over his head. 6, 6, 6. The first 3 deliveries from the final over. This change to Neil. What do I know? It hasn't been the right one. It's gone the distance. And is the game being taken away from the home side here?
Well, this is why I was surprised to see this. He's not known as a good death bowler. And you're seeing why here. He's getting absolutely creamed by Jones. Could we be halfway to another Jaskaran Malhotra, Lenny?
Well, we are halfway to another Jaskaran Malhotra. Back live with you now. Isn't able to do it. You tempted fate too early, Peter Della Penna, but they're going to run a second. Gun arm. But Jones will get home successfully and keep the strike, most crucially. He moves to 117 from 85 deliveries. This is surely one of the best innings in American ODI history, Peter. Come on, you've been very critical of Jones at points. How good is this knock?
We'll see how good it is.
Come on, Peter. Come on, Peter.
In another 4 hours.
Give a man his credit. Come on now.
We'll see how good it is in 4 hours.
Well, I'm going to call it for you instead. If you won't say it, I will. Possibly the best ever ODI innings individually in American history. He's got 117 off 85. Outstanding batting. 2 balls left. And he's not going to get 6 this time, or maybe he will as he muscled this over the rope. Not quite. 1 bounce and 4 more. This final over could be taking the game away from Scotland. It's already gone for 24, and Scotland have changed nothing. No one's gone up to Neil and had a word. Another one where he misses the block hole. Jones says thank you very much.
Well, this has just been a bad miscalculation from Scotland. What's Jaskaran Malhotra going to think here and you say this is the best ever USA innings?
Well, we're always entitled to our opinion, Peter, however we call it. And this, for me, however brilliantly Jaskaran Malhotra played for his 173 not out, against Papua New Guinea. That wasn't a game that had anything on it but an ODI. 1 ball left, here we go. Jones is not going to finish with a maximum, but surely he'll take on the second. He's going to get in and out, and he should get back for 2. He's going to finish with 123 not out from 87 deliveries, and that for me, it goes past Monank Patel's 130 not out against Oman in Pearland. It goes past Jaskaran Malhotra's 173 off 124 balls. Aaron Jones, take a bow, 1-2-3 off 87. He's plundered 26 runs from the final over. He's done it all in spite of that blow to the groin. He took that heavy blow earlier in the match, and USA have scrambled up to 295, and a lovely touch, a real touch of class from not just Matthew Cross, but also we see Michael Leask and Mark Watt go over to Aaron Jones to shake the American vice-captain's hand. What an innings it was, and that was the moment he went to 3 figures, over extra cover, all the way up to the groundsman's shed. A very special knock to be here for, and the celebrations for Jones, sensational. Absolutely brilliant from him. And a massive hug, touching moment for Aaron Jones. Doesn't he love it? He thinks the game is won. There's half the match still to be played, but what a knock. 123, a big hug from Jagadish Sharon Kumar and Kirk Higgins. Oh, lovely touching moments. He's waited a long time to get this ODI 100, Aaron Jones. He's a player of real class. Best innings I think we've ever seen in American colours. Plenty of people echoing those thoughts on social media. I'll have Peter Della Penna know in a moment. He's had 6 ODI 50s coming into today, but now he's got an ODI century, and he's done it in style. Every single one of his teammates wants to get around him, and he's almost single-handedly dragged USA up to 295 for 8. Peter, an outstanding knock.
Well, he's finally gotten over that hump in ODI cricket. As I said, he scored a century against Namibia in Division 2, so he's got list A hundreds before, but not one in official ODIs, and this is one that he's going to remember for some time for sure. And I also think it's going to be one that, on the flip side, Michael Jones is going to remember for an awfully long time too. Could have easily been out for 59, caught it deep mid-wicket, but a really terrible misjudgment running in from the rope, only to see the ball go over his head and land inside the rope for 4. That was on 59 in the 44th over. And it only took him 6 overs, Lenny, to double his score and then some, to go from 59 to end on 123 not out in the space of just 6+ overs. What a remarkable finish from Aaron Jones.
Well, just for some context and clarity, it was not a chance, it was not a drop. It was a misjudgment in terms of his fielding position. He was 15 yards in from the rope where he was placed. And we're seeing that moment one more time as he goes to 100. We see it in the most stylish of fashions. Gets all the way there to 3 figures. It was too full and too wide, and what a stand and deliver stroke from Aaron Jones. Plenty of comments coming in that that's the best innings they've ever seen in American colours, and he points to the heavens. Incredible knock. Great credit to Aaron Jones. We'll take a look at the cards before we let you go. USA back live with you now. Here is the batting card as the ground staff go about their work. 123 for Jones, 52 for Sushat Madani, and a stylish 37 from Stephen Taylor. Not a lot else to shout about. And for Scotland, Peter, their bowlers, maybe a bit of a misjudgment tactically as well. Just the 21 overs of spin bowled, and Michael Leask only bowling 5 overs.
Yeah, they got very carried away with the medium pace instead of trying to go for more spin, where spin traditionally has been very good at this ground over the last couple series. And you can see that shown by the figures of Mark Watt, 2 for 39 in his 10.
Yeah, Watt was outstanding. The pick of the attack, no doubt. Main, very expensive. So too Neil. That final over went all over Aberdeen. USA probably ahead of the game. You'd have to think Scotland will need a record chase at this ground. 296 to win. We'll be back with you with all the action in the second innings in about probably 35 minutes time or something like that. Thank you for watching. We'll see you very soon. afternoon. Welcome back to the beautiful Aberdeenshire Cricket Club. We're here in Mannifield, about 5 minutes outside of the city centre of wonderful Aberdeen, and the city, the club, and indeed Cricket Scotland have put on a real show here. We're approaching the halfway stage of the ICC, or the Laserbook ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11 here in Scotland. It's their final home series in this Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. And the Scottish bowlers have been put to the sword, particularly by Aaron Jones, who has made his maiden one-day international century, to give a formidable total for Scotland to chase. They'll need 296 to win, and USA immediately indicating they see the pitch slightly different to the way Scotland did. They're going to open a spin as Nosh Kenjige is going to get things underway. Kyle Coates carves that one into the covers. Diving stop, tumbling from Sushat Madani at cover point. Probably more of a cover, actually, really. Two fielders allowed outside the circle, and they are at long off, and there's a deep mid wicket in place as well. Four fielders on the leg side, five on the off. Slip in place, and USA will be determined to make good use of this big total they've got and try to get pressure on Scotland batters. Good diving stop from Ian Holland at extra cover. Andrew Leonard here, and I've got Peter Della Penna of ESPN Crick Info, fine journalist. I really enjoy reading all of his writing and thoughts on the game. Alongside me, he'll be with me throughout this chase. Peter, very good afternoon to you. USA potentially ahead of the game.
I got an interesting tweet in late in the first innings from the former groundsman here. He said, on my TV the pitch is getting lighter, probably due to the wind blowing across the ground. At the toss, both captains succumbed to the tinge of green and chose the seam option. Spin all the way. It's history talking.
Who said that? Sorry, I just missed it.
Former groundsman Ken McCurdle, former groundsman at this facility.
Ken, I could not agree more with you. I thought that was me tweeting there for a moment, because you're spot on. They got deceived, didn't they, by the little bit of green in the wicket, Scotland, and they decided to bowl first. Didn't quite go their way early, couldn't find any early breakthroughs, and maybe USA are going to go heavy on their spin attack as we see Kenjige open with the maiden. Plenty of spin options for USA in their bowling lineup, Peter. And also you could consider Ian Holland, who opened the bowling in their win over UAE a couple of days ago. He bowls quite a few cutters, doesn't he, too?
Yeah, he's definitely paced off the ball, you would say. But you've got Taylor with his off spin. You've got Nisarg with his left arm spin. Madani can bowl off spin if needs to. Aaron Jones has got part-time leg spin. Now Holtry can bowl spin. So there's no shortage of options.
Of course, the other thing to consider as well, Peter, for Scotland, missing two of their main run scorers, their production room really, in the middle order. Captain Richie Berrington missing out with a hand fracture, and George Munsey also not available, so that means that it's a recall in international cricket for Craig Wallace, the wicketkeeper batter, who we've seen in the field, 32 years of age now. It's his 30th one-day international today. He's only ever made 450s, never gone past 58.
His best score came against Zimbabwe back in that win at the Grange in 2017. And most of his career has been in the middle order for Scotland. He has opened before this series, but very rarely. He's somebody who's very creative with his stroke play. As you see, a slip and a gully in place for USA. Taylor at slip, Ian Holland in at gully. for it. This would be the highest chase in ODI cricket at this ground. Previous highest chase was done by Canada against Scotland in 2009, chasing a target of 287 with 8 balls to spare. And then Scotland's own highest successful chase came a couple days later against Canada when they chased a target of 251. So it would take a bit of history if Scotland is going to chase down this total, not just for themselves, but for anybody who's played at this ground.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think that's why Aaron Kumar Jagadish and Manak Patel, the captain and coach of the, or coach and captain, I'll get it in the right order, of the team, will be really happy with this total. I think they probably felt like 260 or 270 was a winning total, but they got those late bonus runs, the late flourish from Aaron Jones. He flayed the ball all around this wonderful old ground. And even speaking to some of the Scottish fans up there during the break, Peter, they were so taken by the quality of the ball striking and also the late acceleration from Jones, which is probably the most impressive aspect. Oh, it comes off an outside edge. They just reinforced the offside field as well. Nisarg Patel had come across from short fine leg, and Cameron Stevenson, he's almost at a sort of a catching point, isn't he? Or a cover point, and it nearly carried to him.
Yeah, we saw Mark Watt in that position in the first innings at times for Scotland. Very unusual fielding position. Yeah, Jones was on 47 after 40 overs. Came to the crease in the 22nd over. So from over 22 to 40.
Good innovation from Wallace, and the reason he's gone to that stroke fine leg has come out of place. So even though it looks a bit extraordinary, that one goes down to Andrew Brock, who is here working with the Cricket Scotland team. He's got to fish it out. Goes right across his stumps, Peter, but good exploitation of the field, even though it's come from outside the off stump.
Yeah, you might be shocked to see that in the second over. It's not just the field setting, that's just Craig Wallace's game. These are the kind of shots he'll play at any stage. Doesn't matter if it's the first over or the 50th over. He'll play everything deep into his bag of trips. He's got plenty of tricks to go to for sure. Saurabh Netravalkar to start over again. Yeah, 47 runs in his first 19 overs of the crease, and then he went from 47 to end on 123, so another 76 off the last 10.
Carved away and short of Jaskram Malhotra. Wasn't ever going to be able to quite get there. Bounces 5 or 6 yards in front of him.
Well, you'll never ever get there if you don't move your feet, Lenny. That ball was in the air forever, and if you've got a much more alert fielder, that's a chance. That should have gone to hand, and he just stood there, and the entire infield is gesturing at him, shouting at him for the move, and Jaskram's claiming, no, no, no. It's going to bounce in front. I feel like if that's Cal McLeod out there, or Mark Watt, or even on the U.S. side, if you've got Kenjigay or Taylor in that position, they're going to turn that into a chance. He just never, ever moved, and you can't blame the sun. The sun's behind him. I don't know what happened there that he didn't pick up the ball, but there was no excuse for that ball to land.
Just seeing that Aaron Jones actually not on the pitch to start this second innings. Might have been that blow to the groin he took. Saurabh Netravalkar fields at mid-wicket, so it means that Jasdeep, Jesse Singh as he's known, Jasdeep is full name, he's on there. That's extra cover. That's Ian Holland. It's the next fielder to the right, just there at the top of your shot. Jesse Singh in the game as Kenjige starts with 10 consecutive dots, Peter.
Why did he not bowl out his full 10 the other day, Lenny?
Well, that I will never get my head around. 6 overs, none for 23 against the UAE. I suppose the benefit, though, Peter, of a spinner opening up the bowling, it definitely gives the opportunity to get the 30 overs of spin in if they want to go with 10 overs of Kenjige, 10 of Patel, and 10 of Stephen Taylor. Back-to-back maidens, great start for Kenjige. 3 overs gone, 7 for none. One more stat for you, Peter, from Aaron Jones's innings. So I'm getting the sledgehammer out here just to repeat my points to you. Jones was 75 off 75 deliveries, and he's finished with 123 off 87. He scored 48 off his last 12 balls that he's faced. That is acceleration of the highest quality.
Do you want me to respond to that, Lenny?
Well, that's why I brought the point up, Peter. I would like you to respond to it, yeah. One of the great all-time one-day innings for USA. Certainly maybe the best in their ODI history. This one's driven through the covers by Coates. Maybe not right out of the middle of the bat, and he's going to have enough to get to the rope despite the diving efforts of Gajanan Singh.
This one overpitched and just squirts by the fielders in the offside gap. Well, Lenny, I took the liberty of pulling up my stats databases in between innings because I knew this chat would inevitably come up.
Am I that predictable, am I? You knew I was going to goad you. I was going to go at you.
In my eyes, the best ever knock for USA in their ODI or non-ODI history will always be Stephen Taylor's 162 of 101 balls against Nepal.
Pull shot this time. Netravalkar can't bowl that length at the pace he's at. And it is that subfielder, Jesse Singh, out there. He'll keep it to 2.
It was on the opening day of World Cricket League Division 3 in Bermuda in May 2013, or April 2013, April/May 2013. Started in April, ended in May. And that was a bowling attack that had Basanta Regmi, Shakti Gauchan, Paras Kadka, amongst others. But that was an elite spin bowling attack for Nepal. And Stephen Taylor tore them to shreds. Never seen anything like it against a high-class spin attack. And this is a bowler, Basanta Regmi, who over the course of his career took numerous 5-wicket hauls against USA. And Stephen Taylor just absolutely ripped him to shreds.
Edged and dropped. Speaking of Stephen Taylor, just talking about that sensational knock a long time ago. This would have been a sensational catch at the gully. It flew sharply to his left. He's got a clean hand on it. And that gully position is being the all-action position, but it goes to ground.
I'd call it more of a second slip. There's a big gap between him and Monarch, but he's forward of Monarch. It's more of a second slip position. They've got a wide slip, and it's to his weaker hand. So if that goes to his right hand, I wouldn't be surprised if he plucks that one-handed. It goes to his weaker hand.
It's a gully, mate. And interestingly, they've just switched the fielder. Stephen Taylor's feeling a bit of pain on that left hand. Ian Holland goes into gully now as Wallace comes down and swings this one into the leg side. Madani will cut it off in front of the rope. 2 more to the total.
And it was just a factor of going to the wrong hand. Even though it was a one-handed chance, we've seen Taylor take some spectacular one-handed catches over the course of his career, but they've basically all been to his right hand. That time he's going to his weaker hand. Now he's a left-handed bat, but he's right-hand dominant. He bowls off spin, throws and catches everything right-handed. That's his dominant hand, so it was his weaker hand. Now we're going to get Monarch Patel coming up to the stumps with a helmet on.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty sensible move. You'll have Holland over his right shoulder at gully. Was there two noises there? Half a shout to catch it from Jasker and Malhotra down at third man, but no interest from anyone else.
Now, Stephen Taylor is 162. That'll always be number one for me. Number two, I'd have to say, Rashard Marshall. 122 not out off 84 balls in Italy. And that was coming in at a stage when USA was 17 for 5.
Who was that against, Peter?
Now, this was against Argentina.
Okay, so you're rating an innings against Argentina. But it was a non-ODI game.
This was promotion and relegation was on the line.
Smashed into the leg side. Going to be 4 for Wallace. And pretty agricultural stuff so far from him. Everything's been heaved into the leg side, but they're going after Sarah Netravalkar, who doesn't have any answer at the moment.
This is a length ball, and Wallace trusting the bounds, just heaving across the line, sending it over mid-wicket to the rope, 20 for none after 4. Context is what creates the pressure. The context, Lenny, is what created the pressure the other day. A seemingly straightforward chase for USA all of a sudden turned into mayhem.
Look at the context of this game, Peter.
Yes,
USA win, they go into third place.
There was tremendous context in that game in Italy, because if they lost that game, they were not going to get promoted into Division 3. And at 17 for 5, you could hear a pin drop at the ground on the USA side, whereas the Argentina bench, led by Grant Dugmore, the uncle of Kyle Kutzer, who's on strike, they nearly caused a colossal upset, and it was Rashard Marshall who had to come in that day and score his maiden century for USA to dig them out of trouble, yet at double century stand, I believe, with Aditya Tyagarajan to get USA out of trouble. And Aditya Tyagarajan also wound up scoring a century in that match as part of that partnership. But Rashard Marshall's innings, the counter-attacking knock, was an epic day in U.S. cricket history back in August 2010 in the hills outside Bologna.
Finally a run off Nosh Kenjigate. He'd bowled 14 consecutive dots to that point, and Coates finally gets him away into the leg side. Don't want to take away from that knock. No doubt it was a good one. You were probably there. I know you, Peter, you know American cricket better than anyone, but I think the quality of the opposition has to come into consideration.
Yes,
and
which is why I'd say Stephen Taylor's 162 is number one in my eyes.
I'm just not quite sure how you're rating an innings against Argentina so much higher than one against Scotland here, probably the foremost associate in the world. And Jones's late acceleration has given USA a big chance at what would be probably one of their biggest ODI victories here away to Scotland. Long way to go in the game though, and Scotland will be confident of chasing this total down. The reason why, they've got plenty of firepower in their batting, and they're used to getting big scores on home soil, so we could be in for a really entertaining chase either way. Looked to be very aggressive so far, Wallace, hasn't he? Something happening almost every time. Faces 4 singles come from that over. 5 gone. It's 24 for none. If USA could win today, Peter, how much would that affect their chances of getting into the top 3? You felt they were a little bit behind the 8 ball in terms of where they needed to be at. We've looked at this table on a points per game basis as well. I'll run you through that in a moment.
Well, they've got 4 games left against Papua New Guinea. 2 that are supposed to be in Port Moresby, 2 that are supposed to be in Namibia. And they're going to have to sweep all 4 of those. And it's just a matter of, can they at least split the rest of their games? They're going to have to probably do even better than that. But everything they have remaining is away from home. And they're going to have to improve upon their record thus far, which has been quite dreadful away from home. Lost all 4 games in Nepal, lost 3 of 4 in Oman.
Netravalkar going to come around the wicket, and immediately that causes Wallace some problems. I'd like to thank You're going to pronounce his surname better than me, Peter, so I might leave it to you. Arjunan
Ethiravirasingam.
Ethiravirasingam. Thank you, Peter. I'd like to thank Arjunan Ethiravirasingam for these numbers. He was kind enough to send on the table on a points per game basis, which does, after the most recent 2 games in this series, show that Scotland are on top, 1.44 point per game. Oman in second on 1.22. This one's ramped behind square down towards the fine leg fielder, and it skips away quickly off the turf. So Madani can't cut that off. Wallace's improvisation continues to impress. He gets another boundary.
This is where Scotland's going to have to cut the difference. If they can have a better power play than USA had, they'll be right in the hunt to set a new record chase here. Create their own history. USA was 48 for none after 10. But with Wallace at the crease, in spite of those 2 maidens by Kenjige, he's not restraining himself one bit here against the medium pace of Netravalkar.
Yes was the initial call from Wallace, and Coates are far too wise for that. He's been around too long to possibly run himself out early in the innings. Good solid start this for Scotland. USA didn't lose any wickets in the first power play, as the seamers struggled to find that breakthrough for Scotland. They'll need about 6 and over, just a little bit underneath that. Maybe looking to get off to a flying start, as Peter says, and Wallace, the man who's trying to provide that flying start. So going back to that points per game, Scotland in first 1.44, Oman in second 1.22, UAE still in third but only just 1.08. They've scored 26 points from their 24 games so far. Then USA and Namibia both tied. USA have 25 points in the table from their 25 matches, thanks to that tie against Nepal. That's why it's not an even number, and Namibia have 18 from 18. Nepal a little bit behind that, 17 from 20, 0.85. And then PNG, a mighty strike into the leg side, using that angle. One bounce out into the beer tent, and a fan gets a nice little token and flings it back in towards Ian Holland. Good batting this from Wallace.
Good bowling, but poor lengths. This is where he's been routinely carved. Length and the line tailing into the body. Seen this shot multiple times now. That's in Craig Wallace's wheelhouse. Loves anything on the legs, on the body, so he can play some of these freewheeling shots.
Nine runs come from the 6th over. And just to give you a sense as to what we're talking about the points per game, which gives you a fairer reflection of where things are actually at because of that lopsided nature, where Namibia have played only half the games that Oman have. They're going to have a busy schedule over the next 6 months or so. This competition has to round out by the end of February. They'll host 2 home series as well as taking in tours of Nepal. And I think they have one other tour as well to complete. So plenty of games to be played, and the table really hangs beautifully in the balance.
Wallace continuing to show where his preference is. You saw Aaron Jones get fed short and wide outside off stump all day long. Is USA going to adjust to stop bowling Wallace into his pads?
Down the ground towards Malhotra, who's at long on. He does enough. Ball certainly seems to be pinging off the bat at the moment, Peter. Still plenty of runs in this wicket, you'd suspect. slog sweep comes out and immediate cries of shot from the deep, but good work from Cameron Stevenson, who cuts that off. I think the Scottish bench sitting to our left, who screamed out shot. They thought that was 4, but Stevenson did well, read the angle impressively.
And it's good field setting as well, having that protection out there. Right?
Interesting sort of day's weather, isn't it? It looks glorious and roasting hot, and we've had a few of the players come off the field at the halfway stage giving out to us about wearing beanies and jackets here in the commentary box. But when you're out of the sun, it's not too warm. 17 degrees currently, but it is warm enough. Stevenson's got work to do here. Have to get a long way around to cut off the boundary from 4. 2 more to the total. But it's warm enough, Peter, that as early as the 7th over here, both batters looking for new gloves, and the 12th men are out onto the crease very quickly.
And you see Kutzer having a chat with Stephen Taylor walking by. Kutzer wearing the short sleeves. Great variance in the players out there. Wallace and Kutzer both wearing short sleeves. Stevenson, who's going to replace Netravalkar now, he's got short sleeves on. And then you've got Gajanat Singh, who's got the long sleeves and then the vest, the sweater vest over it, as does Nisarg Patel. Kenjigay's got short sleeves on.
Well, Peter, I'm just worrying what happens if this sun goes away. How cold is it going to be up here for the remaining 2 matches on the Tuesday, Wednesday?
Well, I don't know what the weather was like. Talked about the drive and it being parched when you were going up to visit Ben Fox. But in Aberdeen, I went to the beach yesterday with my family, and there was an amusement park at the beach we went to, Cadona's. We did mini golf in the morning and go-karting in the morning, and it was blazing sun. And by 12 o'clock, all of a sudden, it was extremely overcast and misting almost for the rest of the day. It was freezing cold, and it was a good thing we bought our wool hats and gloves and jackets because it was blustery.
Cameron Stevenson into the attack, and he's been clipped away over the offside for the first time. Good work from not Yasser Mohammed, who can't get a hand on it, but Chris Soule, 2 of the 12th men from the opposite sides, combining to keep it. And Wallace is really making hay whilst the sun is shining here.
And yeah, in the previous days, yeah, it's nice and warm in the morning until about 1, 2 o'clock, and then all of a sudden it gets a bit chillier as the day moves along. It hasn't quite happened yet. It's 3:45 here local time. Yesterday, yeah, it got uncomfortable very, very quickly. And on the day of the sight screen malfunction on Thursday, once the sun started to set behind the pavilion, it got awfully cold in the last hour or so of play.
Yeah, I think it's the kind of place up here in the northeast of Scotland you probably got to prepare for all 4 seasons. Wallace is looking $1 million at the moment, standing and delivering. He's moving about his crease. This time he goes deep into the crease. The perfectly executed pull shot. This new open stance of his, the Shivnarine Chanderpaul mirror, is working very nicely.
I'm just wondering why, with Wallace starting the over on strike, they didn't go to spin. If they were going to change a bowler, why not go to spin? Because he batted out a maiden to Kenjigay. He's not been nearly as fluent against spin. Against Kenjigay, he started off with a maiden, and then 4 singles off the other 5 deliveries he's faced in the subsequent overs. Whereas with pace on the ball, that's where all 5 of his boundaries have come from. And check that, all 6 of his boundaries. So I'm curious, if there was going to be a change of bowling with Wallace starting the over on strike, why not go to Nisarg Patel or somebody else?
Bit quicker this time. There's a bit of anger in that from Stevenson. Won't be able to cut off the single. He just throws the ball in frustration as much as anything. He had such a good start to his spell a few days ago, Stevenson, before being expensive when he came back. But Wallace is kind of going at everything. It's an old-fashioned ODI pinch hitter, sort of power play being exploited. You don't see this too often in the modern ODI game. But Wallace is playing his role perfectly.
But he's not really attacked Kenjige. So USA is usually very sharp when Monak Patel's captaincy at matchups at the start of an over. If they see a left-hander on strike, they bring Taylor into the attack at the start of an over. If they've got two right-handers on strike, instead of bringing Taylor on, they might bring in a left-arm spinner or a leg spinner. And this is one of the few times where, in terms of a matchup option at the start of an over, they haven't really seized upon that. When they've got, like I said, Nisarg Patel as a left-arm spin option. If they want to keep using Kenjige from one end, they could very easily have brought on Nisarg from the opposite end. I'm just wondering why go to Stevenson at this stage when Wallace clearly likes pace on the ball with the fielding restrictions, meaning you can only have 2 men inside the ring.
Good hard length this time from Stevenson. He certainly bowled impressively, particularly that first spell the other day, Peter. That's the fastest I've seen him bowl for the United States of America.
Yeah, he definitely bowled, caused problems to the UAE. So it's not that I'm against Cameron Stevenson bowling, it's just the situation you put him in. He bowled a fantastic opening spell in that match. But this is not a good matchup against Wallace, even though Kutzer's on strike now.
Nine runs come from Stevenson's opening over. 8 gone, 47 for none. Scotland well in control of the chase, and if we look at the run worm, you'll see they're ahead of where USA were at this stage of the innings, which is not wanting to load right now. We'll see if we can get the over by over up. Bring that to you in a moment. Come back to the scoreboard. Swept into the deep. Protection it there, Stevenson. 2 more overs of the power play for USA to get through. They're not going to win this game if they don't take wickets, though, Peter.
Oh, and at the moment, Scotland is ahead of the run rate. It took USA until the end of the 10th to get to 48, so Scotland having a better power play at this stage. Even more remarkable considering the fact that Kenjige started off with 2 maidens in the first 3 overs. Scotland has been able to attack with ease against the medium pace at the opposite end.
Yeah, been a tale of 2 ends, isn't it? Kenjige's only gone for 10 from this, the laser book end of the ground. In the meantime, at the Sports Buzz end, there's been 38 runs come from just 4 overs, going nearly 10 and over from the far end of the ground. Edged and in the vacant slip region, that slip has come out. As you said, as the 50 comes up, ripples of applause from the crowd and the Scottish bench. Wallace not looking as comfortable, anything like as comfortable against spin.
And I'd be really curious to see what happens at the end of this over. When the 10th over begins, if they're going to keep going with Stevenson now that they brought him on, or if they're going to change on the fly and adjust. That spin has been more difficult for Wallace in particular to get away and bring on Nisarg.
Yeah, Stephen Taylor obviously a definite option with his off breaks. He seems to be the kind of the golden arm for USA, always often finding the first breakthrough. And a misfield from Ian Holland. That extra cover will concede a single. 4 singles from that over. Kenjige's none for 13. 9 overs gone. 51 for none. You look back at USA's innings, Peter, here. You can see it in the Manhattan. There was just 4 big overs, wasn't there? 4 real big skyscrapers. Outside of that, it was very consistent. 4, 5, 6 runs and over. But with the 50th going for 26, it definitely saw USA take the momentum in.
And it was a poor miscalculation, again, bringing on Adrian Neal. But part of why that happened was because the other options, the other typical options, were not performing. Gavin Main had some poor overs. Safian Sharif had some poor overs.
Yeah, Sharif's 48th over went for, I think it was 18, and that's why they decided to go to the big fast bowler who just got it all wrong in the last over. Aaron Jones took great delight in smashing him around the park. The 6 over extra cover, probably the highlight to get to that 100.
Adrian Neal, typically you would never see bowl to death, but it's just a matter of the other options were being punished rather than stick to the pre-designated script of who your best death bowlers are. They thought, well, these other guys haven't worked today. Adrian Neal can't do much worse, can he? And then he wound up conceding the most of all.
Coates hasn't looked as fluent as Wallace. Wallace has been in aggressive mode. Where will the breakthroughs come from USA? No Ali Khan here, of course. No Rusty Theron.
Again, you got to bowl in partnerships. Kenjige is building pressure at one end, but it's been leaked consistently at the opposite end. You got to get a bowler at the opposite end to bowl in a partnership to tie the pressure at both ends. And I feel like the most
run out chance. Oh, would have been gone. 2 stumps to aim at. And Stevenson, who at first I think thought he might have had a catching opportunity. He's such a good athlete. He's a really impressive fielder. And Coates and Wallace got themselves in a tangle. I'm not sure why they went for the single. It wasn't on. And Stevenson, he had time, probably 2.5 stumps to aim at, but he hasn't been able to effect a direct hit.
Well, he had a brilliant effort a couple of days ago to contribute to the run out of Rohan Mustafa, and that was an athletic effort off of his own bowling. And here, almost a carbon copy in sense of that. He didn't have to run nearly as far forward to track down the ball, but it was a suicide run, and he just was not able to hit the stumps.
Cutaway, going to be 4. Well, might not be 4 actually. Sorry, he hasn't got it out of the middle. He should be able to hunt it down pretty comfortably actually. Just 2 to the total, but Peter Stevenson, if we can look at the run out replay again, he just got into the most perfect position at the last minute. He kind of floated the throw out rather than trying to smash the stumps out of the ground. Coates had given up. There's no doubt he would have been gone, but look at this. He just sort of floats the throw out. Throws a bit off balance.
Well, that's what he did the other day. But the difference in the other day was that Gajanand Singh came to cover the stumps. He didn't have any support coming to cover the stumps. Despite the ball being in play for quite some time, neither Gajanand Singh had extra cover, nor Netravalkar at mid-on, nor Nisarg Patel at mid-off. Nobody came to the stumps. It might have been a bit far, but probably the closest fielder would have been Gajanand Singh, who's fielding about 5 or 10 yards in from the ring at extra cover. Nobody came to cover the stumps. And when he floated the ball in on the Rohan Mustafa run out the other day, he was able to float it in, and somebody was able to come and cover the stumps and get the bails off. That was Gajanand Singh.
Good pace and really good carry. Manik Patel is taking that up by his shoulders. And this is the same end, isn't it, that Chris Soule bowled with such fire and aggression from against the UAE. down the leg side will be given as a wide. Good tumbling take from Patel. Yeah, big moment, that potential run out for USA. They haven't looked too likely with the ball, and small moments like that in the match can prove hugely influential to the outcome. End of the power play. Scotland 56 for none. Runs have mainly come from that end of the ground. Stevenson's none for 15. And Craig Wallace off to a real flyer. 39 off 33. He's done this quite a bit for Scotland, hasn't he? He's kind of got rapid starts, but he always seems to find a way, certainly in his first incarnation as a Scottish player, to get out in between the sort of maybe the 15 and 40 mark. Could today be the day he makes that breakthrough innings?
Well, there'd be no better time for it for Scotland. Again, they're ahead of the run rate at the moment, so he's done his job in terms of getting them off to a good start to keep them in the hunt for this target. They're going ahead of the required run rate. Good starts have never been an issue for Craig Wallace. It's good finishing, being able to stay at the crease for a long time.
Nosh Kenjige is going to be taken out of the attack. We'll see Ian Holland into the bowling lineup, the Hampshire all-rounder from the laser book end of the ground. And he was used mainly in the first power play. Surprising choice to be given the new ball and open the bowling, but now he'll be able to bowl with that protection. We see deep mid-wicket, long on in place, also third man and a cover sweeper on the offside. It's a 5-4 offside field. This is probably more where he tends to bowl for Hampshire in those middle overs. Thuds into the pad, and I thought, given the strength of the appeal, we might see Alan Hago's finger go up for the first time, given his leg buys. Where's this one missing?
Just outside the line of the stumps, perhaps.
Yeah. I think it's a good decision, that one. It really is. Wallace has just got his front foot, his left foot, just far enough outside the line of the stumps. You could almost see all three stumps, couldn't we? And from that end of the ground, our camera's almost exactly behind the umpire's head, because you've got that extra bit of elevation. So I think that's a really good decision from umpire Hago.
Craig Wallace taking a page out of the Mal Lloyd playbook, trying to slog sweep pace bowlers.
Mal Lloyd, the Lancashire opener. He found his way into the English white ball team, and I think he did get a couple away off Brett Lee, didn't he? He got a couple all the way from maximums.
And then he got one straight in the helmet.
It's not a shot I would ever like to attempt myself off any pace bowler, let alone Brett Lee. A bit of a difference between Ian Holland and Brett Lee, of course, but
and there was no sympathy from Brett Lee once he hit him in the helmet. There was an awful lot of chatter, but none of it was "Are you okay?" Can assure you that much.
Also, just seeing Nisarg Patel warm up at short fine leg. Is that an indication maybe we might see spin replace Stevenson quite early in his spell?
Well, as long as Wallace is at the crease, that would be the smart move. There's no point burning Stevenson's quality overs against somebody who's enjoying pace on the bat. Bring somebody on, bring a spinner on who's going to entice him into one of these ramps or scoops or other crazy shots.
Just kept a wee bit low, and Wallace immediately doesn't look quite as comfortable against Holland, does he? This time it's actually Coates. Sorry, it just kept a bit low on him. Our graphics catching up. Getting to the end of the 11th over. The score 60 for none.
You've only been in Scotland for 3 or 4 days, Lenny, and already you're dropping your wee. It's a wee bit low. A wee this, a wee that.
I'm basically a local now, haven't I? Celtic cousins. I always share a great affinity, Irish people, not just with Scots, but the Welsh as well. It's the old ABE, anything but England, for the three of us.
It's a wee bit harsh on the neighbours to the south.
You're basically English, Peter, aren't you? Living down in Manchester.
A wee intense rivalry there.
It's all in the history. You read your history, you'll know why. I was enjoying a great joust with Paul Radley, who is English, but he's living out in Abu Dhabi, about it the other night over dinner. He couldn't understand why there was so much animosity between Irish people for English. It's nice these days, though. It's really just a sporting rivalry and very little else. And both Ireland and Scotland have enjoyed that sweet taste of success over England in one-day international cricket. Ireland beating them twice, once in the World Cup in 2011 before getting it done during the pandemic down in the Rose Bowl. And Scotland doing it famously at the Grange, one of the great ODIs of all time. As Patel comes into the attack, starts with a full toss and is immediately clipped away for a couple into the leg side.
How's the relationship between the Italians and the Irish, Lenny?
Irish love everyone, mate. It's maybe just the English we have the occasional niggle with. Share a lot of passions with the Italians. Great joie de vivre. And great love of food and finer things in life. Why do you ask? Because you're asking from your end.
I'm asking from mine. You know, the Italians, there's a great mix of Italians and Irish families in New Jersey in particular. My own brother married an Irish woman, married a McLaren.
It doesn't surprise me at all. I suspect the Italians and the Irish all over New York.
Interbreeding. My cousin married an Irish woman. My cousin Greg married an Irish woman. I think her family's from Cork, I believe.
Give you an update on that Italian cricket team as well, Peter, because they're in action against Jersey down in the Channel Islands. If Jersey win, they will all but seal the one qualification spot from the Challenge League Group B, and they're looking in pretty good shape to beat the Italians. They've posted 349, Italy 60 for 2 after 12 in the chase. A great Irishman is down with that Italian team. You're speaking about those Irish-Italian links. Kevin O'Brien there as assistant coach for Italy in Challenge League B. 12 gone, 64 for none.
The worm, and you can see Scotland just ahead of where USA was at the same stage in the worm, just ever so fractionally, and they've got the wickets in hand, of course. Yeah, all my Italian friends, all my Italian American friends in New Jersey, the ones who went to Boston College in particular, I've got a lot of family who went to Boston College. The place to go if you wanted to study abroad, you went to either Cork or you went to Shannon. Those are the two places that all the kids, whether they were the Italians or the Irish Americans going to Boston College, they all wanted to go to Cork and Shannon. No.
Shannon's just really an airport.
They had Cork is where the sister university, I believe, is that Boston College kids would go to. It wasn't Dublin. It wasn't.
Yeah, that would have been University College Cork, UCC.
Yes.
And then the one near Shannon would be the University of Limerick.
Limerick, yes, that is correct. Yes, Limerick.
Shannon's really just the airport, not a lot more.
So they would go into Shannon to get to Limerick. That's right. Yeah.
Driven away, going to be 4. Nicely played, slightly overpitched certainly by Holland and punished into the offside.
Well, I don't know if I can come up with a 5-liner quick enough to sum up that one, Lenny. Do you have a limerick you can use to sum up that cover drive on Mr. Holland?
Not great with my limericks, to be honest. The little short poems. But it was certainly a beautiful cover drive from Kyle Coates. He's just having a little bit of a battle with his strike rate. His strike rate under 66. And that boundary will help him.
As long as Craig Wallace is continuing to hum along at the other end, there's no need for him to try and do anything more than what he's doing right now. They've got a good partnership. As long as one of these two is continuing to motor along, that's okay.
Takes on the single. Coates judges that well. He knew he got it wide of Stevenson at extra cover, and Madani's deep on the edge of the circle. No real penetration shown yet from the American attack. Hard to see where the wickets are coming from. Another slog sweep attempted. I'm not sure whether that is the correct option against Holland. He generally bowls pretty straight, doesn't he, Peter?
Well, and I don't think Ian Holland will mind that. This is twice now. He's attempted it twice now. He's missed. And if the runs are slowing down a little bit and Craig Wallace is feeling a necessity to play that kind of shot, I don't think USA is going to be all that bothered, because that's the most likely way he's going to get out.
What makes Holland such a canny operator? I think that's a good way to describe him, isn't it?
Well, he knows his limitations. He's not somebody who's bending his back trying to bowl at brisk pace. I think when he was the leading wicket taker for USA at the T20 Americas qualifier in Antigua, and he had some incredible spells, and I would ask him, how many cutters did he bowl? And he responded, the quicker answer is, how many full pace deliveries did I bowl? As I can remember how many full pace deliveries I bowled in my spell. It was one. Everything else I took pace off the ball. I was just bowling cutters and really fancy off spin more than anything. And he thinks an awful lot about his approach. Again, he's somebody who often bowls with the keeper up to the stumps.
Just seen Aaron Jones come onto the pitch for the first time, number 85 on his back. That means Jesse Singh, who's been on as a sub-fielder for 13 overs. We could see we're very close to the team dugouts today, Peter. And Jones was getting extensive treatment from the physio on what looked like his upper leg. I'm not sure if it was that hit to the groin he took, or I did just notice him pull up as he sprinted back for the second from the very final delivery of the innings, maybe just slightly overstraining something, but he looks well enough to continue. And we may even see his part-time leg breaks in operation at some point in the Scottish chase.
Yeah, he went down to the ground after that final ball as well. I think some people might have interpreted that as a show of thanks or celebration, but it looked more so if you looked at it in a bit more subtle fashion, like he was going down to the ground because that strain that might have occurred.
USA historically, points like this, when the going's gotten a little bit tough in the field, they've gone a bit flat. They've lost their energies. But you can see they're almost consciously trying to keep that up. The lengthy team talk in between the innings break, and they were really determined to make use of this good first innings total that they have. Stephen Taylor and Manak Patel were barking out the orders at the side. And they've been pretty good so far. They haven't dropped off, have they? Even though they haven't found that breakthrough. And this could be the breakthrough. It's given. Manak Patel juggles it, and Wallace has another start and can't get to 50. That's a very good catch from Manak Patel. Just as I was talking about America keeping their energies up, they've been rewarded. Maybe just a feather of an outside edge. Wasn't taken on the first attempt, but was on the second. and he looks down at the toe of his bat. It might have even been a toe edge. Wallace can't believe that he's gone for 45.
Well, I was just going to say before that ball, the previous delivery, he was so antsy coming down the wicket, and you could just sense that he was getting frustrated, really for no reason. There was no reason to be frustrated. He had such a good start, but you could get the sense that he was just trying to score no matter what off this delivery. Anything that was bowled, he was going to try and play a shot just to get a sense of bat on ball, and he reaches a bit too far outside of his body frame.
Well, we actually saw pretty clearly, didn't we, in the replay, as Wallace is dismissed, caught by Manak Patel, bowled by Nisarg Patel for 45. We saw that clearly it was a top edge, wasn't it? It wasn't the toe end of the bat. A good innings from Wallace. He'll be disappointed to trudge off, gutted to go, but you'll see it here in the replay, Peter. Clearly, just a little bit of bounce and a bit of turn, and the top edge of the bat taken. Patel couldn't catch it on the first effort, but he reacted very quickly to get it on the second, and the finger went up. This is the best angle. You'll see clearly here, Peter.
And again, it makes you wonder, why did they bring on Stevenson? Clearly, he was not as fluent with pace off the ball. And Nisarg really could have come on earlier. Better late than never, though. From the USA perspective, gets the breakthrough. And it always felt like it was going to come from spin, because he was just not nearly as comfortable with pace off the ball. And that pace off the ball finally results in the wicket of Wallace and the partnership broken.
Player of real promise to the crease now. In comes Michael Jones, still just 24 years of age. His 10th one-day international today. Already has 3 ODI 50s, including a best of 87. As Patel closes out that wicket, taking over. Finally, USA have the breakthrough. 14 gone at 72 for 1. Game beautifully poised. He spent time down with the Durham Academy and also being on the books at Lancashire and Leicestershire. Good player to watch, Michael Jones, and he's recovered from that illness which saw him miss out in the first ODI. Was part of that Cricket World Cup qualifier squad for Scotland in 2018 as well. He's long been thought of as a real prodigious talent. He's got a first-class double century as well this year for Durham, making 206 against Middlesex before coming back to haunt the county based at Lords with 119 in the Royal London 50 over trophy as well. So he's in a real red hot streak of form. Did make 36-2 against New Zealand in the ODI. He's someone you expect to be in the Scottish lineup for a long time to come.
Again, he's somebody who's had a reasonable amount of success at a young age too. Still very, very young in his career. He hasn't always been available for Scotland because of those county commitments, but when he has, he's put on some fairly promising signs. And again, it just highlights the depth that Scotland has to call upon, in particular on the batting side. You miss out George Munsey, you miss out Richie Barrington, you have Michael Jones to step in.
Yeah, I think Kyle Coates just going through a little phase that we saw Aaron Jones go through during his innings. He's battling a bit. 24 off 40, no real timing or rhythm. And Ian Holland finding a way to bowl plenty of dots on this batting surface that seems to be conducive to the pace off the ball. He does get away for the single. Jones's career best that was actually hitting his debut for Scotland against Ireland in Dubai. 350s to his name. He's a pretty stylish batter to watch as well, Peter.
He's taking his time to scratch out his guard here. Yeah. He's got a wiry frame. Well, one thing I do remember about seeing him at that World Cup qualifier against some of the higher class teams, he did struggle to get his feet moving early.
Yeah, two men who will have played against each other in county cricket as well. Ian Holland for Hampshire and Michael Jones of Durham.
Like a lot of players, you get them in early before they get their feet moving. That's your best chance of getting them out. And that's the one thing that has been an issue at times. You can see him just playing that typical one-day shot to third man to try and feel bad on ball to get off the mark, just running it wide, a slip. But can't get it connected cleanly enough on this occasion. So it's just one run in the over, 73 for one after 15.
A good captaincy too by Manak Patel, getting the slip up into place. And this is a really interesting change in bowling. Nisarg Patel is not going to continue. I don't know if this has come from the team analyst or the bowling coach. It's not going to be spin, it's going to be Sarav Netravalkar. Do they know something that we don't about Michael Jones to left arm seam?
Well, again, I think just in general, the whole point of having Nisarg come in was to get Craig Wallace out. Now that he's out, I don't think it's such a bad move either to bring Netravalkar back or to bring Stevenson back in. It was expensive in that first spell facing Craig Wallace, but again, now that Wallace is out, this is an opportunity to get him in for a second spell.
But it's not going to be a spell around the wicket. He's going to come over the wicket. He starts right on the money. Is allowed, now he's bowling in the second power play, those four fielders allowed outside the 30-yard circle. He's got a third man, a cover and a long off in place on the offside. 3 of the 5 fielders on the offside, and then the deep square leg in place on the leg side. That is Madani down at long off in front of the home crowd. He's known for being very economical, Netravalkar, isn't he? Career economy rate under 4 in ODI cricket, but he was costly today. Wallace got after him.
Healthy crowd in here at Mano Field. It's a few hundred, including those fans underneath the sunbrellas over by the food tent.
Good looking shot, that one from Kyle Coates. Will just be a single down to Madani. Just the two of the happier sides just in the chase, just as we're approaching the first drinks break, Peter. Who is more pleased right now?
I would say Scotland, because they had that outstanding power play, and even though Craig Wallace is gone, he helped lay a good platform, and they know the conditions here. And as long as they don't get stuck in a rut here in the middle overs, this is actually not a bad position to be in, as Ian Holland comes in to slip from mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's kind of floating there, second slip position. If USA could find a second before the drinks, they might just be the happier of the two sides. Jones looks pretty content just to get off the mark down to third man. Pick-up shot into the leg side, Malhotra. In fact, it's Singh is going to run back from mid-on to try and cut it off, which he will, but he's nearly kicked it to the rope. And I think if Kyle Coates was paying any attention, he'd have got back for a third. Instead, it's just going to be 2 to the total. Don't think Coates was in full control of this shot.
No, definitely didn't middle it. More of a top edge, but it floated into no man's land. Big gap between Stevenson at a deep middle wicket and Gagnon at mid-on. I'll just check it away safely.
Goes up into the sky, goes towards Singh, and that is the second wicket that USA wanted before the drinks break. And look at the celebrations from Jones. A clap of the hands. And Netravalkar in his comeback spell. What an inspired piece of captaincy from Madank Patel. It's a wicket-taking return for the left-armer. The former captain removes the former Scottish captain. And Coates didn't learn his lesson. He tried to play the shot the ball before, didn't get it out of the middle. And this time he holds out to mid-on. And it's a very angry looking walk off the crease from Kyle Coates.
Yeah, he got away with it the previous shot. Not this time though. And credit Madank Patel keeping mid-on in the ring to tempt him into that shot. He could have easily pushed mid-on back. Instead, he kept him up in the ring just to try and tease him a little bit. And that results in the wicket. The top edge goes up in the air. And Gagnon just has to jog in from the ring to take a simple catch.
And that is going to get us to the drinks break. Don't have the catcher in just yet. It's Gagnon Singh who took the catch. As the ground staff go about their work, Callum McLeod will come out to the crease. He'll be in at number 4. Game nicely poised. 77 for 2. No. So the first drinks break is in the can and being wrapped up. 16 gone, 77 for 2. Ian Holland's going to continue, being very tight so far. And Scotland having lost that second wicket, both of their openers gone. Kyle Coates are back in the hutch now as well. I think they'll feel like they're just falling behind the game. Going to need a partnership here between Jones and McLeod. Jones very pleasing on the eye. So that one gets out to Madani. Keeps it to a single. Andrew Leonard here with you. I'll be with you throughout the rest of the series. Really entertaining Saturday so far. Just approaching 4:30 local time. And plenty of energy in the home crowd. They're looking for runs to cheer though. They want to get themselves into the game. But that moment just before the drinks break has brought the game back into the balance. Got Peter Della Penna with me. He'll be with me all day today and tomorrow for every single ball. Peter, big wicket for America.
Well, what a difference 15 minutes makes. Scotland were looking so good. They're 72 for none. 5 runs, 2 wickets later. It's a different story.
Yeah, and it's always the greatest and most effective way to stem that run rate, isn't it? If you pick up wickets, you get new men to the crease. They generally will start a bit slower. Occasional exception to that, particularly in T20 cricket, but in the ODI game, if you want to stem the scoring rate, you've got to take wickets. USA have found a way to get the 2 openers back in the hutch. And Ian Holland is applying plenty of pressure with some really accurate bowling.
It's not often they get a chance to have Ian Holland in the lineup because of his county commitments, but when he's here, he's a difference maker, that's for sure.
Floods into the pad, meaning it'll just be the solitary run from his 4th over. 17 gone, Scotland 78 for 2, starting to fall behind the scoring rate. And USA possibly moving into the ascendancy. Big game, this 2nd v 4th in ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. Tell us about these men, Peter. Ian Jacobs there on the long lens, a couple of other local photographers. He's about as good as they come around the world of cricket photography.
Known Ian for 12 years now. First met him in Dubai at the 2010 T20 World Cup qualifier, and seen him in Oman. I had a wonderful day touring Muscat with him, as well as Jim McClymont, who is a long-time Scotland touring regular overseas. And so I know if you talk to Ian after play today, he will be more than happy to wax poetic with you about the sunsets of Muscat. As well as many of the other beautiful sights and sounds of Muscat. As wonderful as Scotland is, honey, Muscat and Oman, for me, is number 1 on the associate touring circuit in terms of places to visit, on or off the field.
And there's another brilliant photographer up there. He doesn't have his long lens out as well, but Donald MacLeod, the proud parent, the father of Callum MacLeod, blessed with really good cricketing photographers in Scotland and in Ireland as well. I'm not sure who the gentleman is with the flat cap on there to the right of Ian Jacobs, but he's certainly got the gear to be capturing some beautiful shots as well.
In Ireland, you've got Jaunty.
Yeah, that's the great man Ian Johnston, the father of Simon Johnston, or as Simon Johnston says, not the son of Ian Johnston, Northern Knights head coach. And Barry Chambers, of course, from Cricket Europe. There's some great young photographers coming up too, though. Oisin Canary is, man, he used to work for Sportsfile. He's taken some of the most beautiful cricket photos, works a lot on the golf tour as well, so similarities with the club and ball, the bat and ball. But there is something special about cricket photography, isn't there? You can capture the most brilliant images that even the television don't do justice to.
helps that players don't move an awful lot. It's the hardest thing on a cricket field is to get a good catch photo. Those are always the most difficult ones. You got somebody moving at high speed. You've got to be able to track them with the lens and keep the lens in focus. That's the most difficult part. But the stationary nature of most players at the crease, being able to focus on that, or bowlers, you can get them at their point of delivery. It's a lot easier. I've tried my hand at photographing some basketball games and some soccer matches, and I have a hell of a lot of respect for those guys because that is incredibly difficult with all the constant motion.
Yeah, American football too, you get some really high quality images of.
Walter Yost, a legendary Sports Illustrated photographer, has got some incredible photographs over the course of Super Bowls over many, many years. And I don't know how he does it. And especially in the traditional film era, before the advent of digital photography, where I take somewhere between 1,000 and 1,500 shots in a day, on an average day, sometimes more than 2,000 if there's a lot of activity happening. Because I can afford to keep messing up. I might actually have a strike rate, Lenny, of about maybe 10 or 15% of my photos actually come out halfway decent.
Maiden over from Sarav Netravalkar. What an inspired return to the attack for him. 18 overs gone, 78 for 2. Scotland, as you see here, Peter, they're bringing that required run rate into play in a big way with these tight 5 or 6 overs. It's nearly 7 and over required as if from nowhere.
Well, that's the difference that getting Craig Wallace at has made. All of a sudden things have started to grind to a halt. And Jones, when he gets set, he can do like his opposite namesake in the USA squad, Aaron Jones, but it does take some time to get going. Yeah, in the film era, Lenny, I don't know how these guys did it when it was you had 24 shots or 36 shots in a camera roll and you couldn't afford to screw up, and the more times you screwed up, the more expensive your day got because you had to keep going, cycling through the traditional film cameras, and then if you don't expose the pictures right in the Lightroom, then you ruined a roll. There's an incredible skill to those photographers way back when. And the precision that they had, I don't think is anything compared to the precision of today's photographers, myself included. The photos might look better nowadays just because the technology is better and you can afford to keep taking more and more photos because you've got an unlimited amount that you can take as long as your memory card can store it. And the megapixelage and everything comes out looking sharper and crisper. But the skill involved, I don't think it's the same.
This partnership off to a pretty cautious start, Jones and McLeod. Just a few singles worked around. Can't really afford to allow too many overs to just slide by here, Scotland.
This is what happened to the UAE in the chase against Scotland on day one of this tri-series. They really lost the game by not keeping the run rate going in the middle overs. This phase of the game, they just allowed things to stall, and then they got too far behind. Whereas USA, on Thursday, really, they should have iced that game with 3 or 4 overs to spare, at a minimum, chasing a target of 254. And they're only dragged out into the final over, thanks in large part to the shrewdness of Ahmed Raza, the UAE captain. Otherwise, you could say 270, 280 was par on this wicket.
Yeah, and for Jones and McLeod, they just continue to attempt these check down, the run down shots down to third man. And there's just been plenty of dots building up. Great credit though to Ian Holland. He's been meticulous with his lines, his lengths, his angles. USA definitely in front of the game, as we are finally going to see a boundary. A little bit of fortune to it, but finally some intent. McLeod charged Ian Holland. It's given his leg buys. I don't think it's had any contact. Yeah, just thuds off the thigh pad, and Patel got a bit of an awkward bounce.
I was going to say, if you're really a stickler as an umpire, you could say no shot offered there. He ran at the ball. It didn't really look like he used his bat much there, but he made a little bit of an attempt to flick it, I suppose.
I don't think that's actually your worst shout. Usually, Peter, you come out with something ludicrous, something I could never agree with, but hasn't really played much of a shot. He'll claim he's tried to flick a leg glance at it, but it's thudded off the thigh pad and run away for 4. End of the 19th. And it's 84 for 2. Interesting to see Netravalker persist over the wicket. So often in his comeback spells he comes around the wicket. No slip in place. That probably would have gone straight to that second slip where Ian Holland was. Instead it's down to Nisarg Patel at third man. Jones, the player of the match in the opening tie of this Laserbook ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 series, made 75 against UAE. You can repeat that effort today. It'll get Scotland into the chase. As this one's cut away, and Kenjigate, I think he thought as though he was going to be able to cut it off with the dive, but it just accelerated over the turf, and McLeod gets his first boundary off the bat.
Seen this a couple of times where the ball, if it hits the edge of the square, it can take a wicked bounce and speed up a touch, and that's what happened there. It just kind of cut off the edge of the square, and all of a sudden the ball just shot up a bit and eluded Kenjigate. I don't really think he took a bad angle. It was just a case of the ball taking off like that. We saw Aaron Jones' very first shot of his innings do that. Come off the ground and bounced high over the backward point fielder.
And the reason for that is McLeod, big swing and a miss. It's just the outfield's so firm, isn't it, because of the lack of rain. And I thought Kenjigate actually took the right angle, but then that steepling bounce right off maybe the last firm wicket on the square has ended up beating him and conceding the boundary for USA. Quick single's going to be dashed, and Stephen Taylor is pretty quick to the ball, but nobody's backing up. 2 men in the deep are a long way out there, aren't they? Deep square leg and fine leg, and he concedes the overthrow. Would a direct hit have been close here?
I thought so, but Michael Jones looked like he was easing up when he got to the crease, partially to avoid being hit by the throw, but I'm not sure why he was doing that, because it looked like he was going to be well short. And all of a sudden he just started to ease up as the throw was coming in. It's kind of a strange sequence there. And then, just because of the angle of the throw, there was never going to be anybody able to back it up, so it was an easy second.
Another play and a miss. Netravalker bending his back on that one. We're hearing those roars from the deep. That American superfan, he may be outnumbered, 320, 350 to 1 today, but he's making more noise than most of the Scottish crowd.
Yeah, you can hear him. He's louder than Michael East fielding on that side of the ground when Scotland's in the field. His voice is making sure the Americans have some company out there.
Quick single's going to be run. Aaron Jones can't cut it off as McLeod continues the aggressive running. End of the 20th over. It's 92 for 2. Netravalker's been pretty costly, but he has got that breakthrough, having come back. Here is this run out, Peter. Jones, he just sidled. In fact, that's the bounce that evaded Kenjigate. Would like to see the run out again, the attempt of a run out. Now, Ian Holland's going to be taken out of the attack, and Cameron Stevenson is going to have a burst with a change of ends. He's going to come in from the laser book end of the ground. He'll be bowling down the hill. Might be able to generate some extra pace from this end. Thought that we might see more spin options rather than pace back on, but Manak Patel backing Stevenson, his big fast bowler, to find the third wicket. Starts perfectly, beats McLeod through to the keeper, who's played and missed 4 or 5 times now already, McLeod.
And again, he's persisting with this attempt to glide it off the open face down the third man. You do that enough times, you're going to give an edge to Manak Patel.
Good stop by Ian Holland. He had to adjust. He almost ended up overrunning it, but had to get the 2 hands out, and a big smile from Cameron Stevenson at Ian Holland, thanking his colleague for not conceding. It would have been 4 if he didn't get those 2 hands to it. Okay. Hooked into the deep, and Sushant Madani picks up very cleanly, so it'll just be a single. His fielding is much improved with the fitness regime he's on. Peter, let's take a look at this. This is the 4-leg buys down the leg side. Not what we were looking for. We were looking for the attempted run out. But again, just an indication of that kind of firm bounce you're getting off the surface. Back live with you now. Another outside edge down to Netravalker at third man.
I don't know about you, Lenny, but I personally think 4-leg vice is a wonderful highlight to demonstrate to the world. Anything that goes to the boundary, it's worth seeing.
Well, it wasn't specifically what we were talking about, Peter. But yeah, certainly good demonstration of the pace in the outfield. Neither of these batters to double figures just yet. Third wicket partnership needs to grow. This one's carved away, an uppercut, and it's going to soar all the way. It's been dropped in the crowd though, put down in front of the beer tents. A width on offer from Stevenson, and the 100 comes up in the 21st over. Extra pace has flown many a mile. That's a big boundary out there, Peter, and a big maximum.
Oh, that's my shot of the day. My goodness, what timing this takes to clear the rope on the offside over backward point. And he just uses the pace from Stevenson. Really no foot movement. It was all wrists, all timing, and all the way over the rope.
Goes Fuller and is driven to Malhotra at mid-on, who keeps it to a single. You didn't quite see it. It was off your camera shot to your right, but it was straight at a man who was sitting under one of those umbrellas in front of the beer tent, and it was as easy a crowd catch as you could imagine, and he put it down. At the end of the 21st, 9 runs come from that over. It's 101 for 2.
I think he was too casual. He was right at him, Lenny. He didn't feel like he needed to get up out of his seat to try and latch on to that one. He just tried to take it sitting down.
Here is the run out. We hope. I think this is it, yeah. So it was McLeod who just worked into the offside. And look at Jones. Not exactly the greatest piece of backing up to start with. He did respond to the call. Taylor's picked up cleanly. Can't really tell from that angle, but we felt a direct hit was very, very close.
He eased up there. You could see just at the tail end before the camera switch, the throw was going to hit the stumps, and all of a sudden he just kind of eases up. Instead of trying to stretch across the line or dive across the line, he just kind of pulled his bat back. It was very peculiar.
It was a very upright piece of running as well, wasn't it? Not in the correct low position. 21 overs gone. We're going to see spin back into the attack as Nisarg Patel will replace Sarav Netravalkar. He's only bowled the 2 overs so far, but did pick up that wicket of Wallace. And generally found a bit of turn and a bit of bounce. We'll be looking for more of that for the rest of his spell. Four fielders outside the circle, as is allowed at this stage. That's long off and cover on the offside, and then deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg on the leg side. Meads mid on is up in the circle, but he's right on the edge of the 30-yard circle. And there is that turn and that bounce. It's going to cause problems from Patel. This is the right end for him to be bowling at. He'll get good lift from that good length. Look at this.
Very sharp from Nisarg Patel.
I think Patel bowled all of the 9 overs that he bowled from the laser book end of the ground the other day. It immediately looks as though this is the correct end of this Mannifield ground that he needs to be bowling at, the Sports Buzz end. Just getting that sharp bounce off a length.
Curious to see how Jones combats this.
Jones has been a little bit nowhere so far and has knocked 5 off 16 deliveries.
And that was all against medium pace. The only piece of spin he faced was that one delivery to end Nisarg Patel over. It got the wicket of Craig Wallace. Otherwise, it's been medium pace that Jones has been struggling to score against.
Three singles from that Patel over. 22 gone, 104 for 2. Take a look at the run worm here, Peter. I think it's going to indicate that USA just marginally ahead, but very similar positions. You have to remember the acceleration for USA, it came late in their innings.
Well, not very similar positions. Exactly similar positions, Lenny. Both teams at 104 for 2 after 22 overs. But different approach to getting there. Scotland had a much better power play. And now they've slowed down significantly after those 2 wickets in the space of 5 runs. The Wallace and Kutzer both going. And now it's a matter of can they get that momentum back going, because they've had a hard time re-establishing it.
Just seeing Jesse Singh come on for Jaskaran Malhotra, who's asked for a comfort break, a rest break. Be off for just the 1 over, you suspect. Singh will slot in there to mid-wicket. Stevenson's going to continue despite that expensive 3rd over. For USA, how long would you be waiting before bringing Stephen Taylor into the game? We've seen 5 bowlers used so far. Surely you want that 3rd spinner in the match?
I don't think we will see him today, to be perfectly honest. I think they like to use him if they've got a left hand to the crease. Part of the reason why he bowled so many overs against the UAE was because Aryan Lakra was in the middle for the majority of that stretch. And Even though he looks like he's a 10-over specialist as a true all-rounder, there's been plenty of sequences where they've just never used him if they don't feel like the right matchup is there. I personally feel like he's a 10-over bowler regardless of who's at the crease, but USA management, USA leadership on field doesn't always think the same way.
I'd have to agree with you on this front, because surely if they're reading the wicket as being conducive to the slower bowlers, got to look to get Taylor into the game. Doesn't matter if there's two right-handers at the crease. Taylor can use his angles from around the wicket if he needs to. Jones hasn't looked fluent generally yet. We know McLeod's a wonderful exponent to the sweep shot, but surely to keep your options open, you want to get Taylor into the game and get him in as soon as you can.
Well, even if he's not a wicket taker, somebody who drives up the runs because the pace he bowls is off spin. It's very hard to get away. And that's why I feel like he is such a valuable asset.
Goes for the Yorker, Stevenson. It's brilliantly executed, but it bursts through the hands of Madank Patel. It's going to cost 2 boys. McLeod was lucky that this wasn't straight enough, because he would have lost his stumps. Brilliantly bowled by Stevenson.
Is there a hole in the base of that off stump, Lenny?
Well, it's just missed the 4th stump line, isn't it? Probably no more than 6 inches that Stevenson has been unfortunate enough, and McLeod was all at sea. His bat twisted, he was nowhere near the delivery. Surprise Yorker from Stevenson. Tries to repeat the dose and he's smashed down the ground. Misses it by 6 inches, not full enough. And McLeod smashes him high and handsome away for 6. The second 6 he's pumped Stevenson for.
Well, these double-digit overs are so rare, and that's why they've been so valuable in this series so far. And now Scotland has a 10-run over with a ball to go, and that'll help the momentum get back in their favor. As McLeod, we saw him do it with the timing and the wrist work over backward point against Stevenson in the previous over, bowled from this end, and now using a lot more bottom hand to drive through this one and clear the ring and then some.
And that's going to be 4 more. An expensive over. So easily could have been the wicket of McLeod. Instead, he gets his strike rate up above a run a ball. And Scotland are going to need all of his experience in this chase. He's showing how important he'll be. That was a complete freebie, short and wide, and surely now it has to be the introduction of Stephen Taylor, and Stevenson will be taken out of the attack.
Well, if not Taylor, Kenjige. One way or another, you got to get spin on here from both ends. They held back Kenjige so long in the first match, they wound up not using him, which was inexplicable. You have to bring him back sooner than later here.
I think the reason I'd go with Taylor over Kenjige, certainly would advocate Kenjige bowling as 10, but you just want to get that 6th bowling option, that 3rd spinner, into the game as soon as you can. And give you as many options as possible as a captain. And the second reason I'd go with Taylor over Kenjige, you don't necessarily want the 2 left-arm spinners operating in tandem. You'd rather that variety of Patel with that extra bounce that he's going to get from this end, and then Taylor's flat off breaks coming in from the laser book end of the ground. I think it's a no-brainer decision to get Taylor on, but I'm not sure whether or not Patel's going to go with it.
Seeing an awful lot of bottom hand coming into these shots now from McLeod. That hockey swipe looking like a slap shot out of the hockey playbook.
There's the first sign of a sweep from either of the 2 batters, and it doesn't come from McLeod, it comes from Jones, and he gets his first boundary. He moves into double figures. Malhotra really was striding out, trying to cut that off, but he got the scoop sweep up over his shoulder well enough to run it away for 4.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what on earth Saurav Netravalkar was doing out there. Jaskaran Malhotra had probably twice the distance to cover from short third man. And yet he wound up getting closest to the ball ahead of either Ian Holland or Netravalkar. Ian Holland wasn't in that position. He's since moved to short fine leg after that boundary. But Saurav Netravalkar seemed like he was much closer along the boundary.
Better length that time from Patel. Just squares McLeod up a touch. Might USA consider Aaron Jones as the wild card, the leg spinner? That could be the other option with the 2 right-handers at the crease.
Oh, I know they'll consider it. The question is, should they?
8 runs come from that over. And Scotland starting to assert in the chase now. 24 gone, 125 for 2. This third wicket partnership starting to grow, mainly thanks to the highly experienced Callum McLeod. It's worth just a run shy of 50, and it's come at a good clip as well, Peter. 49 off 48 deliveries.
Well, we're seeing Kenjige. So much for your 2 left armers going at the same time theory, Lenny.
You're just not listening to me, are they, Peter? I'm afraid. I don't think this is the right option. No doubt that Kenjige should be bowling his 10, but it just narrows your options. If you don't bring Taylor in till later in the game. Sorry, there's Scotland's bowling figures. We'll bring you USA's bowling figures. Only used 5 bowlers. Kenjige, Netravalkar, Stevenson, Holland and Patel. This is a side that over the course of the last year or so has almost religiously used 7, 8, sometimes even 9 bowlers in their lineup. And they're sticking to 5 for the moment.
I'm not sure what's in the analytics that is making them refuse to use Taylor, but the simple reason is they really only like to use him when left-handers are at the crease. I don't understand it myself, because I feel he's equally as effective against right-handers. Whether or not he's taking wickets, he's an extremely economical bowler. He's tough to get away. But in the last couple of years, for whatever reason, team leadership feels they only like to bring him on when left-handers are at the crease. It's very strange.
I don't think it's the right call. I think it's the wrong call for 2 reasons. One, you want to expand your options as a captain. If Stevenson's expensive, you don't want to bowl him your 10. Getting your 6th bowler in at this point is going to help you, and that's a glorious stroke. It's going to go all the way for 6. Shot of the day, potentially. Maybe rivaling that Aaron Jones 6 to go to the 100. It was so sweetly timed. It was no more than a push, really. Inside out over extra cover. And Jones gets it all the way into the advertising hoardings for 6.
And this is the other part I don't understand, is Craig Wallace loved pace on the ball. Struggled when spin was at the crease. Michael Jones was struggling mightily with pace on the ball. And now look at him go with spin, pace off the ball. He looks like a completely different player.
Few questionable tactics in operation for USA. 2 runs on the board. They're going to need to find some wickets. And they might get a chance at one. It's down towards long off. And Jones has simply given it away. Caught by his namesake, Aaron Jones. Where has that stroke come from? He just hit the perfect inside out over extra cover aerial drive for 6. He dances down the track, and it's catching practice for long off.
It was just out of nowhere. Where did that come from? What game are we watching, Lenny? It's completely bizarre. And he's shaking his head. I don't even think Michael Jones knows where that came from.
Well, there's ways to describe dismissals, and to call that soft, I think, would be generous. Jones is gone for 18. Kenjige strikes. The change of bowling works. And USA have their 3rd. The game turns again.
Did we just witness an outtake from The Exorcist? Was he just possessed by a demon? And just forced him into this
well, look at him,
maniacal shot? Look at him all the way walking off the field. He was shaking his head.
as soon as he played the shot, he's turned, put the bat under his arm and walked off the crease. I'm not sure it was the right change of bowling, but Kenjige has found his first wicket today. And it's going to bring Matthew Cross to the crease, the Scottish captain for this series in the absence of Richie Berrington.
Does that go up there with the side screen blowing over yesterday as the most bizarre moment of the first 3 days?
Well, it's certainly up there. I don't think Aaron Jones could believe his luck down at long off. Cross won't get off the mark as Gajanan Singh does the fielding at backward point. He gets us to the halfway stage of the chase. And isn't it perfectly poised with USA finding that third wicket? It's 133 for 3.
Here it is again. Kenjige drags the length back cleverly, and Jones doesn't get anywhere near it, continues on with a shot, and just splices it to Aaron Jones at long off. And there you said it, Lenny. He doesn't even bother trying to cross so that McLeod can be on strike. He just marches straight off.
I don't think I've ever seen a batter put their bat under their arm before they've been dismissed before. But that was the certainty that Michael Jones had at what he'd done. He just gave it away down to the long off fielder. Jones caught by his namesake. Simple catch. And that might just turn the game a touch. McLeod and Jones's partnership was looking untroubled. It had just come up to above 50. And there's very much a game on here again. Never easy chasing down a total up towards 300. And USA will be looking for a tight period to get that scoreboard back into play, get that required run rate up above 7.
And again, a reminder for those of you just joining us, it would be a record chase at this ground. Nothing higher than 287 has ever been chased in terms of a target, and the last time that happened was 2009.
And again, sharp bounce on offer for Patel from this end of the ground. He looks in a lovely rhythm, doesn't he? He's right on the money. And he didn't bowl well, I don't feel, in the opening game of the tour for USA against UAE. But the change of ends has really worked for Nisarg Patel. Looks much more comfortable from this end of the ground. And I'll tell you something, Peter. If he bowls another over from the other end on this tour, I'd be surprised.
The other thing that's happened in the last 15 or 20 minutes, the sun has disappeared. It's gotten very cloudy, very cold and chilly here at Mano Field. Sun is trying to creep back out, but it's turned very overcast. Not rain overcast, but just kind of typical Aberdeen late afternoon. It's now after 5 p.m. local time here, and this is around the time of day where, the wind starts to pick up. Gets a little bit chillier, a bit less comfortable. Winds continue to sweep over the ground. Pitch gets drier.
161 more runs required for Scotland from 24 overs. That is nudging up towards 7 and over, that required run rate. And all it takes is 4 or 5 tight overs, and that will rapidly push up towards 7.5, up towards 8, and start to prey on the minds of the Scottish batters. McLeod's looked very fluent so far. He's got 34 off 34, but USA just finding some dots to the Scottish captain to cross. Thuds into the pad, is kept very low. Kenjige convinced. And maybe for the 6th, 7th, 8th time today, Alan Hago simply shakes his head and says not out. Where's this one missing, Peter?
Well, he was stepping leg side. I thought this was going down leg. That is a harsh not out.
I think for me, Peter, that's certainly got a good solid chance at hitting leg stump. And I think potentially the Scottish captain has got the better half of a marginal decision there.
Well, Alan Hagel must have known how many fans would be upset here if he gave an Aberdeenshire player out. A definite hometown decision on that one, Lenny. Anywhere else in the world that might have been given out.
And again, I've said this a few times, but because we're square of the wicket, all we can tell on the first viewing is by the ferocity of the appeal, and it was a huge appeal from USA. Here's a look at it again. It's definitely pitched in line, there's no doubt about that. It's probably pitched somewhere around, maybe even off stump, middle and off, and surely that's going to go on and hit leg stump, Peter.
Of course it is, Lenny. And stop calling me Shirley.
There's an airplane reference for you. Hago's been... The interesting thing as well, from this end, our camera is dead straight behind the stumps, because we have that extra elevation to allow it to be dead straight. And Nosh Kenjige couldn't believe it was given that out. And now an inside edge, real fortune for Scotland. It's going to be 4 to the total. Won't be a wicket taking it over, instead it'll be 7 runs coming from it. And at the end of the 27th, 142 for 3.
Oh, this just sums up the luck that went Scotland's way in the over. First, stone dead LBW shot denied, and now an inside edge goes past the stumps to the fine leg boundary. And Scotland will take that. They're not going to be complaining. 142 for 3 after 27. And again, they're making up the ground in the first half of the innings. USA had a big acceleration in the last 10 in particular. They scored 95 in the last 10 overs, including 26 in that 50th over. But Scotland is still on track here in terms of the required run rate. Definitely in the hunt here.
Driven just shy of Jones at extra cover. Yeah, I think they're certainly in the hunt. You talk about that doubling your score from the 30 over mark. That will be exactly what Scotland will likely need to do, or maybe even a little bit less than that. The way in which Callum McLeod has played so fluently, albeit a bit of fortune there. If he's still there in 15, 16 overs time, something like that, Scotland are going to be well in the hunt.
Oh, that one almost a catch. He swept it off of his back leg, and it popped up just wide of Monak Patel. That's why you heard cries of catch it. I don't think that ever hit the ground, Lenny.
Not sure if that's hit the bat. Maybe just the back pad. Patel's bounce, as much as his turn, is the thing causing problems at the moment, and cross all at sea against him.
And Stephen Taylor just caught wrong-footed there, or else that might have been a chance. He was leaning to his right, anticipating the cut shot being played in front of point, and instead it came off a thick outside edge, knuckling wide of Taylor backward point.
Seen quite a few batters as they've come in on this wicket from both sides, USA and Scotland, Peter. Just find it very difficult for the first 10 or 15 deliveries. And Cross is going through those same difficulties right now. Kind of reminiscent of the American captain's start to his innings. Monak Patel could just never get anything going. Only 3 singles from that over, 28 gone. 145 for 3.
It's been a wicket that's hard to get on in, and it's also, once you get set, it's kind of hard to get out unless you commit a self-inflicted wound. Had a lot of players get starts in this wicket, all across the first 3 matches. Very, very few low scores.
I have to ask you the question again, Peter. When do USA think of a 6th bowler? I know Kenjige and Patel are excelling here. 6 overs, 1 for 22, and Kenjige into his 8th over with 1 for 27. But if they just bowl out here in tandem, it's going to leave America with a real problem in the last 15 overs.
If I had to guess based on the tendencies of USA recently, I think there's a better chance of Jones bowling than Taylor. As bizarre as that may sound, Monak Patel has liked to go to Aaron Jones in the last 10 overs to see if players want to try and attack his leg spin, part-time leg spin. He hasn't taken a wicket in this format since 2018, but Monak has gone to him on multiple occasions. At times is a death option. We saw that backfire spectacularly in Zimbabwe. But he's done it to some degree of success. He did it in Texas in a crunch situation, which USA was able to hold on at the end.
But surely USA have to get a 6th or 7th bowler, maybe a 6th and 7th bowler into the game at some point. If it's Ian Holland, Cameron Stevenson and Sarah Netravalkar defending 7.5 and over in the last 14 overs, Scotland will really fancy their chances.
They will. Monak Patel has shown he'll go against kind of the orthodox thinking in that regard. He'll bring Aaron Jones on for his first over, maybe in the 44th or 46th over. Or as we saw in Zimbabwe, in the 18th over for his first over, only to get smashed by Sikandar Raza in the 20th over. So sometimes it's worked and sometimes it hasn't. It's a very unusual approach. Not sure it's one that many captains will be copying anytime soon. It's 149 for 3 after 29. So yeah, if you double the score from here, we typically would double the score up to 30 overs, but at this stage,
yeah, just ruined a lovely shot of the city there. Apologies to our crew. Really nice zoom in shot of the city centre, the hills around Aberdeen. And there's the bowling figures that we were talking about. Still just the 5 bowlers used, but look at the economy rates. Well, maybe, somehow, the message has got across, because it is going to be Stephen Taylor, and it's going to be early enough to maybe give Monak Patel the scale of options that he'll need in the last power play, in the last 10 to 15 overs. So Stephen Taylor will bowl for the first time today, replace Nisarg Patel. He's been very impressive, and he's going to get lots of protection on the leg side. Only 4 fielders on the offside. There's a man out at deep cover. Malhotra's at backward point, an extra cover and a mid-off. It's chipped down the ground to mid-on. Taylor, he's got that slightly unorthodox style, but he can be very effective with his off breaks.
He reminds me a lot of Stephen Jacobs, Guyana off spinner. The way he kind of bounces in off of 3 or 4 strides and then gets a very, very high arm angle release, the height that Taylor has. Doesn't look like anything fancy, but I think part of the reason why Taylor, again, is so effective compared to some other bowlers, he just comes on very quick. It's only 2 or 3 strides, boom, the ball's out of the hand. And he gets an awful lot of extra bounce from the height he bowls at, and the arm angle release. It's one of the other things that makes him troublesome. Gives it a good rip. He can get it to grip, but he gets some extra bounce from his height.
And we know that McLeod loves the sweep shot, but he hasn't got it out much so far today. He's been happy just to work it around. Been very fluent though, 42 off 39.
And I wouldn't expect him to do it against Taylor. Use the sweep when you've got some flight to work with. Taylor bowls so quick, unless it's consistently on a fullish length where you can trust that you want to sweep it on that length. It's hard to get him away with a sweep. He just hustles players. I'll be happy to milk 6 singles. Just get onto the back foot, play him off the wicket. talking about Ian Jacobs before, Lenny. Speaking of the devil, he's walking right by our booth right now.
There's the reverse sweep. So the first attempted sweep of any note from Callum MacLeod. Doesn't get it away. Like you say, Taylor, a difficult bowler to sweep. 5 singles from his first over. 30 gone. 154 for 3.
Again, the traditional thinking is you double the score at this stage of the match to figure out what your target should be as the sun comes back out here at Manhill Field. Well, Scotland are on course by that methodology. Target of 296. And I don't think these USA players are as friendly with you as you think they are, Lenny. Nisarg Patel, just moments earlier, you said he was never going to bowl from this laser book end for the rest of the tour. He's switching ends moments later.
He literally got the ball to talk off a length from the other end. And for some unbeknownst reason to me, he's at a change of ends. I'm not going to be able to get my head around this one, Peter, whatever happens. I'll also be bowling Taylor from this end of the ground with his flatter trajectory, darting it in. It will suit him more going down the hill.
Well, that could have been 2 if McLeod had taken off immediately. He waited a long time for the ball to get by, and it could have been a run-out chance if Taylor had been able to corral it with that diving effort, because Matthew Cross was determined to set off, and McLeod was ball watching there. Gets away with it though.
Patel immediately looks less effective from this end because there isn't that sharp bounce. And the reason for this, don't know how prominent it'll be when you're watching on at home. There's a significant slope on this ground, and that slope goes from the end you're looking at now down the hill. So Patel is bowling down the hill, so his left arm spin is going to skid on. When he was bowling up the hill and he landed on a good length, he was getting it to kick up and cause all the Scottish batters problems. And immediately Patel was going for no runs. He's going to be carved away. Gadgenan single of a long chase. It'll be a chase in vain. And those fans in front of the beer tent, they love it. Can't understand this change of ends. Complete lack of understanding of the local conditions being shown, and Patel punished for it.
Do you want Jay Arun Kumar to give you a hug, Lenny, after play?
I always want a hug from anyone. Loving man. This makes no sense to me. 6 runs come from the over. Patel is 1 for 28. He's got 3 to go. And with 19 left, has to be said, Peter, I think Scotland are somewhat in control of this chase. They need 136 more from 19 overs. Required run rate's about 7. Unless USA can get some wickets, Scotland could canter home from here.
Well, they look in control. The only blip really was that sequence just before drinks when Wallace fell, and then Kutzer just about 10 minutes afterward, but otherwise the only other wicket to fall, Michael Jones. It's really been 3 soft dismissals. You would argue. I don't think there's anything been threatening in USA's bowling at any stage of this innings. Jones in particular was the biggest of self-inflicted wounds. But there haven't really been any wicket-taking balls. There was that one Yorker that just eluded Callum MacLeod from Stevenson that went for 2 byes. That was probably the best ball of the innings by any USA bowler, but otherwise, there hasn't really been anything that is eye-catching that gives you a hint that there's wickets on offer here.
There's the reverse sweep. Brilliant hands from Callum MacLeod. He's usually primarily an exponent of the conventional sweeps into the leg side, but look at the way he switches his hands. Gets this really well, Peter.
Well, this was purely premeditated based on the field setting. There was a humongous gap between the cover sweeper and a very fine short third man. And he premeditated this all the way. He did not wait for Taylor to release the ball. He was in a mode to play the shot no matter what. He picked the right length. He guessed right. And based on the field setting, that's why he played that shot. And already there's an adjustment in the field.
Yeah, that adjustment in the field, misfield from the subfielder, Jesse Singh. You can't pick up cleanly. Stephen Taylor less than impressed. Has the double teapot out. Should have been stopped. This was a dot delivery, but instead they'll get through for the single. The change in field has brought two men on that reverse sweep. There's that extra bounce, that steepling bounce. It's only happening from this end of the ground. Stevenson quick to it. In fact, it's Holland out at a deep backwards square. Almost need just some moment of magic now, USA, from Taylor. He's known as a golden arm. But USA have to break this partnership, have to find wickets.
Initially, it looked like McLeod wanted to just tap and run for two there. There's a huge gap on the leg side in the ring, but Stevenson is going to track it down from the boundary, so it'll be just one. 7 runs in the over, 167 for 3 after 32. As this partnership is growing steadily, it took them a long time to get going. Cross, in particular, was on 6 off of 19 balls, and now he's closed that gap in terms of his strike rate to get it above 50, where it was below 33.3 at one stage, as McLeod has had no trouble after that first 9 balls where he was 1 off 9. Got a boundary off of Netravalkar to get unstuck, and then the 2 sixes off Stevenson. He's been flying ever since then.
And that is going to be 50. Stylish way to get there for Callum McLeod. Back-to-back one-day international 50s. Well, the real linchpin of this middle order. And Nisarg Patel's change of ends has been rather predictably ineffective. And fittingly, he gets there with his favourite sweep shot. Brilliant batting. And it's going to be back-to-back boundaries. I hate to hammer the point home, Peter, but why oh why has Nisarg Patel changed ends?
Am I going to have to start calling you Maxwell? Bang, bang, Maxwell. Bang, bang. The silver hammer, Lenny. This is extraordinary, the tactics here by USA. McLeod, all of a sudden, no sweeps for the first 46 balls in his innings. Check that, no sweeps in the first 42 balls of his innings, and then a reverse, and then back-to-back sweeps. Bring about 3 boundaries in the space of 7 balls. Scotland is well on command here.
Like 2 different spells, aren't they? The Patel spell from the Sports Buzz end compared with this effort from the Laserbook end. He was in such beautiful rhythm and he was causing all sorts of problems. The ball just shooting up off a good length. Instead, this game in danger of drifting away from USA, drifting away from them in a hurry. Only 120 needed to win. 17 overs left. Cross and McLeod, even though Cross is battling, are combining very nicely indeed. 33 gone, 176 for 3.
And Cal McLeod is somebody who, once he gets set, he's not somebody who makes low scores. His conversion rate from 50 to 100 is exemplary, and he doesn't make small hundreds either, Lenny. He's got a number of 140 plus scores. I think he's got 3 or 4 140 plus scores. He's one of, I think, 4 or 5 players in ODI history with that many 140 plus scores. And he goes again and again and again to the sweep. 4 sweeps in a row now to the boundary. He's putting on a clinic here, Lenny. And again, I think this is part of why Taylor doesn't get used often in this situation. He's getting punished badly by McLeod.
Surprised not to see Taylor go around the wicket, though. Would that not be the way to battle against this? Just that angle over the wicket. Something we see Michael Leask do an awful lot with his off breaks, come around the wicket.
Well, that's something we see Taylor do as well. Just the tactics here are just befuddling.
Could well be a chance of a second here as Stevenson makes very good ground in. He's very quick, good athlete Stevenson. And keep it to just one. USA a little listless all of a sudden. We said in the first 12 or 13 overs when they hadn't taken a wicket that they'd kept their energy levels high. Maybe they're just dropping off a touch now.
Well, they haven't had much to cheer about. Again, this wicket has not been helpful. The wickets that have fallen have really been simply poor shot selection from Scotland. But it's not been really anything spectacular produced by the USA bowlers. And all of a sudden here, got a 7-run over, a 9-run over, already 8 so far in this over. That required run rate not looking any bit threatening at all for Scotland.
No, they're fully in control now of the chase. The only thing that'll change it is wickets, and they're even happy just to pat balls away for singles. 9 runs come from that one. Look at the Manhattan chart here, Peter. You'll be able to see it clearly with the teal or the light green building blocks. They're just building up nicely, aren't they? All the way in between this 21st and 34th over period. Scotland in full control.
I know Aaron Jones had a spectacular finishing flourish, but I was quite critical in the middle overs of the approach, and this is where Scotland is making a big difference. These middle overs, they're capitalizing on it in a hugely significant way.
Nisarg Patel will continue. Again, a surprise. 2 overs left, finally starting to adjust to that difference in lengths. To give you a sense as to the scale of difference, you're bowling down a pretty significant slope. So you're probably looking at about a 2 or 3 yard difference in your lengths between the ends at which you're bowling. Might not be very obvious watching on there at home. Well, that's what Patel has taken some time to adjust to. And his second spell here from this laser book end has been completely non-threatening, and Scotland looking very comfortable indeed. Will there be a consideration for Patel to get back to the seamers pretty soon? Try and buy a wicket somehow?
Well, there's that, but then you also have to wonder, is Kenjige going to wind up not having his full 10 bowled again? He's been their best bowler. He's still got 2 left. Where do you squeeze those 2 overs in?
Better length that time, but again, because it's coming down the slope, it's just skidding on. None of that extravagant bounce is being generated. Kenjige is warming up in front of us. He's down at deep mid-wicket. And there's the sweep, and another misfield from Sarav Netravalkar, and 4 more. He's been worked over there. That short fine leg. Patel couldn't close out the over. Goes down the slope and runs away for 4 more. 6 runs come from that over.
And again, what looked like a good over for USA. One of the key stats, boundary conceded off the last ball. All that good work done by Nisarg comes unstuck, and it turns into a winning over for Scotland. And again, Cal McLeod has been a sweeping madman. He's gotten the broom out. He's traded his bat for a broom, Lenny, in the last 4 overs. 5 sweeps for the boundary in the last 4 overs by Cal McLeod, 1 reverse and then 4 orthodox sweeps. This is vintage Cal McLeod as Kenjige now replaces Taylor with 2 overs remaining. Taylor, after a very ineffective 3 overs, finally comes off, and Kenjige, who was so effective bowling from the laser book end, is now going to come back from the sports buzz end.
And again, will Kenjige be able to make the adjustment to bowling up the hill? Very different length that he'll have to hit. And even though Cross has struggled, because McLeod is just flying away with his innings, he's been able to get away with it, and he's now just happy to get a single. Get McLeod onto strike. It's been an imperious knock from Scotland's number 4. 75 in the first game, 70 not out here today. Just a word between the 2 left arm spinners. Patel may be telling him which length to hit from this end. This one's cut away. 2 is the shout immediately. It's Jesse Singh who's still on as a sub fielder, who gets taken on. It's Aaron Jones. It's off the pitch again, getting significant treatment to his lower leg from the physio. Let's hope he's alright, but it means Jesse Singh is having to do an awful lot of fielding. Surprised maybe not to see Yasser Mohammed out there, younger man in the field.
Him or Side. We saw Side take some outstanding catches in Texas and also affect a run out. I feel like both would be better options. USA again, not for the first time today, Lenny. Seeing things differently than we are from the commentary booth.
Easy game from here, isn't it? Always is. In the heat of battle out there, much more difficult. Manak Patel, the captain, he's got the best view of proceedings from behind the stumps, as a misfield will again allow a single. Haven't been as clean in their ground fielding as they were against the USA today. And they've been punished by Scotland. We're approaching that second drinks break. I think we might just get one more over in before we'll have that break. 36 gone, 196 for 3. It's 100 to win, 14 overs to get there. And if Scotland can keep these wickets in hand, they're going to do that very easily, Peter.
Again, they're chasing history today. This would be the highest chase ever at this ground in an ODI. Nothing more than the 286 chased down by Canada, target of 287 back in 2009. The manipulation of the crease by Cross has been really impressive, both these players, but they're getting so deep at times, and then other times they're coming down the track effortlessly. They're trusting the bounce. We have seen turn on offer at times, but these two don't really look like they care. Their footwork has been so impressive.
But frankly, Peter, Patel's comeback spell, or his change of end spell, has been all over the place. The lengths have been nowhere near where he's been targeting, nowhere near where he was on a good length in that first spell. And he's gone from a spell that was exerting great pressure and great control
and again, we see the footwork from Cross, so impressive. So maybe instead of Coach Jay Arun Kumar giving you a hug, Lenny, I think you might need to give Nisark Patel a hug.
Well, he bowled 6 overs, 1 for 22 from the far end of the ground.
Who was the one who took him off? I don't think he did it voluntarily. I don't think he asked to be taken off and asked to switch ends. Where did that direction come from? Did it come from the bench? Did it come from Manak Patel on field?
But he's an experienced enough cricketer to know that that should be the end he's bowling from. So that when Patel asks him to come back and bowl from this end, he should say no. He should say, you've got to save my remaining 4 deliveries. Remaining 4 overs, even, from that far end of the ground where it was causing all those problems. Scotland bring the 200 up into the 37th over.
Remember, USA took until the 40th to get to 200. Scotland well ahead of the rate right now. It was just that 26th-run final over that boosted USA. But 95 off the final 10. Scotland will only need 94 off the final 13 to chase down this target, Lenny.
And we're going to have a break in the commentary box. Take a comfort break as well. 37 gone, 13 to go. Very good over rate from USA. Got to give them credit for that. And it's going to be 95 to win from the remaining 78 deliveries. Scotland should be doing it. If they keep those wickets in hand, USA going to need wickets. We'll be with you inside 5 minutes. today's game. 13 overs remain. And Sarah Netravalkar comes back into the attack to replace Nosh Kenjigate. Just a single despite the fumble from Malhotra down at third man. USA still in the game, but Scotland surely favourites from here, Peter.
It would take something incredibly dumbfounding for them to botch this from the position they're at now.
Well, we did see something pretty dumbfounding the other day, didn't we, in the USA chase, so do stay with us, because this could still go either way, but USA going to need wickets.
This is again where you miss the likes of Ali Khan, who's got that something extra, that X factor to shake things up.
Scored so comfortably. There's been no real appreciable dot balls. The fourth wicket partnership is just built really nicely, mainly thanks to Callum McLeod, in fairness.
Oh, what's been... These guys look like they've had to play the ball, especially going onto the back foot. There's been a lot of bowling that's back of the length, whether from the spinners or the pace bowlers, and they just look like they've got all the time in the world on this wicket. They don't look flustered, they don't look rushed. Everything just looks so easy going onto the back foot in particular on this wicket. And then when they've gotten it too full, they've been swept away by McLeod. You've got to be ultra precise with your length on this wicket, otherwise, as the day has gone along, scoring has just gotten easier and easier. It's not the easiest wicket to get started on, but when you get set, you better make the most of it, and Cal McLeod certainly is doing that right now.
One-handed pick-up, throw at the stumps, and it bounces up over them. I think if Taylor could have somehow pulled off what would have been a hugely athletic direct hit, it would have been out. It was an ambitious single. Taylor, probably the one man in the American team who could have done it.
The problem was his body position was so awkward because he had to stretch so far. The throw, he just jammed it straight down, and it bounced way over the stumps. Never looked like it was going to be out. If it was a direct hit, it definitely would have been out, but just from how he threw the ball and the awkward position his body was in trying to track it in the first place, it didn't look like it was ever going to be a serious run-out chance, no matter how short McLeod was.
In a funny way, Taylor might have been better taking on the throw at the bowler's end, because that's where all his body weight was going, even though Cross was certainly ahead of McLeod in terms of his running position. 6 singles come from that over, and USA in need of some inspiration from somewhere. 12 overs remain, 207 for 3. They're going to turn to Ian Holland. Can he find the breakthrough?
No, I 100% agree with that point. Everything about his body momentum and rotation was taking him towards the non-strikers, and it was always going to be difficult throwing across his body. He really could have picked it in there, and I agree with you. He probably had a much better shot at the non-strikers, and he would have been able to steady his body much better to get his throw and his momentum going towards the non-striker stumps. It was just so hard because he is such a big guy. He doesn't have a low center of gravity, so he's already naturally going to be thrown from a higher position.
Taylor possibly thinking, though, it was McLeod that USA needed to run out in that split second when you make that decision. Ian Holland will come on from the laser book end, coming down the hill. He's replacing Nisarg Patel, who finished with 10 overs, 1 for 48 today. Tale of 2 spells for Patel from the 2 different ends. And the runs just continue to come. They're coming with such ease that there's going to be real concern for USA that they can't find a way back into this game. And short and wide, carved away for 4.
Everything short is just sitting up right now. You've got to get it fuller. And again, McLeod punishing bowlers square the wicket, whether it's with the sweep, with the cut. He much prefers that shot square the wicket. Now that's an okay length. You'd rather have that. Concede a run there. As anything short is just sitting up. He did have that one drive down the ground off Stevenson that went for 6, Cal McLeod, but more often than not, everything that's disappeared to the boundary has been square the wicket. There was that incredible 6 off Stevenson that went over backward point on the cut shot. He's had 5 sweeps to the boundary. Almost in a very similar manner to Aaron Jones. All of the runs today square the wicket. That's when the heavy scoring has been done, Lenny.
Yeah, it doesn't look like USA can buy a dot ball at the moment, let alone a wicket. Runs coming from every single delivery. And they're pacing this chase beautifully, Scotland. Callum McLeod, 83 off 70. What a knock.
Now, Aaron Jones, you were saying before, Lenny, one of the best centuries ever for USA. It might not even be the best century in this match, the way things are going.
You're a dreadful man, Peter. You really are a dreadful man. I'm going to put that one on the record there. Poor old Aaron Jones, huh? He's made 123 off 80 balls. McLeod hasn't even got to the 100 yet. You're already writing it off. It's already old news.
As I said at the time, Lenny, let's see how things go in 4 hours. I said, I'll get back to you in 4 hours, Lenny.
Well. Peter Della Penna could be proven right. Who knows? Quick single run to mid-off. One of the problems here for USA, and if you make the comparison to the UAE game when Ahmed Raza really started to gamble, didn't he? He started to bring men up into the circle, started to take risks to try and find wickets. The 4 men in the circle, in fact it's 5 men in the circle, sorry, we're in the second power play. They're all kind of right in the edge of the circle, so there's no dots. Even that previous delivery was a good ball driven straight to mid-off. They still scampered through for 1. So it means that Holland's over has gone for 8. And with 11 to go, it's 215 for 3. Does Patel need to take some risks to try and find those wickets? Otherwise, Scotland are just going to get home in the 49th or the 50th over comfortably enough.
Well, how did that wicket of Kyle Kutzer happen? He was hit over mid-on, and instead of pushing that fielder back to the boundary, kept him up in the ring, tempted him into that shot again, and it got the wicket. They need more of that approach. At this stage, there's no point dragging this match out to the 50th over just by conceding singles and twos in the odd boundary. You got to force a mistake. They've got mid-off and mid-on up in the ring. They're trying to draw that mistake now. See if Cross or McLeod will go over the top.
Very rare dot ball straight to the backward point fielder. Picked up into the leg side. Mid-on is up in the circle. So Cross is going to get good reward out into the leg side. He'll pick up a boundary. Maybe just going to ease any vague pressure that he was applying on his partner, showing that he can pick up boundaries too.
I don't mind this if I'm USA, though. And I would have hoped they would keep Gadjanan Singh in the ring after that shot. Instead, we're seeing the opposite. They're pushing Gadjanan back to the rope, back to long on straightaway. Identical sequence earlier in this innings. Similar ball was bowled by Nestor Volker, and he got Kyle Kutzer to produce it top edge to mid-on. I don't like them pushing mid-on back to the rope after that shot.
Good diving stop. They're going to take on the single. Throw goes to the non-striker's end, and it misses. Oh, a real chance for a run out. I'm not sure why Callum McLeod felt the need to run the single. Patel had pulled off an acrobatic stop. And it was really 3 stumps he had to aim at. He had to whip the gloves off as well. Firstly, a brilliant stop from Patel. McLeod called him through for the single. Direct hit was definitely gone, Peter.
I do like this from McLeod, though. Again, it's the pressure being applied by the batters. See if you can hit a direct hit from 35 yards.
There's no need to run the single, Peter. They're in control of the chase. Lunacy nearly runs out his partner.
Having said that, Matthew Cross did the right thing. If one of them had to go and it looked like it was going to become a suicide run, which it turned out to be, the recognition was there from Cross. If one of us has to go, it's going to be me, because McLeod was going to get to the striker's end. The danger end was not at the striker's end. McLeod was always going to get there. They almost wound up both of them at the same end. The danger was always going to be the non-striker's end, and instead of Cross selling out McLeod, Cross said, "I'll fall on my sword if I need to. You got to keep going." And he wound up surviving anyway.
The extra cover fielder there, Jones, may have been an opportunity for him to get across to the stumps. Would have had to react very quickly. That would have affected the run out as well.
But again, I've talked about this in past broadcasts with you and other people. Just the lack of simulation practice in that scenario is not something you see in cricket training sessions. That's the kind of thing that in other sports you see constant rotation. It's a second nature thing. Once the ball is in play, everybody has a rotational assignment. And in cricket, so often you see a lack of rotation, everybody being stationary, everybody looking around for somebody else to do something.
Cutter from Netravalkar. And even an over like that, which felt was a bit tighter, still goes for 7. Here's another look at the potential run out. I think there's absolutely no need for McLeod to run the single here. Such a good diving stop. I'm not sure whether or not he felt that Patel actually palmed it away further from him than he did, because it's only a yard. Look at this. He would have been run out by miles, and if Jones has come into screen there, takes the ball and whips the bails off, Cross would have been gone.
But again, this is, if you harken back to Texas, that last ball scenario that Nepal executed so beautifully. As soon as the ball is in play, you have Dipendra Singh Irie running straight over the stumps from extra cover. Everything seemed so well practiced and so well rehearsed that everybody knew their assignment, whereas so often other teams, they just kind of stand around and again look at each other. And Aaron Jones, the guy who was standing around looking for somebody else to do something, he's now walking off the field again as Jesse Singh replaces him once more as a substitute. He hasn't looked 100% at any point in the day in the field. Hasn't looked 100% at any point ever since he got hit in the box. And then,
which you can't blame him for.
I can't blame that. But then the last ball you pointed to, Lenny, just a subtle thing. It looked like he may have strained a groin or strained a hamstring. And that last ball, trying to come back for 2 at the end of the first innings, he's not been 100%.
Yeah, and Jesse Singh has spent more time on the pitch than Aaron Jones has, to be honest. All the 2s on the board into the final power play. 222 for 3. 74 runs required. Required run rate's about 7.5 with that dot ball. Scotland to canter home, or USA to pull some wickets and a rabbit from the hat somehow, Peter?
Again, USA scored 95 in their last 10. Scotland only needs 74. It would take something really special for USA to rally back here, because this wicket looks so lifeless in terms of supporting the bowlers.
I suppose my real question is, though, where are they going to turn? It doesn't look like they're going to go back to Stephen Taylor. No sign of Aaron Jones being able to bowl. He's off the pitch. Haven't seen Jaskar Malhotra's or Sushant Madani's part-time off breaks. Quick single's going to be dashed and Taylor can't pick it up cleanly, but if we look at the remaining bowling options, you'd be pretty certain that Holland will bowl 4 of them. But then there are 6 other overs required. 1 left from Kenjige. Where do they go then? 2 of Netravalkar, a couple of Stevenson.
You could see Taylor come back here at some point. I think they'd hold him back very late if it was the case, but Kenjige has to bowl out, Netravalkar has to bowl out. Netravalkar's probably going to bowl 47 and 49. Kenjige's probably got to bowl somewhere in the 44-45 range.
Apologies, just unable to get the graphics down with a few connection issues, so that one was just clipped into the leg side for a single.
I think Stevenson is hoping that Cal McLeod will be gone by the time he comes back, if he comes back. We saw what Cal McLeod did to Cameron Stevenson earlier, hitting him out of the attack with 6s in consecutive overs.
Hit into the sky, and if mid-on was in the circle, that would have been a catch. Instead, it's going to fall short of Jaskaran Malhotra, who, even though he's running down the hill from the pavilion, can't get near to it. Cross has looked no fluency whatsoever. USA need to bowl as many balls as they can to him in the last power play, you'd suspect.
Again, this is my case for bringing at least one of these fielders in. Jesse Singh is going to come into mid-off for the last ball of this over. You've got to do something to tempt them. If you're keeping everybody on the boundary and it's just singles, and you're trying to stretch the game out to the 50th over, the odds are overwhelmingly in Scotland's favour. You're going to lose anyway. You've got to do something to force them into a ridiculous shot, which is what we saw Ahmed Raza do so well.
And that was a masterclass. I know UAE didn't win the game. But the quality of captaincy on show from Ahmed Raza that day, you had to be here to really live it. It was like a master tactician, a grand chess master marshalling his troops, moving every piece. Every over was an event, every ball was an event. He somehow nearly pulled that rabbit out of the hat. It's going to be Kenjige to close out his 10th over. Maybe if USA can find a wicket here.
Well, he started off with 2 consecutive maidens with the new ball. He got the wicket of Jones with that outrageous shot to long off.
Big swing and a miss, and again an example of that extra bounce spinners are getting from this end of the ground, from the Sports Buzz end, going over the bat of McLeod. Haven't seen too many full strokes from Callum McLeod. There's one prompted by Kenjige. Wide of Ian Holland at cover, so they'll get through for an easy single. Sweep shot straight to Patel, and McLeod sends cross back.
This is the first time I've gotten a sense that a ridiculous shot could be on the way to lose a wicket, Lonnie.
And it's come off the top edge. It's going to elude Nisarg Patel. He really did feel a wicket was coming. The extra bounce again causing problems. 2 to cross his total. Just not looking himself out there, the Scottish skipper.
Yeah, it's the first time since Craig Wallace was moments away from getting out. They got a sense that a wicket could be on the way here. This partnership inches closer to reaching a century. It's good enough for 96 at the moment.
Big shot into the sky. This should be a chance. Who's going to get underneath it? Ian Holland calls for it and takes the catch. It is Kenjige's return from that end of the ground. That makes the breakthrough. Matthew Cross almost gives it away in the end because he just couldn't get anything going. And USA, maybe, just maybe, still have life in this game. Again, the extra bounce here, Peter. You'll see it perfectly on the replay. That's the end you want your left-arm spinners bowling from. Kenjige himself scampered after it, but Ian Holland, all that experience, runs around and takes it that Australian style with the reverse cup. A very good catch. And Cross's tortured stay at the crease is over. He's gone for 40.
But again, it just seemed like he put that pressure on himself. The ridiculous shots, you got the sense, Lenny, over the course of that over, a wicket was around the corner because they were just doing some strange things to try and force runs. Almost a self-imposed sense of urgency there. When, for the last hour and a half, there's been nothing in the wicket for the bowlers, suddenly Kenjige comes on and bowls his final over, and Cross, who nearly top-edged the previous ball, comes charging down with a wild heave. It goes straight up in the air, and Holland never flustered one bit running back from extra cover. He had about a good 15-20 yards to go. The distance wasn't the issue. It was the swirling wind getting it up that high above the ground here at Mano Field. And He took it very well. It was not an easy catch. Again, he didn't have far to go, but it was just a matter of fighting the wind and his body position, kind of running back over his shoulder. Was able to cling on. And finally, the partnership broken for 96 runs.
Chris Greaves, the new man to the crease. He's at the non-striker's end, as Callum McLeod will move to 89 with that single. And he'll keep the strike, but it has opened up an end for USA. And with 42 overs gone, it's 230 for 4. 8 to go. 66 runs to win. And they've got 48 balls to do it. Can USA just get a squeeze on the new man? Just bring that required run rate into play? Even just 2 tight overs would do it, Peter.
Again, it's a pitch where it's hard to get in, but hard to get out. Takes a long time to get in, so the more they can get Chris Greaves on strike, the likelihood increases that USA can claw back and get back on top in this game. Callum McLeod's going to be pushing hard for every 2 he can find because you don't want Greaves to get on strike. Again, it's hard to get started on this wicket.
And that fielder there, backward point. If he's in the circle, should he not be saving the single, Peter?
Well, the only argument I would counter that with is maybe they want Chris Greaves to get on strike here. Because again, it has been hard to get going. You wonder how many dot balls Chris Greaves is going to soak up, or is he going to be able to keep the momentum going and not let Callum McLeod get out of rhythm. Yeah, Kenji get awfully deep on the ring. No doubt about that.
Greaves, known as an aggressive player. A little bit unorthodox, a bit like his bowling as well. His batting, hard striker of the ball. Mid off up in the circle. It's exactly the kind of strokes he plays. He plays ramps and scoops, and he won't get back for the second as Netravalka runs around it a bit, but gets the throw in. First ball, down on one knee, paddles it into the leg side.
Well, nobody in front of or behind square on the leg side except for mid-wicket. Nisarg Patel is the only ring fielder on the leg side at mid-wicket. There's a huge gap behind square. Javalka is very wide. Got that a little bit finer. It's 4 runs.
Picked up into the deep. There's a man out there, but it's going to fall short of Sushant Madani, and they'll take on his throw. A little bit casual with the piece of fielding. They do get back for the second. Probably 5 yards away from where it needed to be for USA.
Oh, he took an eternity not only to collect the ball, but to get the relay back in. I don't know if he took a sharp relay. McLeod might have been in trouble for the second run because he took a while to get going. Greaves was always going to come back for the second, but McLeod was very slow. Madani just let him have it.
This one will go out to Madani again. He's swifter in this time, so it'll be just a single. Remaining batters in the Scottish lineup, certainly Michael Leask will thrive in a situation like this, the big hitter. Mark Watt, his batting continues to improve at 8, Safian Sharif at 9, and then it's really just the 2 bowlers, Main and Neil at 10 and 11. If USA get down to those 2, they could well be in a winning position.
Well, Gavin Main made a career best. His first ODI half century came against DePaul in Glasgow back last month, so he's feeling good about his form of late.
Just the single this time.
Yeah, it's really only Adrian Neal you'd consider a tail ender. Everybody else is more than capable of not just holding up an end, but giving it a big whack if they need to. Pick up quick runs late.
Singles just coming too easily. 7 runs from that over. It's just a little bit less than what Scotland need. 7 remain. 296 the target. 59 runs to win. And they're going to have 42 balls to do it. McLeod, surely if he's there at the end, Peter, Scotland will get over the line, will take 2 points in the Cricket World Cup League 2 table.
Again, I said it before, he's somebody, once he gets set, he's not somebody who gets out for low scores or even low hundreds. It's Stevenson. We last saw it in the 23rd over when he was spanked out of the attack by McLeod in a 14-run over. He's going to have a go. See if maybe he can play on Cal McLeod's ego a little bit here.
Yeah, certainly. I don't think the figures that Cameron Stevenson has over the two ODIs so far indicate how well he's bowled. He's bowled with real pace, real aggression. I wonder, rather than looking to go full into the block hole, is he going to take on McLeod with a short ball? There's two men out there for that hook shot, fine leg and deep square leg in place. And that could be the way to go here, I feel. Ramp up the speeds, take on McLeod, try and bounce him out. And you can see Ian Holland very much getting that deep backward square leg where he wants. It's Jesse Singh out there. He's right on the square leg line. And that's exactly where it goes. Ian Holland has placed him perfectly. But Jesse Singh has just crept in and it's gone over his head, and that's going to be 100 for Callum McLeod. We thought it was the short ball tactic. He took it on. I thought he'd hit it down his throat at first, but Callum McLeod goes to another ODI century. He really is a player of such high quality. Jesse Singh, what was he, 5 yards off the rope there? Ian Holland had almost hand-placed him, told him exactly where to go, but the subfielder couldn't hold on to it. And what a knock from Callum McLeod, guiding his country home to what now surely is going to be a big win. 84 deliveries, 9 fours, 3 sixes.
Well, that's been the area of calamity today, Lenny. Aaron Jones should have been out on 59, and Cal McLeod should have been out on 94. That was a straightforward chance if Jesse Singh just stays on the rope.
Stevenson goes after this himself. They think about a second, the throw comes in, and it would have been a suicidal second. McLeod screams at Greaves to send him back. I think you're spot on. Here we are, Peter. That's not what we want to see. We want to see the 6 again. We want to see the attempted chance. Would have been a run out this one without ball before, after this next delivery. As Greaves will face up to Stevenson for the first time. What a knock though from Callum McLeod. Got his dad watching on. It's his 9th one-day international century, Peter. He's only got 12 ODI 50s. Look at that conversion rate. It's up there with some of the very best in the game. Tries the sweep shot. Ambitious against Stevenson's pace. That means 3/4 of the time when he gets to 50, he goes on to make 3 figures. A fantastic conversion rate.
It's hard to find too many players with a better conversion rate from 50 to 100 than Cal McLeod.
Could be a couple here, although Netravalkar gets quickly to it. Let's see if we can look at this 6 again. Here's the moment. If Jesse Singh is on... Not what we're looking to see. Let's see if we can find that 6 now where McLeod goes to the 100. In your opinion, Peter, Jesse Singh's standing on the rope. That's what, a sort of shoulder height, chest height catch?
That's a head high chance if he's on the rope.
This is going to go over the head of Nisarg Patel. Second 6 of the over. Stevenson's extra pace is going the distance. The 250 comes up. Scotland starting to motor.
No doubt about this one, Lenny. On the body, and he just helped it on its way. Initially, the fielder ran in off the rope. I'm not sure what he was looking at, as that was 6 by about 20 yards.
Going to have a break in play with new ball being looked for. Let's see if this is the replay we're hoping for. Maybe not. The most remarkable thing about it was Ian Holland had hand placed. Here it is. It was the bouncer. And I'm going to have to roll that back, but
you can see how far he lands inside the rope. He's a good 4 or 5 yards inside the rope. And if he stays on the rope, he doesn't need to leave his feet. You could see him leap in the air very late to try and knock that ball back in.
It's going out towards Singh again, but it's going to go miles over his head this time. Stevenson's going the distance, 3 sixes in the over, 20 runs come off the 44th, and Scotland in cruise control.
Well, this is why Cal McLeod is so special. 3 sixes in the over, all 3 over the leg side. And I said it before, Lenny, when he gets to 3 figures, he doesn't stop. He's got more 140 plus scores than any player in associate history. He's a match winner, and he's showing why here.
Yeah, but what a moment in the match, that first delivery of the 44th over. If that is taken, if Jesse Singh is where he's probably supposed to be, which is right on the rope, surely, with the player on 94 not out, you don't want to be creeping in at all. And it was very clearly going to be the short ball tactic, and Ian Holland had implicitly shouted at Jesse Singh and placed him exactly where he felt it was going to go. And Stevenson, 5 overs, none for 56 today. So easily could have been a wicket. Nice message here from Donald McLeod. He made it to Aberdeen for the start of the game, but he had to leave. So he's now in Inverness and a little bit misty-eyed as the 100 is brought up. Lovely to hear from you, Donald. Big thanks to you, Andrew, and Peter Delapenna for keeping us up to date with the game live on TV. Cheers, guys. Cheers to you, Donald. Always lovely to see you. Really was lovely to see you a couple of days ago. It's been too long, my friend. And you should be a very, very proud father. I thought your son was a little generously given player of the match the other day. I think he's a cert, a nailed-on cert, and rightly so, for being the player of the match today.
Well, maybe Donald can say hello to my wife and daughter while he's on the way over there to Inverness. They were going to be spending the day at Loch Ness in search of Nessie.
Proud Gaelic speaker, of course, Donald. The Scots Gaelic, not the Irish Gaelic, that is. As Netravalker is going to come on with his death bowling, come around the wicket. The game feels very much gone now after that 20 run over, doesn't it, for USA, Peter?
.38 needed now, off of 35 balls. Claude, I mentioned those 140 plus scores against England, Papua New Guinea, Afghanistan, and Canada.
He wants 2 here, Callum McLeod, and he's weighted it beautifully. Boundaries are much more equidistant today. When we were on the pitch that is 10 yards to the right of today's pitch, you see it there, it was a much shorter boundary on this side, but we're almost bang on the middle of the square right now, and as a consequence McLeod can weight that nicely to pick up 2 into the leg side. Very happy murmur amongst the home crowd, all enjoying their drinks there on the balcony. Direct hit. May well have been close, but Malhotra chooses not to throw it.
Now, what do you have to lose there? It's a no ball as well, to make matters even worse. What on earth do you have to lose there by throwing at the stumps? You miss, you give up 1 run, who cares?
I don't think he even give up the run, because McLeod would have been a full stretch, and Ian Holland had crept in, backing up, as rightly he should have. So free hit incoming. I think it's a front foot no ball. Again, an indicator coming down the hill, whereas Netravalker's bowled up the hill for the entire duration of today's spell. He's just taken half a stride too much and ended up stepping over. Free hit will only cost a single down the ground.
Now, this is the other stat I'm sure people who are following matches in Texas would be well aware of. USA has never won a match in which an opposition player has scored a century, Lenny. So, you could just about say curtains. Once Cal McLeod reached 3 figures, you can say sayonara to USA's chances today.
Well, if he was caught on 94, as he could well have been, out there at deep square leg. Maybe it would have been a different game. Instead, Scotland have been brilliant. They've been outstanding in the chase, particularly McLeod. Good contributions too from Wallace and to a lesser extent Coates and Cross, but it's been really all about one man. Number 10 on his back, there he is, Callum McLeod.
Now there have been 8 players in ODI history who have scored 5 or more scores of 140 in an innings. He could get to number 5 today.
It's the cutter from Netravalker, straight back to him, and Malhotra backs up his misfield, so it'll be a dot ball.
Already he's one of 13 players who have scored 140 4 times or more in an innings. And some of the names on this list, Lenny, are quite incredible.
Let me see if I can guess a few. I'm not at Peter Della Penna's laptop. How many did you say?
I gotta recalculate this. Martin Guptill snuck in.
Well, you keep just giving me one of them, Peter.
He shouldn't be there.
This one's gone through extra cover, and a good diving stop from Jesse Singh, but more like it from the subfielder. Gets a ripple of applause as well from the very knowledgeable home crowd. That was the off-cutter. Nice use of the feet from Greaves too. Gets us to the end of the 45th, 266 for 4 the score. Scotland need just 30 from the last 5, and Callum McLeod is flying, 117 not out. What a knock, 90 balls.
So the number of players who have had 140 or more 4 times in their career. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15 players. Shouldn't be too hard to guess some of the names.
Well, Rohit Sharma's got to be in there.
Rohit is in there.
Sachin Tendulkar.
Sachin's in there. They're the top 2. They've done it 11 and 12 times respectively.
Generally going to be openers. Martin Guptill you gave me. That was
he's not going because he's got composite the most runs out of innings in which 140 or more have been scored because he's got the 237.
AB de Villiers got to be in there, doesn't he?
AB is in there. He's got 4.
Chris Gale.
Chris Gale's done it 6 times.
Okay, going all right. Getting only correct guesses so far. Babar Azam might be in there, is he? Not yet.
Not yet.
He will be soon. Stephen Taylor into the attack. Hit into the leg side. It's gone very high. And he's holed out. A good catch. And Cameron Stevenson loves it. He wanted the back of Callum McLeod. Is there a late twist here? We felt the game was gone. A handshake for Nisarg Patel. And a
run a ball basically. Stevenson got into position and takes it comfortably. McLeod raising his bat to the fans here, but not with a smile on his face. It feels like he should have seen it through to the end, but he's gotten Scotland into an incredible position here for what would be a record chase at this ground.
He's been dismissed by Stephen Taylor. I think the two of us felt should have bowled a lot more for 117. Look at the celebrations from Stevenson. Interesting to see them. The USA still believe there's a game on. It was hidden away by Taylor outside the off stump. Clever piece of bowling. And McLeod could only pick the man out in the deep. Really good catch. Very well judged by Stevenson. He's an excellent fielder. Really is.
Well, it was a run of ball that was needed at the start of it over. Lonnie, it's back up to a shade above a run of ball. Or is it a run of ball even?
117 off 91 from McLeod, 9 4s and 5 6s. Look at the strike rate, up near 130. We'll bring Michael Leask to the crease, but he's at the non-striker's end. And Stevenson's going to have a real tough task to cut off the second there, because again, it was nicely weighted, wasn't it? And that'll make the equation very simple. 28 to win from 28 deliveries. Leask and Greaves, 2 really good assets for Scotland to have now at the crease.
And good pressure put on by this pair. It's going to be a long distance for Stevenson or Jesse Singh to cover.
They're going to run a single. Direct hit will be gone, surely. And the finger does not go up. Nosh Kenjige square the wicket, as is Nisarg Patel. They were both convinced. Alan Hago, the finger has stayed in the holster all day. How close was this? Let's take a look at the replay.
I think he may have been the only person in the ground not to have his finger up there, Lenny.
Suicidal single, despite the fact it bobbled up. Leask, he ran through quickly. Won't be able to tell from that angle. That's not the angle we need. Need the one square on of the wicket.
Well, he hesitated, and that was what was going to cost him if this was given out. He was waiting for Greaves to respond to the call. Here it is. The best angle we have sight on. And we're not going to really be able to see the stumps, it looks like.
Well, I think on the evidence there, even though we didn't see the ball making contact, I think he was certainly caught short. 2 is the immediate call, nicely timed into the offside. He'll get 2 easily. Might just see if we can get one more look at the view from behind the stumps, maybe the far end of the ground. Yeah, this is the one. Let's take a look here. This should be the best effort we'll have. Extra bit of bounce again from that end of the ground. We need to go slow. In comes the throw. And yeah, definitely short, Peter. Probably by what, 6 inches? Something like that. You've missed back line with you now. A boundary hit into the leg side. Leask, a very aggressive player. He could have been run out without facing.
Well, it was another slice of luck going Scotland's way today. They're not going to complain one bit, though. That was a hometown bit of fortune for Michael Leask. The Aberdonian could have been run out for a diamond duck. Would have been the second diamond duck we've seen in a couple of days. Cameron Stevenson was run out without facing a ball. Instead...
Oh, and an inside edge now. Everything going Scotland's way. Some hometown fortune. And they are going to get over the line here. 279 for 5. 4 overs left. Plenty of time to get these remaining 17 runs. Could have been so different if the finger goes up from that umpire who wasn't at square leg. He was actually at point because of the sun. Here's the inside edge. See if we can get that run out replay once more just to show it to you. Certainly it was tight, but you and I, Peter, we felt live it was out. You felt the ferocity of the appeal indicated it was out.
Oh no, it was just the fact that he was short, Lenny. Forget the appeal. Ball hit the stumps. He was well short of the crease from our angle. We were at backward point, so we had a pretty good vantage point. And like I said, I think Alan Haggard was the only person in the ground who didn't have his finger up.
Yeah, probably short by something like, we'll see at the point of contact here. Maybe
try and freeze it just at the point of the ball hitting the stumps. Stumps are out, and he's short. It's not even close. It looked like it live from our vantage point. The replay is not showing any evidence contrary to that. So a huge break for Scotland. But, having said that, Lenny, they've been a better team in this chase. They've been the better team throughout much of this game. USA can't really point to that as a reason why they're going to lose this game. They've been behind for much of the way.
Ian Holland to bowl the 47th. Come off an outside edge again. 16 more required, and Scotland will hope to do it without any late wobble. Yeah, 2 decisions that USA will point to, though, realistically, Peter. Both times given not out. The LBW appeal from Ken Jagay against Cross, and then that run out. Certainly both of those get given. Maybe it's a slightly different game. Haven't quite had the rub of the green today, and Scotland are going to be good value for their win, whatever the case. They're just playing tip and run now, aren't they? Greaves and Leask so quick between the wickets, and you look at how far they're backing up. It's very clever cricket.
Voice in favor of the Americans on the field right now is Hamad, the fan from Spring Valley, New York.
Well, you got to give him great credit, don't you? He's still cheering them on. This is going to be runs into the leg side and won't quite get to the boundary, but they will get 3. Good diving stop from Sushant Madani. It's a warm round of applause from both benches. Match has been played in great spirit, hasn't it? It really has. Even the home crowd rising to applaud that bit of fielding. Run saved in the deep. For USA, defeat today doesn't rule them out of the contention for that third spot. There'll be plenty of positives for them to take from today. The big game really remaining in this week. I think we're all certain of Scotland taking one of the 3 qualification places, but USA versus UAE later in the week, I think it's Tuesday or Wednesday, that's going to be an absolute cracker.
Well, they've got to at least break even on this tour. They can't afford to go home with only 2 points. So if they can sweep the games with the UAE in particular, who are the closest competition on the table, that would be a win for USA on this tour. They cannot afford to lose that game. They cannot afford to go home with anything less than 4 points.
Seven runs come from that 47th over. Just 10 to win now. 3 overs to do it. Scotland right on the verge of victory. But look at this points table. USA will go down to defeat today, and Scotland will close that gap further on Oman. They'll have 10 games in hand, Peter, and they'll only need 4 wins to go past Oman. They're surely heavy odds-on favourites now to win this ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2.
And win it going away, Oman be getting slightly more anxious. The more teams that start to catch up, and in the case of Scotland, looks like they're going to surpass them with ease. Oman played all their games early, ended their 36 matches in Texas, and it's going to be a long next 6 months for them, seeing if not only Scotland overtake them, but will the UAE overtake them? Will USA? Will Nepal? Will Namibia? Will more than one of those teams overtake them? The tension isn't only at the field, Lenny, it's the tension watching at home if you're Oman or fans of any of these teams. Drama of associate cricket.
Sarab Netravalka will change ends to bowl his final over. And this is given as a wide down the leg side as Greaves comes across his crease looking to play one of those sweep shots that he enjoys. Disappointment for USA with that 295 on the board. They will have felt at the halfway stage there's a real chance of upsetting Scotland.
Well, I know they were jumping out of their skins at the halfway stage, especially after that 26-run final over, but again, they were just going too slowly in the middle.
Lovely hook shot from Greaves, dug in by Netravalka and spanked away, and the home crowd are as raucous as they've been all day. Maybe the after effects of a nice afternoon of a few drinks really kicking in. A very happy Scottish balcony right now. Plenty of very pleased faces.
You can't be celebrating when the game's only half done, and you got the sense that USA was doing that, especially the way they celebrated Aaron Jones' century.
Another wide down the leg side, and Leask is so good between the wickets, isn't he? Immediate loud call of yes. Peter, we're seeing the tail end of this game, but also maybe seeing a change in the weather. Some dark clouds now surrounding the ground. I know we're going to end in pleasant sunshine as the shadows cast across, but maybe a sign of things to come over the next few days. There is a bit of rain about.
Bit of symbolism for USA, the way this match is ending. It's gotten very grim here in the background in Aberdeen. The sun is shining on Scotland, though. The hosts about to walk away with 2 points.
I think the weather forecast is set fair for tomorrow, but we could be in a bit of trouble Tuesday and Wednesday. This one's worked into the leg side. It'll likely just be a single, as it's Stephen Taylor. He's very quick to the ball. We'll just see if we can get a look at these clouds. They really are certainly as dark as I've seen since I've been here in Scotland. We're going to get any rain?
That's because you weren't at the beach in Aberdeen yesterday, Lenny. Yeah, around this time of day, it gets very, very misty, hazy, gloomy. Insert adjective ending in Y.
And that's a look at the pavilion as the scores are now level. We'll give Michael Leask a chance to hit the winning runs. The local man, we want to do it in style. A few gasps on the balcony. Just get a very quick look at these clouds. They really are quite dark over the far side. It's coming in from the North Sea. Scores are tied. Leask, a nice little cameo, 13 off 7. Gives him a chance to hit the winning runs. The field comes up. I suspect he'll try to smash one straight down the ground to wrap it up in style. Instead he goes into the leg side. Big cheers. And it's going to fly into the deep. And the umpire can't ascertain whether it's 4 or 6. And a big hug from Greaves for Leask. And shows how much that chase means to them. Scotland didn't have it all their own way, but they've done it reasonably comfortably in the end. I think it may well have gone all the way for 6. Signalled. Not the greatest final over from Netravalker. Low full toss. Leask, such an impact player at the death. And yeah, clearly gets over the rope. What a way to finish it. Scotland get up to 300. They finish at 301. Get a little extra net run rate boost for good measure. And they run out winners by 5 wickets. Highly impressive. Great credit to the Scots on home soil. That's a record chase here at Aberdeenshire Cricket Club. That'll go into the record books. And for USA, they've been outplayed by the hosts and the side who are surely now going to go on to win this ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2.
Well, an impressive day for Scotland. 2 centuries, but only one on the winning side, and that comes from Cal McLeod, the match winner for Scotland so many times over the years, does it again. And Aaron Jones, as impressive as his century was, Lenny,
3 or 4 photos, the handshake.
It still was only the second best century on the day.
Well,
and
I wouldn't say in terms of batting quality, but certainly in terms of the impact on the result, yeah, I'd agree with you.
And it continues the record for USA. Whenever an opposition player scores a century, they have never won a game. Cal McLeod, as soon as he hit 3 figures, it was in the cards. The cards were marked for USA. Scotland was going to win that game, and they do it, setting a record chase. Nobody had scored more than 287 chasing successfully. The last time that was done, it was in 2009, the highest ever total chase at this ground. And Scotland, not only do they break that mark, breaking the record of Canada, who defeated Scotland in 2009, chasing the target of 287, they do it, Lenny, with more than 2 overs to spare.
Yeah, they got home very comfortably in the end. A couple of marginal decisions went against America. Could have been a bit closer with those, but Callum McLeod, a class act, really is. And he's led his country to a big, big win. As we get to the end of proceedings here in the commentary box, let's take a look at the scorecards. We'll have a good long look. 301 for 5. And they get over the line by 5 wickets to Scotland. Great delight for them. Chris Greaves, 19 not out. Michael Leask, 19 from just 8 deliveries. But the star of the show, Callum McLeod, 117 from 91. And Craig Wallace, good contribution from him, 45 off 45 too. For America's bowlers, there's going to be some grim reading here, Peter.
And none more grim than Cameron Stevenson's figures. He got absolutely torched by Cal McLeod. None for 56 in 5 overs. He was hit for 5 sixes by McLeod, including 3 in that 44th over. The first of those in that over should have been caught. Should have been caught for 94. Should not have gotten to 3 figures. Jesse Singh, the subfielder, on for Aaron Jones, misjudged it, came off the rope, went over his head, and then McLeod bashed him for 2 more in that over, and that was the over that cemented victory, really, for Scotland in this chase. And those figures don't really reflect well on Stevenson, but he bowled, as you said, Lenny, far better than that in this match. Didn't deserve those figures. And then, curiously, Nisarg Patel, the strategy for USA, he was bowling so well in such a good rhythm from the sports buzz end, and then he's taken off, and effectively his final 4 overs were wasted. And that was another turning point in the match. He was causing problems, and then they take him off and really reduce his effectiveness in those final 4 overs he bowled from the laser book end. Kenji Gay started off with 2 maidens, ends with 2 for 40. So USA really commit a series of blunders, not just in the field, but in their strategic tactics.
Yeah, and as O'Flaherty of Scotland rings out very audibly from the Scottish dressing room behind us, the team song is being sung very proudly indeed, because that is a big win, and I think they've been pushed right to the brink at points in this game, but overall I think Scotland have deserved the win, and they take it by 5 wickets with 14 deliveries to spare. That's the match summary. Before we let you go, we'll take a quick look at the points table and look at Scotland, Peter. That is an impressive effort. 38 points from 26 games. They're surely going to win this league from here.
It's not a matter of if they'll pass Oman, it's just when. They've got 2 more home games here, and it's not just their home record that's been impressive. They've been far and away the best team away from home in this competition. And if they continue on that trajectory, as I said, it's not if they pass Oman, but when they do it and by how far ahead of them they end this competition to try and secure first place.
So that's going to wrap it up from here in the commentary box. Do stay with us. We'll have the post-match presentation. We'll hear from both of the captains. We'll also find out who the player of the match is. I suspect Callum McLeod could be winning back-to-back awards, but stay with us to find out. Thanks so much for watching, and we'll see you in a few minutes' time. Yeah, hello and welcome to the post-match presentation for game number 3 here of the Laserbook ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11 as always. And what a clash we've had. The host Scotland, they looked up against it at the halfway stage, chasing down a formidable total that USA posted of 295 for 8, but they've done it in some style thanks to a Callum McLeod century, and they've close that gap on the top of the table, looking in a very good position to not only take one of the 3 qualification places but also maybe to go on and win Men's Cricket World Cup League 2. We'll speak with both captains and we'll also find out who the player of the match is. We'll speak first to the American captain, that's Monaghan. Just come in there to me. How much disappointment is there in your team at the halfway stage? You must have felt like you were ahead of the game.
Yeah, really disappointed with the way we ended up in the second innings. I think we really and Jones the way he batted and made sure that we ended up in a good total. I felt in the bowling department, I mean, even credit to them, they batted really well. They had a good partnership, and one batsman made sure that he batted long, and I felt like after the 30th over we kind of our body language and we were dead in the field. And when you are not in the game, you need to make sure that you give extra effort, and that was lacking.
I want to ask you about your bowling choices. I know a few of the bowlers were expensive today, but you changed up Nisarg Patel's ends. Why did you do that? He was looking very comfortable from the far end of the ground, getting good bounce, and his second spell, it just wasn't quite as effective.
Yeah, because I wanted to bring Saurabh from that end, and from the other end, when Nisarg was bowling, it was a bit drier grass, so I felt like it might help him, but he was bowling really well from the other end, then I realized, but I wanted to bring Saurabh from the other end, that's why I changed him.
Okay, give us a sense as to the disappointment. You've one win from 2 games. Surely the big thing for you now is that game against UAE coming up later in the week.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of positives from these 2 games. The only thing we need to improve is we need to make sure that we play as a team, and there has to be a total team effort. Not like 2 players are giving a good score from the batting department, and 2 or 3 bowlers are bowling really well. So we need to make sure that the other players supports the players who are really doing good.
Finally, on the positive side, Aaron Jones' innings was outstanding, and I thought Nosh Kenjige bowled really beautifully for his 10 overs.
Yeah, definitely. The way Nosh bowled was really good in the first 10 overs. The first 5 overs he bowled was brilliant, and the way Aaron Jones batted, he made sure that he gave us this fighting total.
Okay, hard luck today. We'll see you in 2 days' time.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Monaghan Patel. He lived 2 days off. We'll actually see him on Tuesday for the final 2 of his games. Speak now to Matthew Cross, see if we can get him up on stage with me. Matthew, be honest with me, at the halfway point, did you feel like you were going to be able to chase that total down?
I do. I think the depth of batting we've got in our team and the players we've got, as we've shown, we backed ourselves to chase 300 in most situations, but I think we probably let a few go in the field there, and ultimately we showed a lot of character to chase that down, so ends up looking like a good day.
Callum McLeod, just how good is he? He's so competitive. You saw him even there with the ball in hand. Just wants to be in the game the entire time. A couple of brilliant catches, wonderful century. He's an outstanding player. Yeah,
he kept at me for a long time there, trying to get a ball this morning, and I eventually caved in. But he was really good today, and he's been exceptional for us for a long time now. And I think more the way he played and the pressure he put their bowlers under, to score 120 off 90 balls is pretty special, and he really put us in the front seat there.
Do you feel points in the game? You maybe had a few decisions go your way, some very tight calls. Were you always good value for your win?
Possibly. I think they played well. I think Aaron was outstanding. There was a couple of edges that didn't go to hand, and that's the way cricket is. Sometimes, we could have been staring at, bowling them out for maybe 250, which I thought was possible at one point, but he took the game away from us in that period. I think we didn't quite get it right with the ball in the first 15-20. There was some movement on offer and obviously a little bit of moisture in the wicket. But having said that, we sort of hung in there and we managed to get some wickets together, and it was just that last 4 overs where we probably lost control of the overall game.
Finally, you've got into a small habit of maybe winning 3 games from 4 or 2 from 4 in these 4-match series. How determined are you to press home this home advantage and take 4 wins from 4 games here in Aberdeen?
Yeah, obviously, I think it would be nice to have a clean sweep. We've only had 1 series where we've had a clean sweep so far, and I think, the potential and the guys are playing good cricket. Maybe not a complete performance, but we're looking for that complete performance, and I think it's not far away. So hopefully at Aberdeen it's the 4 and 4.
Many congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, Matthew Cross delighted, happy captain, and time now for the player of the match decision. First of all, we'll call in my player of the match presenter. He's played cricket here for well over 20 years. Mr. Willie Park's going to come up and join me on stage. Hope you've enjoyed all the hospitality here as well.
Fantastic.
It's been a great day. Great day for Scottish cricket. We'll do it in a reverse 3-2-1 order as always, and this is coming from the match referee and the umpires. In third place today, 2 for 37 with the ball. Mark Watt bowled beautifully as always. Aaron Jones, very unlucky to score 123 not out off 87 deliveries and come out on the losing side. He's in second place, but the player of the match, he had an absolute field day today. Bowled beautifully, nearly picked up wickets, 6 overs, none for 23, took 2, I think maybe 3 spectacular catches, and he made 117 off 91, 9 fours and 5 sixes. Back-to-back player of the match awards for Callum MacLeod. So Callum's going to receive his award from Willie Park and pose for a few photos there as well. Thanks so much, Willie. Callum, I gave you a wee bit of stick the other day, saying you maybe didn't deserve the player of the match today. You're the runaway winner today. How well did you play?
I thought I played quite nicely. I thought 290 was always going to be a challenging score to chase out there, especially with their 2 left-arm spinners, but we managed that middle period quite well, managed to put the pressure on them and came out winners.
Let me ask you, was your heart in your mouth when you hit that ball for 6 to go for the 100? Did you think you'd picked out the fielder at deep square?
I thought I'd picked him out. He probably slightly misjudged it in the wind. I'll say it was tactical batting, hitting with the wind, but really just to get it over him. And
working on the nets?
2014 I think is the last time I bowled, or maybe 2015. But it's club cricket, and depending on what the conditions are and where we are, it's nice to give Crossy in this case or Richie the option of an extra spinner or an extra seamer, and today it was a few gentle seamers.
The halfway stage, I asked your captain this, missing Munsey, missing Berrington, were you still confident you were going to be able to chase down that total? You said it was going to be a big challenge.
Yeah, I said it to you the other day. The players we've brought in, whilst they might not have the experience of Muns and Barrow, they're outstanding cricketers. Jones is having a terrific season with Durham, and Wally's had a very, very good season in Scottish club domestic stuff. So to bring them in form and inform players, I wasn't overly worried. Obviously it'd be nice to have Muns and Barrow back, and then we have a big squad of players, and performance is going to be key.
Okay, finally, it's never easy back-to-back ODIs, but you have to do it in this Cricket World Cup League 2 series. Big game against the UAE tomorrow. Can you get past them?
Yeah, like I said to you, exactly the same message. You cannot take a game in associate cricket for granted. We'll go back, we'll recover well, and we'll come, and I think we'll have to come with more intent than we maybe showed in the first hour this morning, and then hopefully that'll take us a long way.
Okay, we had a lovely message from your dad. He said he was very emotional, misty-eyed as he went to those 3 figures. That mantelpiece, you're going to be running out of space. Congratulations.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's Callum MacLeod, the player of the match, and outstanding innings from him today. The runaway winner. Sensational cricket we've seen here in Manifield and Aberdeen. The good news, we do it all again tomorrow. We'll be on air about 10:50 AM local time. It's going to be Scotland against UAE. We'll see you then.